Chapter 676. Inside the Ganlu Hall. Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said, "Father, I'm worried that with Qingxue's constitution, she won't be able to withstand that kind of high-intensity training. However, the rules set by Xiao Xian can't be abolished because of him. Therefore, I want to use the name of supervising the studies to accompany Qin Ke to participate in the training. When the time comes, we can take care of each other." Hearing this, Li Er looked deeply at Li Qingxian. After a long time, he said word by word, "Approved." Li Qingxian bowed and said, "Thank you, father. Then, I'll take my leave." Seeing that Li Er didn't object, Li Qingxian slowly left the hall. Li Er looked at Li Qingxian's back and an imperceptible gratification flashed through the corner of his eyes. He then heard him mutter, "Brothers are harmonious, father is kind and son is filial. The golden age lasts forever. Qingxian has grown up." After a long time, he stood up and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. At the same time, he thought to himself, when Yanhuang College was just being built, there were always many voices of opposition both inside and outside the court. I also constantly balanced the various forces. However, today, Li Zishuan has already built the academy. Moreover, the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College far exceeded everyone's expectations. Since that's the case, then I'll continue to add fuel to the fire and have Qingxian personally go to Yanhuang College. Let's see if those people can wake up a little. Although Di Xiaoxiu's matter today made Li Er angry, it made him understand one thing more: there were more than one person like Di Xiaoxiu in the court. There were many Di Xiaoxiu in the court. They were sectarian and looked down on engineering. Normally, they wouldn't show this kind of contempt because of their own power. However, once it involved their own interests, they would unreservedly reveal the contempt in their bones and put it into action. Li Er had Li Qingxian go to the academy to express his attitude and show his support for Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, the country's heir had personally stayed at Yanhuang College. Who else would have a reason to dislike Yanhuang College? The next day, Li Zishuan woke up early. After eating the breakfast personally made by Han Yushi, he went straight to the academy. Last night, he stayed at the Yunshan residence. Because everyone in the academy was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground, he couldn't return to Chang'an to enjoy life alone, right? If he really did that, the people's hearts might be scattered. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the gate of the Yanhuang Academy. He did not expect to meet the person he least wanted to meet. "Ah! Yamacho, you're finally here. HH. You didn't even arrive earlier than me, and you still have the nerve to be a mountain chief?" When Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan, she quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. Of course, she only muttered the second half of her sentence softly and didn't say it out loud. However, she definitely didn't expect Li Zishuan to hear her word for word. This girl was wearing a lotus-colored gauze shirt today. Her waist-length hair was only gently tied up with a pink ribbon. She was really cute and charming. From afar, it seemed as if she was covered in mist. She really didn't belong to this world. What a pity. This girl is indeed good-looking, but she's a little unruly and difficult to deal with. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Ha! So it's the ink girl. What a coincidence. Li Zishuan pretended that he didn't hear the second half of Mo Lingwei's mocking words and chuckled. He. It's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you here. Mo Lingwei blinked and smiled. Waiting for me? When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He had a headache and said, "Ink girl, I've told you before. Whether you can come to Yanhuang College or not, I can't make the decision. You should go and find your father. I have to go and mark the papers for the students." He thought for a moment and knew why Mo Lingwei was waiting for him. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away. Hey. Don't. Mo Lingwei opened her arms and blocked Li Zishuan's path. She said anxiously, I can help you mark the papers. As long as you help me convince my father, I'll mark as many papers as you want. Seeing this girl's bright and beautiful face full of sincerity, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, Ink Girl, why are you so determined to come to Yanhuang College to teach? Mo Lingwei was speechless for a moment. She wanted to say that she wanted to be as good as him, but when the words reached her mouth, they became, everyone in the Mo family went to Yanhuang College. I'm the only one left. I'm bored at home alone. I don't want to learn needlework because once I learn it, my father will definitely marry me off. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of reason is this? You want to be a teacher because you're bored at home? This. Ink Girl, I understand your desire to become a teacher, but this matter is not up to me. I can't persuade your father, so you should let me in first. Otherwise, it won't be good if the results are delayed tomorrow. Li Zishuan spread his hands and said helplessly. But, I know how to do mathematics. Although it's not your new type of mathematics, I can learn it again. Let me tell you, in the Mo family, other than my father, I'm the best at mathematics. If you take me in, you'll have another capable person. Mo Lingwei widened her eyes and said unwillingly. Take me in? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This brat is at it again. Doesn't she know how to watch her words? I didn't expect Ink Girl to be so knowledgeable. However, the college doesn't lack mathematics teachers. Although Li Zishuan was surprised by Mo Lingwei's mathematics standards, he was still unmoved. You. Mo Lingwei was so angry that she almost lost her temper. But in the end, she held it back and took 2 deep breaths. She smiled sweetly and said, Then I also know how to investigate matter. Force, light, I know what these are, and I also know how to use them. Didn't your physics class teach about these things? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, You even know these things? God knows how rare it is to meet a girl who knows physics in ancient times. Not to mention ancient times, even in modern times, more than half of the girls are not willing to learn physics. Mo Lingwei proudly raised her chin and snorted, Of course. I know a lot of things. If you take me in, I guarantee that you'll learn a lot. Hearing her say this, Li Zishuan was happy and subconsciously said, Then do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? Cough cough. However, after saying this, Li Zishuan immediately regretted it. Chapter 677. Miss, do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? This was a phrase that Li Zishuan often saw on the bullet screen on a certain live streaming platform in his previous life. As for the origin of this phrase, it should have been said by a live streamer in the Saber section while he was flirting with girls online. Later on, this phrase was developed by the big bosses in the bullet screen to extend its meaning. As for the specific extended meaning, it should be possible to guess with a little thought. After all, drilling wood to start a fire relied on friction to generate heat. But no matter what, it was inappropriate for Li Zishuan to use this phrase to tease Mo Lingwei. After all, she was still a virgin. If Li Zishuan's mischievous words really caused some scandal, it wouldn't be good. Drilling wood to start a fire? I don't know how to do that, but I know how to use ice to start a fire. Isn't that awesome? Of course, Mo Lingwei didn't know the hidden meaning of drilling wood to start a fire. She frowned and thought for a while, then smiled sweetly. Using ice to start a fire? Miss, do you really know how to use ice to start a fire? It was unknown when Yan Xiaoning had suddenly appeared behind Li Zishuan as he exclaimed. Unlike Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, as the chief engineer of Yanhuang College, usually stayed at the college during this period of time. Even if he had to go home at night, he would come very early the next morning. Therefore, Yan Xiaoning definitely contributed a lot to the rapid construction of Yanhuang College. Of course. I'm not bragging. Who are you? Mo Lingwei said proudly, then looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked. Yan Xiaoning was about to say something, but Li Zishuan immediately interrupted him, cough cough. Ink girl, let me introduce you. This is the son of the famous Minister of Works, Minister Yan. Brother Xiaoning's achievements in landscape architecture are deeply taught by Minister Yan. Don't you think that Yanhuang College is very impressive? This is built by Brother Xiaoning himself. Isn't it amazing? Li Zishuan wouldn't let go of this opportunity since it was rare for someone to take the bullet for him. He praised Yan Xiaoning as if he was the only genius in the world. Mo Lingwei turned her head to look at Yanhuang College before shifting her gaze back to Yan Xiaoning. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Wow! Although you're a little ugly, you're pretty good. Compared to Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning's looks were indeed slightly inferior. However, Yan Xiaoning was definitely not ugly. You! Yan Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. No one liked being called ugly. If someone he knew said that to him, he would definitely retort. However, he did not know this girl in front of him. How could he have the nerve to retort? Moreover, he had to admit that this girl was quite pretty. Of course, our classmate Yan Xiaoning would never admit that the last one was the main reason. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoning, this is the daughter of the Mo family's magnate. She's quite proficient in the Mo family's techniques. I think the two of you must have a lot in common. Well, you guys can chat first. I have to go in and grade the papers. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and introduced Mo Lingwei to Yan Xiaoning. Then, he used the cloud-piercing steps and disappeared instantly. What a joke. If he really wanted to run, there were not many people in Chang'an City who could stop him. Li Zishuan left rather confidently, but he left behind a man and a woman staring at each other with their big eyes. Ink girl, did you come to the academy for something? After a long awkward silence, Yan Xiaoning took the initiative to ask. Mo Lingwei seemed to have felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She bit her lips and said softly, there's something. But it's nothing much. Yan Xiaoning was confused. What did she mean? After a long while, he said, we can't just stand here like this. Why don't I bring you to my office to take a look? You have an office? Mo Lingwei tilted her head and thought for a while before asking curiously. It wasn't like she hadn't been to Yanhuang College. Of course, she knew what an office was. It was because she knew that she was so surprised. Because in Yanhuang College, only teachers like her father who were team leaders and above had their own offices. She didn't expect Yan Xiaoning to have his own office in Yanhuang College at such a young age. Hey! Of course. Let's go, I'll bring you to take a look. Yan Xiaoning finally found something to be proud of in front of a beauty. He said proudly. His office was on the 9th floor to the left of the Guanghua building. On the right of the 10th floor was Li Zishuan's office. The left of the 10th floor was obviously reserved for Li Zishuan. After all, the left was the most respected at this time. They still had to give Li Zishuan some face. No. My father doesn't like me going to the college all the time. If he sees me, he'll definitely be unhappy. Mo Lingwei was about to follow Yan Xiaoning in when she suddenly thought of Mo Huai. Her expression instantly darkened as she angrily kicked the pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot and said. Why is that? Yan Xiaoning, who had always been lacking in EQ, found it hard to understand. He was puzzled. Isn't it because I'm a girl? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said angrily. Yan Xiaoning seemed to have understood something. He thought for a while and said, it's okay. Ink girl, don't worry and go in. If Mr. Mo asks, I'll say that I invited you over to study how to drill wood to start a fire. To study how to use ice to start a fire. Yan Xiaoning made a slip of the tongue and almost said drilling wood to start a fire. Although he didn't know what the joke was, judging from Li Zishuan's embarrassed expression just now, these 4 words were obviously not as simple as they seemed. He. Okay. Then it's settled. I'll teach you how to use ice to start a fire. You'll have to help me explain it to my father. Okay? Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she instantly giggled happily. She was originally full of talent and knowledge, but Li Zishuan completely ignored her and avoided her like the plague. This made her angry and helpless. Now, it was rare for someone as good as Li Zishuan to acknowledge her and was even willing to help her persuade her father. Of course, she was happy. Yan Xiaoning naturally agreed. Thus, the 2 young men and women who met for the first time didn't even exchange 20 sentences in total before they went to the office together. Yes, the office. Li Zishuan would never have thought that the engineering genius Yan Xiaoning, who had always had a negative EQ, would be so extraordinarily effective in flirting with girls even though his flirting method seemed clumsy. He had to admit that this was a true flirting expert. Chapter 678. Yamacho, is there a problem with the grading criteria? Li Zishuan had chatted with Mo Lingwei for a long time at the entrance of the academy. When he arrived at the academy, he found that the teachers of the academy had already begun grading the papers in the office. When he passed by the geography department's office, Tang Yu, who was inside, hurriedly ran out and asked. Li Zishuan paused and asked subconsciously, "What's the problem?" "Let me see." Tang Yu handed the paper in his hand to Li Zishuan and said, "This is the grading criteria for the moral character test. Yamacho, why did you specify that the scores for each choice are different? For example, in the first question, why did those who chose Jianghu only get 1 point, Xiangzhou 2 points, Bingzhou 3 points, Luoyang 4 points, and Chang'an 5 points? Li Zishuan looked at Tang Yu strangely and answered matter-of-factly, "If a person only wants to be content with a small corner and doesn't dare to go to a big city to work hard and gain experience, why would our Yanhuang College want such a timid person?" Tang Yu was stunned, but he couldn't help but ask, But Yamacho, you said on the question that there is no right or wrong choice." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, there is no right choice. So, no matter what they choose, they will get a point." Tang Yu opened his mouth and said unhappily, "But the question also said that there is no right or wrong choice." Li Zishuan was speechless. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have grabbed Tang Yu and said to everyone, "Come on. There is an honest person here. Everyone, come and bully him." Glancing into the office, Li Zishuan found that although many people were grading the papers on the surface, their eyes were always inadvertently glancing over. Obviously, Tang Yu was not the only honest person. He thought for a moment and said, "If I didn't write this in the question, how could the examinees answer the questions according to their true thoughts?" Tang Yu. He didn't know if he should curse in his heart. Not only Tang Yu, but all the teachers in the geography department's office were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Zishuan, a Yamacho, to be so shameless. But, Yamacho, aren't you lying? As a teacher, how can I set a bad example for my students? Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to leave, Tang Yu mustered up his courage and shouted. Li Zishuan paused. The teachers in the office held their breaths and couldn't help swallowing. They thought to themselves, Tang Yu is probably finished this time. How dare he talk to Yamacho like that? However, the reality was not as they had imagined. Li Zishuan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I don't lie to them, won't they lie to me on the test paper in order to get high marks? It's also a lie, but my lie is to prevent these thousands of students from lying. Mr. Tang, don't you think it's necessary for me to tell this lie?" Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless. Seeing that Tang Yu had nothing to say, Li Zishuan smiled and turned to leave. In fact, this guy himself somewhat admired what he had just said. The reason was very strong, so strong that no one could refute it. At the same time, in the imperial court of Taiji Palace. Obviously, the morning court had been going on for some time. At this time, Li Er looked at the ministers and said lightly, Yanhuang College has just opened. I want to appoint the Crown Prince as the superintendent. In the name of the superintendent, I will inspect Yanhuang College for a month. What do you think? His tone was rather flat, but the content was not flat at all. When the ministers in the hall heard this, they immediately burst into an uproar, whispering to each other in private. Only Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling and a few others remained expressionless. Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. Minister Cui Shanyu of the Honglu Temple stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, what's inappropriate? Hearing that Li Er's tone was a little unfriendly, Cui Shanyu trembled and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he still forced himself to say, the Crown Prince is the heir of a country, but Yanhuang College is a place to teach engineering. I'm afraid this will shake people's hearts. Li Er's face was gloomy and said, then tell me, whose heart did I shake? This, Cui Shanyu was suddenly speechless. The ministers in the hall were suddenly silent. At this time, they understood that Li Er did not come with good intentions today. The matter of sending Li Qingxian to the Yanhuang Academy was more of a notice than a discussion between Li Er and them. This was because there seemed to be no room for discussion. You won't say? Then I'll say it for you. Seeing that Cui Shanyu lowered his head and did not dare to speak, Li Er suddenly stood up and pointed at Cui Shanyu, saying, you said my actions will shake people's hearts. I guess you think I'm shaking the roots of Confucianism, shaking the foundations of the aristocratic families, cough cough, let's not talk about gays, old Li has committed a taboo? I've already said in the court that as long as it's useful to my Tang dynasty and can make my Tang dynasty stronger, I'm willing to accept it. I have no intention of stirring up a dispute between schools of thought. Confucianism has always been orthodox. In comparison, engineering is only a tool to make the country stronger. I'm letting Qingxian go to Yanhuang College to let him go to the sword of the world that is engineering, so that he can fully use it in the future to make my Tang dynasty stronger. However, some of you keep thinking that I'm shaking the foundations of Confucianism. Do you understand that first there is the country, then there will be Confucianism and engineering? Cui Shanyu, you're my minister first, then you're a disciple of Confucianism. If there comes a day when the Tang dynasty is weak and falls into the hands of other races, where can Confucianism spread? Don't tell me you want us to be the dogs of other races that enslave us Han people. These familiar words were basically used by Li Er to reprimand Di Xiaoxiu yesterday. Today, Di Xiaoxiu did not come because Li Er punished him to reflect on his mistakes in isolation for a month. Otherwise, old man Di would definitely find it very familiar. This old minister does not dare. Di Xiaoxiu might have heard these words, but Cui Shanyu had not. All the ministers in the court had not heard of it either. Therefore, when Li Er said these harsh words, the entire court was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Cui Shanyu was sweating profusely as he bowed and asked for forgiveness. This subject is terrified. The other ministers also cupped their hands and said. Li Er snorted and waved his sleeves, saying, I've decided. Qingxian will prepare to supervise Yanhuang College starting tomorrow and return to court in a month. This subject obeys the decree. Li Qingxian bowed and said. Dear ministers, if you have something to report, court is dismissed. Li Er said coldly. Everyone saw that he was unhappy. Moreover, in today's morning court, the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others did not say anything. They did not dare to persuade him anymore and could only give up. Court is dismissed. Seeing this, the eunuch holding the brush sensibly called out. All the ministers bowed and saluted. Li Er waved his hand and turned to leave. Chapter 679. The news of Li Er allowing Li Qingxian to stay in Yanhuang College for a month caused quite a stir among the upper echelons of Tang dynasty. After all, the crown prince was the heir to the throne. His actions would directly affect the future direction of the empire. Didn't they, as officials, want to confer titles to their wives and children to ensure that their families would continue to prosper? If they couldn't grasp the thoughts of the emperor and grasp the future direction of the imperial court, then their families might fall behind or even be pushed out of the imperial court. Thus, after the morning assembly, many people gathered at Zhangsun Wuji's house. Old Master, Assistant Minister He from the Ministry of Personnel, Assistant Minister Yuan from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Junior Supervisor Huang from the Ministry of Secretaries, and Assistant Minister Zhang from the Taifu Temple are outside the residence seeking an audience. In the Duke Xiao residence, a middle-aged man who looked like a servant came to the study and reported with a bow. Zhangsun Wuji frowned. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Don't see them. Tell them that I'm tired and ask them to return to their own duties. Don't let down the emperor's trust in them and don't become the emperor's stumbling block." "Yes, old master." The servant bowed and received the order before slowly retreating. "Father, why did you?" After the servant left, Zhang Sun Chong couldn't help but ask. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand and interrupted, "You don't have to care about this. Chong, let father ask you, how do you feel about the Yanhuang College examination this time? Do you have the confidence to pass?" Zhang Sun Chong was taken aback. With an embarrassed expression, he said weakly, "Father, I'm confident that I can get full marks for this examination. However, I'm not sure about the moral character test and mathematics test. Now, I don't know the correct answer, so I don't dare to say that I have the confidence to pass the examination to Yanhuang College." Moral character test? This was something that was mentioned on Datong Daily before. Thus, Zhang Sun Wuji had some impression of it. He frowned and said, "What's there to be uncertain about? Don't tell me you're afraid that Li Zishuan won't be able to pass with your character. Tell father, what questions are there?" "Yes, father." Zhang Sun Chong made a sound of agreement. Then he recalled a little and said, "I remember that the moral character test questions said that there was no right or wrong, good or bad choices in all the questions. Please choose according to your own real situation. Even so, I had my doubts at the time. The first question should be like this: which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Jianghu B. Xiangzhou C. Bingzhou D. Luoyang E. Chang'an. Zhang Sun Wuji's frown deepened. Even though he was well versed in history and had read through all the weird questions in the various dynasties, he had never seen such a weird question before. "Chonger, what did you choose?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Sun Wuji asked. "I've lived in Chang'an since I was young. Of course, I'd choose Chang'an." Zhang Sun Chong said matter-of-factly. Zhang Sun Wuji. "Then tell me about the second question." Zhang Sun Chong nodded and said, "The second question is, if you could become one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat B. Horse C. Elephant D. Monkey E. Dog F. Tiger." Back then, I chose tiger because the first few choices were too unbearable. Zhang Sun Wuji was enlightened and said, "I understand now. That question said that all the choices are not good or bad, right or wrong. It's all bullsh*t. Li Zishuan, this brat, is brilliant. He's testing your hearts. He wants all of you to put down your guard so that you can show your truest side to him. Then, he can choose the person he wants from among you. I've underestimated this person. SSSS. Then, father, is there any problem with my choice?" Hearing how terrifying his father's words were, Zhang Sun Chong took in a deep breath of cold air and quickly asked. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Based on your nature, it's definitely not a problem for you to pass this moral test. I'm just a little surprised. Li Zishuan's temperament, methods, martial arts, and abilities are all the most outstanding in your generation. Such a person, you can either be friends with him or be enemies with him. Then, you must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I'm old, which one of you can be his opponent? Zhang Sun Chang's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and said, I didn't say that I have to be enemies with him. Chong, when you go to Yanhuang College, see if you can get along well with him. It'll be good if you can, but it's fine if you can't. Our Zhangsun family has no reason to be afraid of him. It's just that the current emperor's thoughts are always on that kid. Now that times have changed, it might not be a bad thing for you to get in touch with engineering. Besides, the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are also in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong clasped his hands and said, Yes, father. I understand. Go and do your work. Zhang Sun Wuji said indifferently. Zhang Sun Chong responded and left the study room, leaving Zhang Sun Wuji alone with his eyes closed. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji was definitely not a defender of Confucianism. He only cared about his own interests. As for which school was the orthodox, he didn't care at all. He was a pure egoist. Thus, when he noticed that Li Er had the intention to raise the status of engineering in Yanhuang College, Zhang Sun Wuji didn't hesitate to throw out his olive branch and send his son to Yanhuang College. This was the foresight of an old fox. When the other court officials reacted, Zhang Sun Wuji had already walked further and further away from the path of treason. Furthermore, he benefited greatly from it. He would forever be the man who ate the fish head and body. As for the fish tail, it was naturally left for those short-sighted people to eat. Brother Crown Prince, I heard that you are also going to Yanhuang College. Eastern Palace. Li Qingxian had just returned from the morning assembly and rested for a short while when Chang'e came to his door and asked. Yo! Chang'e, when did you start to care about court politics? You got the news so quickly? Li Qingxian couldn't help but rub his sister's head and laugh. Chang'e slapped Li Qingxian's hand away and said unhappily, Chang'e doesn't care about court politics. That's your men's business. I only heard that Brother Crown Prince is also going to Yanhuang College, so I came to ask. Oh. Li Qingxian replied with an oh. Then, he smiled and explained, you can't say that I'm going to Yanhuang College. After all, I have to return to the palace in a month. I can't stay in Yanhuang College forever like Qing Ke. So that's the case. Chang'e suddenly understood. Then, the little girl said with some worry, but if that's the case, Chang'e will be left alone in the palace. It's so boring. P.S. Not included in total word count looking for subscriptions, looking for monthly votes. My brothers all said that the updates these 2 days weren't good. Actually, the subscriptions are the worst. Looking at the rapid drop in subscriptions every day, it's already not easy for swordsmen to still be able to update 3 or 4 times a day. In the past, they would always update 2 times a day. So, friends who read pirated versions, please come back and subscribe. It's just a few cents. Everyone's support is the motivation for swordsmen to work hard to update. Thank you. Chapter 680. In the East Palace. Li Qingxian couldn't bear to see Chang'e's pitiful look. Besides, what she said was indeed reasonable. Now that he, Li Tai, and Li Ku had all gone to Yanhuang College, there were basically no people of the same age who could play with Chang'e in the palace. So he thought for a while and said, Yanhuang Academy will have a military training next month. Father must like it very much. Chang'e, you can ask father to take you along to have fun. Won't that be enough? Hearing this, Chang'e's eyes suddenly curved into small crescents. She nodded happily and said, Yes, thank you, Brother Crown Prince. After saying that, the little girl turned and left. Li Qingxian looked at Chang'e's back and pinched his chin thoughtfully. Crown Prince is going to live in Yanhuang College? In the D Mansion. It was almost noon when Di Xiaoxiu, who was thinking about his mistakes behind closed doors at home, received the news. He muttered to himself alone under the pavilion in the courtyard. It's getting harder and harder to guess His Majesty's thoughts now. If Crown Prince really goes to Yanhuang College, then the status of engineering and Yanhuang College. Thinking of this, Di Xiaoxiu ordered in a low voice, "Let Jixuan come here." "Yes, master." The servant next to him hurriedly bowed and received the order. About a quarter of an hour later, Di Jixuan came over sleepily. "Oh. Father, I heard that you called me." Di Jixuan said listlessly. Di Xiaoxiu, who was about to get down to business, couldn't help but frown when he saw his son like this. He said, "What time is it now? Did you just get up?" Anyway, he had just been beaten up yesterday, so now Di Jixuan was even more thick-skinned. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and said, "Father, you don't let me go out. What can I do now except sleep at home?" He had planned to go to Yanhuang College tomorrow to see the results, but Di Xiaoxiu had just been grounded by Li Er yesterday. After knowing that this bastard of a son still had such thoughts, he immediately added 2 more days of confinement to Di Jixuan. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why he woke up so late. It was because he had stayed up all night reading novels. Di Jixuan had been preparing for the exam of Yanhuang College for the past 2 months, so he had put aside the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had been reading. After the exam yesterday, of course, he would take out the mortal that he had been keeping for so long and continue reading. In the end, Di Jixuan was completely dumbfounded when he saw it. F***ck, what the hell is with 15 pages of Immortal in every issue of the newspaper? Is this Leather Knight crazy? He then glanced at the other issues of the newspaper. In the end, each issue had 15 chapters. After more than 2 months, he had accumulated nearly 1,000 chapters. 1,000 chapters. At that moment, Di Jixuan felt that he was going crazy. He was so happy that he even forgot that he had been beaten up. He immediately immersed himself in the world of immortals. The candlelight in the side room of the rear courtyard of the Di residence had been lit for the entire night. It wasn't that Di Jixuan didn't want to sleep. He was also sleepy. However, Mortals was getting more and more exciting as it went on. He couldn't bear to sleep at all. It wasn't until dawn that he couldn't take it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Even so, Di Jixuan still had more than 800 chapters to read. Don't compare the speed of most modern people to the ancients. Modern ebooks turn pages very quickly. The ancients definitely couldn't compare with the speed of reading. At this moment, when he heard Di Jixuan's words, Di Xiaoxiu was suddenly speechless. He pointed at his unfilial son and was so angry that he couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, old man Di calmed down and directly talked about business. "I called you here to ask you if you really don't have the confidence to get into Yanhuang College?" Di Jixuan was stunned and thought, why is it this question again? Could it be that my father wants to find an excuse to beat me up again? I won't give him a chance. Father, I was afraid that you would be angry yesterday, so I deliberately said that I didn't do well in the exam. Actually, I did quite well this time. Di Jixuan was thinking that he was beaten up yesterday when he said that he didn't do well in the exam. So, if he said that he did well today, he wouldn't be beaten up, right? If he was beaten up again, then he could only say that his father was deliberately targeting him. What? You said that you did well in the exam this time? That means that you are very likely to get into Yanhuang College. Di Xiaoxiu's expression changed drastically when he heard this. It wasn't that he became gloomy, but that he became extremely complicated. There was shock, excitement, and even a trace of fear. Anyway, as long as Di Jixuan could remember, he had never seen his father show so many expressions on his face at the same time. Yes. Father, what's wrong? Di Jixuan took 2 steps back and kept a safe distance from Di Xiaoxiu. Then, he asked in confusion. Phew. Sun, Well, I shouldn't have punished you yesterday. Since you are now confident that you can get into Yanhuang College, then you should prepare well. Di Xiaoxiu's expression changed. In the end, he became a kind and gentle father as he smiled gently at Di Zhixuan. However, this Sun scared Di Zhixuan quite a bit. He shook his head and secretly pinched his thigh. After confirming that he wasn't in a dream, Di Zhixuan asked in confusion, "Father, what do you want me to prepare?" Di Xiaoxiu, "Prepare to enter the college, of course." Di Zhixuan widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Father, didn't you say that you didn't want me to go to Yanhuang College?" Di Xiaoxiu's face immediately became a little unnatural. He stroked his beard and said, "Father has thought it through. Since Sun wants to go to Yanhuang College so much, Father will fulfill your wish. It's not impossible for you to study mathematics and become an official in the future." Di Zhixuan turned around and looked at the sun in the sky. Di Xiaoxiu was puzzled and asked, "Sun, what are you looking at?" Di Zhixuan swallowed and said, "I've already confirmed that I'm not dreaming, so I want to see if the sun rises from the west today." Di Xiaoxiu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He almost scolded him as an unfilial son again, but he forced himself not to say those 2 words. Di Zhixuan said awkwardly, "Cough, cough, cough. Father, don't be angry. I'm just joking." Di Xiaoxiu glared at his son. Suddenly, he remembered something and said quickly, "Oh, right, Sun, Don't tell anyone about the punishment I gave you yesterday. This old man will tell the servants later. Do you understand?" "Why?" Di Zhixuan naturally wouldn't tell anyone about this embarrassing incident, but he was still a little curious as to why his father would specifically tell him about it. Di Xiaoxiu pursed his lips and pondered for a while. Then, he said, "Don't wash your dirty linen in public." Chapter 681. Yanhuang College, noon. "Mr. Yan, how's the progress of grading the various departments' papers? Can you finish all of them before nightfall?" In the conference room, Li Zishuan asked while eating. He had long forgotten about not talking while eating and sleeping. "Oh, probably less than 50%. I think I can finish it before nightfall if I hurry up." Yan Silu was not as rude as Li Zishuan. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he spoke unhurriedly. The busiest people in the morning were Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yan Silu, Su Hongji, Xiao Deyan, and Mo Huai, who were eating in the conference room. Not only did they have to grade the papers themselves, but they also had to do a good job of coordinating and directing in order to maximize efficiency. They could not even spare time for lunch. It was Mo Zhong and Mo Yun who helped them bring the food back from the cafeteria. However, Li Zishuan was a little too much. The food he ate was specially cooked for him by Han Yushi. Naturally, it was not comparable to the big pot of rice in the cafeteria. The tempting color and rich aroma made even Li Gang unable to resist picking up a few pieces with his chopsticks. "Well, this speed is not good. Not only do we have to finish grading the papers today, but we also have to tally all the students' results. Then, the workshop can rush the list overnight. How about this? I'll hurry up in the afternoon. Mr. Yen, take a look at which department has the most papers backlogged. When the time comes, you can send some of them to me." Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that it was still too slow. Thus, he said to Yan Silu. Obviously, this guy was ready to cheat. He spent most of the morning assigning tasks to the various departments. But now, he felt that it would be better to hand over the command to Li Gang and Yan Silu, and go down to the underground to cheat himself. With his speed, he could do the work of 10 people. Yan Silu was silent for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay. I'm old, I'm not as energetic as a young man like you. But don't force yourself, your health is the most important." At this moment, Li Gang said with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I know what I'm doing. What? The Crown Prince is also coming to Yanhuang College? After lunch, Li Zishuan didn't take a break. He went back to his office with the stack of test papers that Yen Silu gave him. As for why he didn't grade with the other teachers, it was entirely because he was afraid that his abnormal grading speed would frighten others. After a while, Pang Feiji walked in quietly and told him a very important piece of news. Yes, Lord Zhu. This happened in the morning court. Anyone in Chang and who is slightly well-informed knows about it. Pang Feiji bowed and replied. Li Zishuan stopped writing and frowned. After a while, he said, Okay, I got it. Feiji, you can go and do your work. This subordinate will take his leave. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and slowly left. In the office, Li Zishuan rubbed his head. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. He muttered, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Is old Li helping me, or is he purposely causing trouble? How, you? Are you confident about this exam? I heard that Yanhuang College had more than 2,000 examinees taking the exam yesterday. South of Chang'an City, Gi Lane, Meng family's courtyard. Mother Meng saw that Meng Wenhao didn't seem worried at all. He was even helping Yaya modify the scooter that they bought from the workshop. She couldn't help but ask. Meng Wenhao patted his little sister's head, then turned to his mother and said, Mother. I've never worried about whether or not I can pass the exam. I'm only thinking about my ranking this time. Although there were a lot of examinees yesterday, the questions set by Mr. Meng gave me a huge advantage. Mother, you don't have to worry anymore. Meng Wenhao had been working as an accountant for more than a month at Minister Hu's house. He had earned a lot of money, so the Meng family's situation had improved a lot. That was why Yaya had a scooter to play with. However, because of Hu Qingwan, Meng Wenhao still persuaded his mother, who had been working at Minister Hu's house, to leave the Hu family. In his opinion, since he wasn't interested in Hu Qingwan, he shouldn't provoke her and cause her to think about him. In the end, it would be even more hurtful to her. But how, you didn't have much time to revise for the past 2 months. Now that you've left the Imperial College, if you still can't get into Yanhuang College, then you'll have no way out. As the saying goes, one's mind is clouded by concern. Thinking of Meng Wenhao's previous revision time and current situation, Mother Meng was still very worried. Meng Wenhao smiled slightly and very patiently comforted her, Mother. Although I worked at Minister Hu's house for more than a month and helped out at the college for more than 10 days, I didn't fall behind in my homework. You don't have to worry anymore. Tomorrow, the college will release the results. Just wait and see. Your son will definitely win glory for you and father. Mother Meng calmed down a lot when she saw her son being so confident. She smiled and said, as long as you can get in, it's fine. At first, I thought that Yanhuang College was a rundown college that no one wanted to go to. I didn't expect it to be so popular today. Not only did all the scholars in the Tang dynasty come, but I also heard that the sons of Wei Wang, Han Wang, Duke Zhao, and Master Fong all went to take the exam yesterday. My Hao has good taste. Meng Wenhao heard this and laughed, Mother, you don't have to believe me, but you can't not believe Mr. Li. He has always been a person who is good at creating miracles. Mother Meng thought seriously and said after a while, that's true. Mr. Li is really an amazing person. Brother is also amazing. Brother is the best. Yaya, who was next to Meng Wenhao, laughed happily. Ha! Our Yaya is also very good. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but pinch his sister's face and smile knowingly. The results of Yanhuang College's entrance exam this time could be said to be highly anticipated. After the exam yesterday, the examinees from all over the country went to Ping Kong Lane to indulge themselves. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would hear from the brothel girls about this year's August 15th, when there was a full moon night and thousands of girls in Ping Kong Lane were chasing the heavenly fairy. As a result, many scholars worshipped the legendary Yamacho of Yanhuang College and looked forward to the release of the results of Yanhuang College tomorrow. The most direct manifestation of this was that the streets, restaurants, and tea houses of Chang'an were all talking about yesterday's exam. Many people were arguing endlessly about the answers to some of the exam questions. It was very lively. Chapter 682. Yanhuang College, which was the center of the topic, was busy at the moment. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had been going in and out of Li Zishuan's office several times. One of the brothers specifically went downstairs to help Li Zishuan pick up the test papers, while the other went upstairs to take down the test papers that Li Zishuan had already marked. With such speed, Yan Silu, Li Gang, and the others had already been shocked to the point of numbness. At first, they did suspect that Li Zishuan's speed was so fast that there must be a lot of mistakes. But after Li Gang and Yan Silu jointly checked more than a dozen test papers and didn't find a single mistake, they were completely convinced. They could only classify Li Zishuan as an inhuman. After the other teachers of the various departments heard the news, their admiration for Li Zishuan couldn't be any higher. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan finished marking the test papers on his desk, but Mo Zhong didn't send in any new test papers. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Mo Zhong smiled and said, "Yamacho, Mr. Li Gang said that all the test papers have been marked. He said that if you're done here, please go down and count the results together." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Finished so soon? Okay, I'll go down now." After saying that, he tidied up the test papers. Mo Zhong was very perceptive and came over to help take them away, evil bureaucracy, and the few of them went downstairs. Remove the name stickers and let the teachers of the various departments start counting the scores. Remember to bring the exam number of each student. After counting, send it to the mathematics department and let the teachers convert the total score of each student into a 100-point system according to the proportion of each subject's score. Finally, send the final result to me. After going downstairs and making sure that all the test papers had been marked, Li Zishuan ordered. There were more than 2,000 students participating in the entrance exam this time, and it was inevitable that there would be many people with the same name. At this time, many people began to admire Li Zishuan's exam number system. Otherwise, it would be a mess now. Okay. This won't take much time. Yan Silu said with a smile. Li Zishuan felt that there was no need for him to help with such a small and delicate task, so he took the opportunity to go out and get some fresh air. The previous heavy workload made him feel a little tired. There were still too few talents in the academy. Yamacho, the scores of all the students have been tabulated. 2 hours later, Mo Zhong came over and said in a low voice. I'll go and take a look. Li Zishuan nodded lightly and walked towards Guanghua Building. When Li Zishuan was still a dozen steps away from the conference room, he heard Li Gang's laughter. I didn't expect this batch of students to achieve such results with only 2 months of preparation time. It's really unexpected. Yan Silu agreed. Yeah. And what's even more shocking is that 21 of the top 50 students are actually from Yamacho's School of Mathematics. That's terrifying. This is in the information I have. After all, mathematics takes up as much as 50% of the questions in this entrance exam. This was Su Hongji's voice. Hey! I guess Yamacho didn't expect that one of the top 3 students isn't from the School of Mathematics, right? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Wang Ji's last sentence. He quickened his pace and walked in. Who is it? Let me see who's in the top 3. Before Li Zishuan had even entered the room, his voice had already reached them. Li Zishuan's anxious voice had already reached them. Under his tutelage, many mathematics experts emerged from the previous students of the School of Mathematics. Therefore, Li Zishuan was not too surprised that the former students of the School of Mathematics could enter the top 3. What really surprised him was that there were actually others who could break through and squeeze into the top 3. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yamacho is here. Everyone heard and hurriedly made a path. Li Zishuan realized that the originally spacious conference room was actually so crowded. It turned out that more than 70 teachers were all here. Where are the students' results? Let me see. Li Zishuan didn't reprimand these teachers for leaving their posts because they didn't have anything important to do at this time. He just asked lightly. It's here. Yamacho, take a look. This old man will guarantee that you'll be shocked after you read it. Yen Silu handed over a small booklet with a smile. Li Zishuan took it and flipped through it. His pupils suddenly shrank and he said in surprise, Who is this person? Hurry up and get this person's student record. Early the next morning, as soon as the city gates opened, some scholars went out of the city and went straight to Yanhuang College. Obviously, they were going to look at the results. Originally, the results were said to be released at 7:45 a.m., 8 a.m., so it was useless for them to come so early. They could only wait at the entrance of the college. However, some people were really willing to wait. They liked the feeling of being the first to witness the results. It was just like when countless examinees sat in front of the computer and refreshed the web page over and over again before the results of the modern college entrance examination were released. Feichen, why did you ask us to come so early? Yanhuang College's gates aren't even open yet. The Jinyu trio was also one of the early teams. Chen Tianhua looked at the situation and was immediately dissatisfied. He. Aren't I afraid that the college will release the results early? Since we're already here, there's no harm in waiting here. And Tianhua, even if you don't come now, you probably won't be able to sleep at home. Don't you think so? Liao Feichen said embarrassedly. Chen Tianhua said unhappily, What do you mean I won't be able to sleep? I think you're the one who can't sleep. Why did you have to drag me and Hong Yi along with you to go crazy? Hua Hongyi waved his folding fan and smiled elegantly. He. Since we're already here, what's the point of saying more? The scenery on Yunshan is unique. The 3 of us sitting here and discussing the Tao is also a beautiful thing. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were speechless. Who would want to discuss the Tao with Hua Hongyi at this time? No, I say, there's still an hour before the results are released. Why are we in such a hurry? Yunshan was packed with people, so the path to Yunshan was naturally congested. Smart people would not choose to ride a carriage, so the 2 princes, Li Tai and Li Ku, each rode a light horse and rushed towards Yunshan. On the way, Li Tai could feel that the horse under him was about to collapse. He couldn't help but complain to Li Ku. Li Ku said, Tai, we have to hurry. Think about it, there are more than 2,000 candidates this time. If we don't go early, how can we see the rankings later? And didn't you say before that the Yamacho doesn't like us using our identities to cut the queue? How can we not run faster? Li Tai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Then can't we send 2 guards to help us see? Yes, this is the result of my 2 months of hard work. I want to see the results with my own eyes. Chapter 683. F***CK. There are so many people. After ascending the cloud mountain, Li Tai, who thought he had arrived early, was dumbfounded when he saw the crowd in front of the academy. Among the crowd, there were students who came to take the exam the day before, students' family members, and some who came to watch the fun. The latter made up a significant portion of the crowd. Li Ku said gloomily, How is it? Ku? Did I hit the nail on the head? We won't be able to squeeze in later. No one would have thought that the dignified King of Wei and King of Han would be stuck outside because of the crowd. If news of this got out, it would probably shock everyone. What's the use of complaining now? Let's think of a way to get in first. Li Tai said as he tiptoed to look ahead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Ku! Sun Zifen, Iron Egg, and the others are in front. Let's go to them. Hurry up and follow. With that said, the humanoid titan took the lead and cleared up a bloody path for Li Ku. Ah Tai, wait for me. Li Ku came to his senses and hurried to follow. Brother. There are so many people, how are we going to squeeze in? Meng Wenhao was also here to look at the results today, and his little sister, Yaya, also came with him. Looking at the sea of people in front of them, Yaya wrinkled her little nose and looked up. Meng Wenhao thought for a moment and said, then let's wait for them to finish before we look. When the gates of the academy open, brother will bring Yaya to other places in the academy to play, okay? If he had come alone, he definitely would not have had too many misgivings. However, in the current situation, Meng Wenhao was afraid that these people would go crazy and squeeze Yaya until she got hurt. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. After all, he was not worried about his results at all. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. This academy is so beautiful, Yaya wants to go in and take a look. Yaya was simple-minded and didn't think too much. The little girl looked at the magnificent Yanhuang College and shouted excitedly. Yamacho, the list has been hung. Do you want to let the students in? In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Mo Zhong walked in and bowed slightly to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan asked casually, well, what time is it now? There were no clocks in this era, so the only way to tell the time was by looking at the position of the sun. Li Zishuan said that he couldn't do it. It's about 4:45 in the morning. Mo Zhong said after some thought. Then let them come in. In addition, Mo Zhong, bring some people to the sports field in advance for the opening ceremony in the afternoon. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong made a sound of agreement and retreated. Li Gang said, I saw that the students this time had good results, but Yamacho only accepted 640 of them. Why didn't you accept more? That's right. Wouldn't it be a pity to let so many outstanding students leave? Yen Silu chimed in. Li Zishuan tapped the table gently with his finger and said after a while, you don't know. The two of you may not know this, but although these students have less time to prepare, the overall difficulty of this exam is relatively low. 52 marks is already the limit I can tolerate. In my opinion, if they can't even get 52 marks, then I feel that they didn't prepare well or have no talent. It would be irresponsible to recruit them. Li Gang and Yen Silu were silent. It's open. It's open. It's finally open. Hey! Don't push me. Don't push me. I came first. At the entrance of the academy, just as everyone was chatting in full swing, the crowd saw two men in black walking towards the entrance. The crowd instantly became restless. Yamacho said, don't push. Line up and come in one by one. Otherwise, they won't open the door today. Mo Zhong saw the momentum of the students outside, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He quickly shouted. Needless to say, this roar was really useful at the critical moment. The crowd immediately quieted down, and they all began to line up. Only then did Mo Zhong open the academy's gates, and the students filed in order. Where's the list? Where is it? It's in front. It's so big. Are you blind? Hiss. So that's the list. I thought it was the red silk that Yanhuang College hung for today's opening ceremony. TSK. Ignorant. Damn. You're F***king knowledgeable. Why didn't you say so when you were outside the gate? The result list this time was made by the workshop with a giant red cloth. Because of its size, it could only be hung on the outer walls of the Guanghua building. At first, some candidates did see it through the cracks of the iron gate of the college, but they didn't think about it. After a while, the thousands of people arrived in front of the Guanghua building. Looking up at the giant honor list, everyone hurriedly tried to find their position on it. Oh my God! Ah Tai, you're first place. First place among more than 2,000 candidates. That's amazing. Li Ku, Tai Dan, and Sun Zifan were standing at the front, and the list was as tall as a person, so it was easy for Li Ku to see the words on it. When he saw the name of the person who was ranked first, he was shocked. Oh my God! Qingke, you're amazing. Sun Zifan took a closer look and was immediately stunned. Hearing that, Li Tai looked at the list and saw that it said, Zhengguan First Year Autumn, Yanhuang College Entrance Exam Results List, First place Li Tai 100 points, Second place Li Yan 98 points, Third place Meng Wenhao 96 points, Fourth place Jia Jiayin 93 points, Fifth place Kushirqing 90 points. The moment he saw that he was first place, Li Tai was indeed very happy. However, when he saw the next few rankings, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is this Li Yan?" He squeezed out Meng Wenhao and jumped to second place. Li Tai undoubtedly had a unique advantage in this exam. First of all, he was extremely intelligent since he was young. Being in the royal family, there was no lack of famous teachers teaching him, so his knowledge of classics was naturally outstanding. Secondly, he was very interested in new mathematics. When he was in the mathematics school, his results had always been one of the best. Therefore, it was completely reasonable that he could get first place this time. In contrast, Meng Wenhao's overall score might not be as good as his because he was slightly inferior in the study of classics. But in any case, Li Tai didn't expect that there would be someone he didn't know who could squeeze out Meng Wenhao. This was unbelievable. Ah Tai, I remember that the Imperial Father just appointed Li Chunfeng to the Imperial Historian Bureau this year. His son is called Li Yan. Chapter 684. I'm in the 351st place. I'm in the 250th place too. I'm in the 250th place. Yanhuang College, in front of Guanghua Building. Regardless of whether the results were good or bad, the examinees were generally happy. Those who didn't find their names naturally kept their mouths shut and stared at the huge list with shining eyes. Hey! Iron Egg, I didn't expect our scores to be the same. It seems that I've improved during this time. Sun Zifan pointed to the middle of the list and smiled proudly at Iron Egg. When he was in the mathematics school, Iron Egg's results were always in the top 5 even though he wasn't in the first place. Sun Zifan, on the other hand, was always in the lower middle. Now that he finally touched Iron Egg's, but how could he not be proud? Iron Egg pursed his lips and stared at the 2 rows of words on the list. 280th place, Iron Egg, 70 points, 281st place, Sun Zifan, 70 points. After staring for a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Brother Zifan, you've improved very quickly. Congratulations." Seeing Iron Egg's sullen face, Sun Zifan coughed twice, wiped away his smile, and asked in a low voice, "Iron Egg, what's wrong with you this time? With your level, this shouldn't be happening." Iron Egg said gloomily, "I don't know how to study Confucian classics, so I didn't get a single point out of the 30%. Didn't get a single point? Does that mean he got full marks in the other parts? What the F***ck? I shouldn't have asked that." Sun Zifan opened his mouth and suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical hit. Hee. Brother Iron Egg, I got in 619th place. Hu Qian looked away from the list and said excitedly to Iron Egg. "Ha! She really passed the exam. That's great. I didn't expect you to be able to get into Yanhuang College at the age of 7. Uncle Hu must be overjoyed." Iron Egg subconsciously glanced at the bottom of the list. When he saw Hu Guiji's name on it, he patted her shoulder and said happily, Yes. Not only will my parents be happy, but my sister will also be happy if she knows." Sun Zifan's eyes lit up. "Your sister? As expected, you have an elder sister?" Scram. Zifan, don't go too far. Iron Egg kicked Sun Ziffin and roared angrily. Hey! This young master really got it, and I'm ranked 18th in the total score. Awesome, awesome. Now, I have a way to report to Dad. In a corner, Di Jixuan looked into the distance and found his name on the 18th place. He couldn't help but be overjoyed at the thought of being able to study in such an amazing college in the future. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Li Zixuan. Although I can still get into Yanhuang College even without the 10 points that Yamacho helped me cheat, my total score would only be 75 points, and my overall ranking would fall to the 200th place. TSK. I have to say, these 10 points are very important to me. I didn't embarrass Dad. Huh. Di Jixuan sighed inwardly and then turned around to leave triumphantly. He had to go home and share this good news with his father. Besides, there were still 6 hours before the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. Tianhua, I got in, 380th place. How about you? Did you find your name? In the crowd, Liao Feichen's neck was sore from looking up. When he finally found his name on the list, he bumped Chen Tianhua's arm and said excitedly. Of course, he didn't mean anything by that. He just hoped that all 3 of them would be able to get into Yanhuang College so that they could take care of each other. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, yeah, I got in too. I'm ranked 120. Wow. Tianhua, you're awesome. Awesome, awesome. Liao Feichen exclaimed. Chen Tianhua shook his head and looked at Hua Hongyi and said, Hongyi, how about you? I was so focused on finding my name that I didn't notice you. Hua Hongyi waved his folding fan and smiled. I got in too. Huh. Now, the 3 of us can finally reunite at Yanhuang College. When the other 2 heard that, they were overjoyed. Liao Feichen asked curiously, Hongyi, what's your rank? Quick, tell us. Looking at this guy's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to compete with Hua Hongyi. Hua Hongyi pointed at a position in front of the list and said, I'm only ranked 58th. Liao Feichen. After being speechless for a while, he roared, get lost. You have to treat me to lunch. Hee hee. Okay. I'll treat you. But I'm embarrassed. How about you lend me 2 strings of money? Forget it. Let's go to the villager's house for lunch. Brother Yanfu, you actually got 40th place. Awesome, awesome. Zhang Sun Chong, Fang Yizhi, Chu Yanfu, and Yuan Shua gathered at the front of the group. Yuan Shua pointed at the list and smiled. Chu Yanfu shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with the result. Yuan Shua, you're not bad either. 102nd place, at least we're not rejected by Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong smiled. Yanfu, you're so humble. Among the 4 of us, I'm 89th place, and Yizhi is 72nd place. You're the only one in front. You definitely won't be able to escape from lunch. Let's go to Zuaxian restaurant. Fang Yizhi smiled and didn't join in. Chu Yanfu didn't refuse. He thought for a while and said, fine, Zuaxian restaurant it is. But first, I have to order the food. Zhang Sun Chong laughed and scolded, screw you, you're so stingy. On the other side, Meng Wenhao brought Yaya to various buildings in Yanhuang College. Then, thinking that there should be fewer candidates looking at the list, he pulled Yaya and moved closer to Guanghua restaurant. After a while, the brother and sister found a gap in the crowd. Then, Meng Wenhao began to look at the list. Naturally, he looked at it from the front. As expected, Qing Ke is first. Seeing that Li Tai was first, Meng Wenhao's face showed an expression of, as expected. But when he saw that Li Tai was in second place, Meng Wenhao's face suddenly became very serious. Then, when he saw Jia Jiayin in fourth place, who was only 3 points behind him, he finally couldn't help but murmur, this exam is really full of experts. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Out of 2,000 candidates, 640 people were selected. Basically, all the talents in the world have entered Yanhuang. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 685. As time passed, more and more examinees checked their exam results. There were those who shouted excitedly, those who sighed, and those who were disheartened. There were some who were happy and some who were sad. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and looked at the large group of students of different ages from upstairs. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. It was recorded in the history books that when Li Er opened the imperial examination again, he saw the new examinees entering the palace. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "All the heroes in the world are in my hands." He didn't know if Li Er had said this at this time, but now Li Zishuan really wanted to say, "All the heroes in the world are in Yanhuang." The youngest of the students who entered Yanhuang College this time was only 6 years old, and the oldest was 26 years old. Of course, most of them were 14 or 15 years old. Thinking of the two children who were only 6 years old, Li Zishuan's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. He thought gloomily in his heart, "Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? What was I doing when I was 6 years old? Playing with mud? Peeing against the wind?" To be honest, forget about Li Yan. After all, he had an awesome father. But what was the background of this Jia Jian? How could he be ranked 4th at the age of 6? Alright, the uncultured Li Zishuan was a little confused. But in fact, this Jia Jian was quite famous in history. In the Tang dynasty, a dynasty where there were many prodigies, Jia Jian definitely had his own place. According to the history books, when Jia Jian was 7 years old, his name as a prodigy had already spread. After Li Er heard about it, he specially set up a banquet in the palace to see him. At that time, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Ji were also there. They saw that Jia Jian was young and looked down on him. Li Ji joked, "What tree did I rely on?" Jia Jian said, "Pine tree." Li Ji said, "This is a locust tree, how can you say it's a pine tree?" Jia Jian said, "Using a male tree to match a tree, how can you say it's not a pine tree?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked again, "What tree did I rely on?" Jia Jian said, "Locust tree." Zhang Sun Wuji said, "You're not going to correct it?" Jia Jian said, "There's no need to correct it. You just need to get a ghost-leaning tree." Hinting that Zhang Sun Wuji had ulterior motives for asking questions and was purposely making things difficult for him, when Jia Jian was 11 or 12 years old, he directly became a jinshi. However, although he was intelligent and eloquent, his appearance was ugly. He was once summoned to the imperial court and asked Li Er to personally decide whether he should stay or leave. In ancient times, if you want to be an official, you must have a good appearance. The ancient people were also members of the Appearance Association. At that time, the court officials all came to see him after the court session. Before anyone else could speak, Li Ji spoke first. "This child's face looks like a ferocious beast's. How can he be smart?" Before the others could answer, Jia Jian responded, "Who too is still the prime minister, why would Fang Xian waste his intelligence?" Insinuating that Li Ji looked like a Hu, but he was able to become the prime minister of the Han people. "Although I am a little ugly, why can't I be smart?" All the officials laughed, and Li Ji was so embarrassed that his face turned red. "Li Yan, Li Chunfeng. I didn't expect Li Chunfeng's son to be so powerful. Does their family have a deep relationship with mathematics?" Although Li Zishuan didn't know Jia Jian, he certainly knew Li Chunfeng, the godlike man who co-authored the push-back chart with Yuan Tiangang. According to records, in order to calculate the fate of the Tang Empire, Li Shimin ordered two famous Taoist priests, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, to calculate the fate of the Tang Empire. The pushback chart that combined the study of astronomy, poetry, riddles, and pictures into one was born. The pushback chart constructed the historical development trend of China and the world, imperial era, Republican era, Great Unity era. It decreed to future generations that human history would eventually lead to no distinction between black and white, no distinction between north and south, no city and no government, no man and no self, and the world would be one, and all religions would return to one. This book was the most classic futuristic masterpiece in the history of China. Its meticulous creation, meticulous thinking, and miraculous fulfillment far surpassed Nostradamus's great prophecy, The Ages. It should be noted that the pushback chart was not made up by later generations. It was a great work on the study of all the pictures, prophecies, and poems in the book were based on the Book of Changes and could be found in the Book of Changes. Other than the pushback chart, many people didn't know that Li Chunfeng was also very accomplished in astronomy, mathematics, and almanac. His contributions to mathematics were the most prominent. The 10 computational classics that he compiled and annotated became the textbook of mathematics in the Tang dynasty and later dynasties. If Li Zixuan didn't appear out of nowhere, Li Chunfeng would definitely be the founder of mathematics in the Tang dynasty. I just don't know if Li Chunfeng can see that I'm the monster with his current level of attainment. Thinking of Li Chunfeng, Li Zixuan couldn't help but worry about whether his identity as a transmigrator would be recognized. After all, the pushback chart in the legends was just too magical. Oh. As expected, I didn't get first place. The descendants of dragons are indeed different. Father's divination skills are really amazing. When more than half of the crowd had dispersed, a 6 or 7-year-old boy wearing a loose green Daoist robe with a face full of childishness and baby fat finally squeezed to the front of the list. Compared to the people around him, the little boy could only reach the waist of others. At this moment, he raised his head and stared at the result list as he spoke softly. Yo! Where did this little Taoist come from? He wants to get first place at such a young age. Coincidentally, there was an 11 or 12-year-old scholar with a mole on the right side of his face beside the little Taoist boy. He heard his soft voice and laughed. Hey! This little Taoist boy is quite handsome. But he's a little arrogant. What do you mean by a little arrogant? That's because he's ambitious. The scholar's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people, causing them to burst into laughter. The little Taoist boy was not annoyed at all. He smiled and said calmly, "Ordinary people think that they're the pot calling the kettle black, but they don't know that I've already taken 10,000 steps forward." After that, he pushed through the crowd and left. Brother Fan, what does this little Taoist boy mean by that? Someone looked at the scholar with the mole on the face and asked. The scholar's face darkened and he said angrily, "This little bastard is talking about us who didn't get in. He's mocking him for getting in." Does that mean that the little Daoist really passed the exam? The little Taoist boy walked out of the academy and turned around to look at the 2 towers in the center of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Father said that he's the chosen one of Taoism. I'll be able to see it with my own eyes in the future." Chapter 686. Taiji Palace. The morning court session was in full swing. At this moment, a small eunuch ran in and saw Li Er nod at him. He came to Li Er's side and whispered a few words. All the officials saw a smile on Li Er's face. Clearly, he was very happy now. After the eunuch left, the officials fell silent. Li Er stopped smiling and said seriously, "Everyone, please don't talk about the new mathematics. My dear officials, there is no need to discuss further. The convenience of the new mathematics is obvious to all. From today onwards, all schools in the various provinces and counties of the Great Tang Empire must start teaching the new mathematics. All officials in the various provinces and counties must also make time to study the new mathematics. Next, if you have something to report, you may leave. If not, the court session is dismissed." The officials looked at each other. If you want to promote the new mathematics, then so be it. Why did you want to dismiss the morning court session so soon? What was the reason? After waiting for a while, no one came forward to report anything. Li Er decisively dismissed the court session and hurriedly left. Second brother, what do you think that little eunuch said to His Majesty to make him so happy? On the bridge outside Taiji Palace, Cheng Yaojin asked Qin Xiong in a rough voice. Qin Xiong looked around and said, Jijia, the emperor's heart is unpredictable. Don't make wild guesses in private. Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips and thought that Qin Xiong was getting more and more cautious. Suddenly, he remembered something and said excitedly, oh, right, Yanhuang College will officially start school in the afternoon. I heard there's a ceremony. Second brother, are you going? Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. Of course I have to go and take a look. He hadn't forgotten that he was the head instructor of this batch of students in Yanhuang College. Of course, he had to go and see what kind of students he was going to train in the future. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, then I'll go too. In the future, I'll have to help you train those kids. Qin Xiong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if Cheng Yaojin was here to help him or to train the students to relieve his boredom. I almost forgot. I don't know if my Chonyo got in this time. I heard there were more than 2,000 people who took the exam yesterday. When Cheng Yaojin thought of Cheng Chumo, he suddenly slapped his head and shouted. When Qin Xiong heard this, he subconsciously thought of Qin Huayu, but he wasn't worried about whether Qin Huayu could pass the exam. Jijia, didn't you inform little Xian last time? What's there to worry about now? Ah, that's right. Then I won't be worried anymore, Let's go home. Cheng Yaojin immediately felt relieved and laughed heartily. Lijiang Palace. Guanyin maid, let me tell you a piece of good news. Yang Fei is also here. Li Erlong strode to Empress Jiangsuan's residence. Just as he walked in, he saw Yang Fei talking and laughing with Empress Jiangsun. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two intellectual beauties bowed down and saluted Li Er. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Er laughed dryly and sat on the couch that the two of them had just sat on. Seeing this, Jiangsun smiled and said, What kind of good news makes Your Majesty so happy? Yang Fei also pursed her lips and looked at Li Er. Li Er's face was full of smiles as he said, I have just received news that Qin Ke has won first place in the examination of Yanhuang Academy. Although this is just an ordinary examination, the students who participated in it are more than 2,000 young talents from the 365 states and counties of the Tang Empire. I didn't expect Qin Ke to win first place. Empress Jiangsun was delighted when she heard this. Qin Ke is so amazing. Then, Your Majesty, how did Ku do in the exam? Empress Jiangsun remembered that Yang Fei was still beside her, so she asked. When Yang Fei heard that Li Tai won first place, her face was also filled with joy. However, when she heard Empress Jiangsun ask about Li Ku's results, a trace of hope instantly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Li Er thought for a moment and said, Oh, I remember that Ku got 15th place in the exam, which is also very good. My sons, no matter where they are outstanding. At the end, Li Er couldn't help but be smug. Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang both broke into smiles. Oh. Chonyo, you're back. Come and tell this old man, how did you do in the exam? Today, after the morning court, Cheng Yaojin returned home and practiced Tai Chi twice before he saw Cheng Chumo coming back from outside. He wiped his sweat and hurriedly waved to Cheng Chumo and asked. Cheng Chumo seemed to be in a good mood. This was the first time he was in a good mood when being asked about his results. He laughed proudly and said, Dad, I've won glory for you this time. Guess what rank I got this time? Cheng Yaojin slapped him. He glared and said, Guess my ass, I'm asking you, you brat, quickly answer truthfully. Cheng Chumo, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his heart. He rubbed the back of his head and said gloomily, "Fine, I'll say it." "Dad, why did you hit me?" Seeing that Cheng Yaojin was about to continue hitting him, he hurriedly said, "I'll say it, I'll say it. Dad, I got 65 points this time and ranked 365. The academy has admitted a total of 640 people this time. Dad, how is it? Am I very good?" When old Cheng heard this, he understood that his son had passed the exam with his own ability. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, but he said disdainfully, "What's there to brag about with only 65 points? I, old Cheng, have lost all my face because of you, brat." "Hey, no, Dad, be reasonable. There are more than 2,000 students taking the exam this time. Xiaoshuan's personal disciple, Iron Egg, only got 70 points. I'm not ashamed." Cheng Chumo immediately complained. Moreover, this guy had obviously learned some buzzwords from Li Zishuan. His mouth was full of vulgarities. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Then, he restrained the disdain on his face and said, "Well, that's more like it. But you have to hurry up with your martial arts. I heard that Iron Egg is about to enter the tempered body stage. If he surpasses you by then, I, old Cheng, can't afford to lose face." Cheng Chumo replied sullenly, "Oh, I know." Cheng Yaojin suddenly said happily, "Hey. If you don't hurry up, I'll personally go to Yanhuang College this month to urge you. You must know that you have to train in the first month of school. Your Uncle Qin and I will be your instructors." "Huh." Cheng Chumo curled his lips indifferently and said, "There are so many weak scholars in the academy. They're not afraid, so why should I be afraid?" In this guy's mind, if you asked him to compete with others in learning, he might be scared, but it was a competition of training. Cheng Chumo said that whoever wanted to compete with him, just bring it on. How could Cheng Yaojin not know what his son was thinking? He turned around and flicked his sleeves. "When the time comes, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll find a way to let you break through to the Qi stage within a month." As for this "find a way," what could there be? Wasn't it still to train desperately? Cheng Chumo obviously wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, "Hey, Dad, am I really your biological son?" Chapter 687. It was noon. A bullock cart arrived at the foot of Mount Yunshan. Ma Zhou was at the front. The bullock cart seemed to be covered with a red cloth. 4 followers of the school of Mo were dispatched to guard the bullock cart. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other teachers of the school were all waiting at the entrance of the school. "Yamacho, the plaque of Yanhuang College has been transported from the workshop." Ma Zhou stopped the bullock cart in front of the school and said to Li Zishuan, "Well, thank you for your hard work, brother Ma." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were very perceptive. They led the 4 followers of the school of Mo to carry the plaque down from the cart. Then, under Li Zishuan's command, they hung the plaque covered with red silk in the middle of the beam of the school's entrance. Looking at the originally bare lintel of the academy, there was suddenly a square and dignified horizontal plaque, and the red silk on it made it seem more festive. Li Zishuan was a little excited. He pointed at the horizontal plaque, looked at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Dear teachers, this is the plaque of our Yanhuang College. It was written by His Majesty himself. I hope that every time you pass by here, you will think about the meaning of the 2 words Yanhuang. Think about the responsibilities on your shoulders as teachers of the school. Don't let His Majesty down, and don't tarnish the noble profession of being a teacher." The dozens of teachers of the school were surprised and proud when they heard that the plaque was written by Li Zishuan himself. However, when they heard what Li Zishuan said after that, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Then, they cupped their hands together and said, "We will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zishuan nodded. Then, he looked at Li Gang and said, "Teacher, you are a virtuous person of Yanhuang College. You are the most suitable person to unveil the plaque of the school. No, no, no. This old man is old. Yamacho, you should choose someone else. Li Gang was just about to wave his hand and decline when a wave of persuasion sounded from the side. Yamacho is right. Mr. Li, you are the most suitable. Please go. Yeah. There's no one more suitable than you. This was not fawning, but the truth. No one dared to question Li Gang's qualifications and status. Seeing this, Li Gang could only helplessly say, all right then. This old man will overstep his authority just this once. After saying that, he came to the front of the academy. Li Zishuan handed over the red string with the red silk and said, Mister, please. Li Gang took it with a smile. With a gentle tug, the red silk on the plaque slowly floated down. Yanhuang College appeared in golden calligraphy in front of everyone's eyes, reflecting the noon sun. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. The brushwork is exquisite. The strokes are elegant and graceful. The strokes are tactful and reserved. It's like moving clouds and flowing water. The whole body is vigorous and beautiful. The strokes are dense and dense. The majestic momentum is like a flying dragon. His Majesty's semi-cursive already has 70% of Wang Youjuan's true meaning. Li Gang squinted his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Zishuan smiled and said, our Yanhuang College is finally complete. Everyone, prepare well for the opening ceremony in the afternoon. 1:30 in the afternoon. The students who went out for lunch began to return to the academy one after another. Under the guidance of the teachers and guards, they came to the sports field on the west side of the teaching building. Naturally, there were teachers here to verify their student status. Then, according to the class distribution list issued by the academy, these teachers would inform the students of their respective classes and where they should stand during the opening ceremony. There were a total of 640 students in this year's batch. They were divided into 16 classes, with 40 people in each class. However, Class 1 was an exception. There were 44 people in Class 1, who were the original students of the School of Mathematics. Yes, that's right. This time, all the students of the School of Mathematics were admitted to Yanhuang College. The reason why they were assigned to Class 1 was that their learning progress was not the same as the other students. Secondly, this was a reward given by Li Zishuan for their contribution to Yanhuang College during the field break. Today's opening ceremony of Yanhuang College wasn't only open to the students who passed the exam. If the rest of the people wanted to see it, they could watch from outside. Therefore, in addition to the 600 people standing on the lawn of the sports field, there was also a large circle of people outside. Most of them were students who didn't pass the exam this time. They looked at the lush green lawn, the smooth and flat circular track, and the ascending platform, rostrum. They couldn't help but talk about it. The grass here grows so neatly. It should be specially trimmed, right? It's possible. I just don't know why Yanhuang College has such a large lawn. Could it be that it's specially used to hold today's ceremony? Ah. I just walked around. This Yanhuang College is really beautiful. It's not inferior to the heavenly palace in the sky. Unfortunately, I was only 3 points short. Otherwise, I would be standing here now. Bro, that's nothing. I was only 1 point short. That would be a pity. Ah. Then I can only take the exam next time. I just don't know when the next time will be. How many people will Yanhuang College recruit? Ah. Look. Look at what that is. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, a yellow ball with a round top suddenly floated over from the south of the cloud mountain. That thing looked like a cloud or a fire. It floated slowly towards the cloud platform by the side of the sports field from a height of more than 10 feet above everyone's heads. Wow! There's fire on it. There's someone on it. That's Yanhuang College's Yamacho. I saw it during the exam before. Oh my god. Yanhuang College's Yamacho is flying. God. Tisk. What god? That's a celestial lamp made by Yanhuang College's Yamacho. It destroyed the 7 Cultivators sect and even toured Chang'an City on the 15th of August. You don't even know about this? Whoa. That's a celestial lamp. On the 15th of August, on the night of the full moon, 1,000 girls will chase after each other, and an immortal will fly out of the sky. Hee hee. Brother Meng, you know quite a lot. Where did you spend the night before? Cough cough cough. Of course, it was at the inn. Where else could it be? Obviously, some of the students who lived in or near Chang'an City knew the inside story. As word of mouth spread, more and more people understood that the flying object in the sky was the legendary celestial lamp. Moreover, this was the first time the celestial lamp appeared in front of the world during the day. Therefore, all the students were excited, regardless of whether they had seen it before or not. Yanhuang College's opening ceremony hadn't even started yet, but the atmosphere had already reached a climax. Chapter 688. When the fairy lamp was first made, Li Zishuan had forgotten to design a part that could control the direction of the fairy lamp due to his thoughtlessness. However, so much time had passed since then, and Li Zishuan had already installed 4 hand-cranked turbofans for the fairy lamp to control the direction of the lamp. However, it just so happened that the south wind was blowing today, so he didn't need to operate anything at all. He just had to put his hands behind his back and let the fairy lamp drift in the direction of the rostrum on the sports field in an extremely pretentious manner. In fact, his floating posture high in the sky with his hands behind his back really shocked a lot of people. The students looked up at Li Zishuan in the sky in a daze, and a trace of yearning uncontrollably appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! When it was about to reach the rostrum, Li Zishuan threw a throwing knife tied to a rope from the basket. Everyone in the field only felt a flash of cold light, and then they saw a rope connecting the fairy lamp to the ground. After that, the fairy lamp continued to move north for a while due to inertia, and then it couldn't move anymore. Boom! After witnessing Li Zishuan's amazing operation with their own eyes, the students in the field, regardless of whether they passed the exam or not, were all in an uproar. This fairy lamp can be used like this? It's just like the flying magical artifacts of the immortals in the novels. I used to read on Datong Daily that engineering can let people soar above the 9 heavens. At that time, I didn't believe it. Now that I've come to Chang'an, come to Yanhuang College, and see it with my own eyes, I'm completely convinced. Yanhuang College is mighty. Engineering is amazing. No way. I must get into Yanhuang College next year no matter what. Yes, yes. Me too. Standing on the fairy lamp, Li Zishuan looked at the shocked and noisy students below with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the deterrent effect. At this time, Mo Zhong below made a gesture to Li Zishuan, indicating that all the freshmen of Yanhuang College's first batch were present. Li Zishuan nodded, looked at the field, and said calmly, "Hello, students. I'm Li Zishuan, a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. First of all, on behalf of all the gentlemen of Yanhuang College, I welcome you to join us." The term students originated from Zhuangzi, journey to the north, Yu He Gan and Shen Nong Yu Lei Alongji. Clap, clap, clap. Oh. Okay. Following Li Zishuan's words, the initially noisy crowd gradually quietened down. It was as if his voice had some kind of magical power. When Li Zishuan's voice fell, a loud clap 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 sound rang out from the west side of the sports field. The students looked towards the direction of the sound and discovered that the students of Class 1 were clapping their hands. Moreover, their faces were filled with madness and their mouths were still screaming and cheering non-stop. The students of the other classes couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Class 1's reaction meant. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. After all, at present, clapping and cheering was a custom passed down from the original school of mathematics. Therefore, Li Zishuan wasn't unhappy when he saw that only Class 1 students were clapping for him. He gestured with his hand, and the applause stopped immediately. He continued, "Being able to stand out among thousands of candidates proves that you are all outstanding. Of course, students who didn't pass this time shouldn't be discouraged. You are still very young, and there are still many opportunities." When he said that, the students standing in line on the field suddenly smiled. The students who didn't pass the exam outside the field clenched their fists and secretly cheered themselves on. After pausing for a moment, Li Zishuan continued, "I don't know how many of you still remember the article on the Tang Dynasty Daily 2 months ago, What is Engineering? At that time, I said that engineering can allow people to make more advanced farming tools, thus allowing our Tang dynasty to have more arable land and no longer have to worry about grain. Engineering can allow people to make faster and steadier vehicles. One day, we can travel between Chang'an and Luoyang in a day, and we will no longer need to travel back and forth between various parts of the Tang dynasty. Engineering can create even more powerful weapons, allowing our great Tang to stand at the top of the world, making all the barbarians submit to us and all the countries come to congratulate us. Engineering can even create flying tools, allowing mortals to soar above the 9 heavens and overlook the magnificent mountains and rivers of our great Tang." I still remember how many people questioned my words at that time. However, in just a few days, the fairy lamp appeared out of nowhere and gave all the doubters a resounding slap in the face. Today, does anyone still dare to say that I'm bragging? At this moment, Li Zishuan's face was full of arrogance and haughtiness, but no one felt the slightest bit of disgust. Young people were all hot-blooded. Li Zishuan exuded a domineering aura that showed that he wasn't afraid of going against the whole world. The students couldn't help but feel deep admiration for him. Clap, clap, clap. Under Li Tai's lead, the students of Class 1 clapped their hands. This time, they wouldn't be alone, because most of the students of the other classes understood the meaning of applause. In an instant, the sports field was filled with thunderous applause. In both his previous and current lives, this was the first time Li Zishuan was a principal, the first time he gave a speech to his students, and the first time he received so much applause. Even though he was now a martial arts grandmaster, he still couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After a few breaths, when the applause gradually died down, Li Zishuan stared at the students below and said loudly, "Yanhuang College is an institution that specializes in creating miracles. Here, you can also stand on the clouds like me and overlook the world. The dreams I mentioned before will also be realized by your own hands. It doesn't need a few hundred years or decades, just a few years or a dozen years. The vehicles that can travel 1,000 miles in a day, the powerful weapons, and even the tools that can transmit messages from 1,000 miles away can all be created by one of you. At that time, you will be promoted and become nobles, and your names will spread far and wide. The future of Tang will be written by you. As long as you're willing to work hard, anything is possible. In Yanhuang College, there's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Here, in my capacity as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I invite you to create and witness together the miracles that belong to Yanhuang College." Clap, clap, clap. The students, who were already surging with emotions, were stimulated by Li Zishuan's provocative speech. They were so excited that they could only clap their hands as hard as they could. At this moment, they finally deeply understood the wonderful use of applause. It could release the excitement in their hearts. Ha! This kid is really good at motivating people. In the future, when we catch him in the army and let him shout a few words like this, wouldn't that group of bastards scream and raise their swords to kill people? Cheng Yao Jin, who was sitting on the rostrum, chuckled in a low voice. Chapter 689. Updated for Alliance Leader Ji Nian, January 22, Yanhuang College, Sports Field, Rostrum. Jijia, don't think too much. Xiao Xian's contribution to teaching students is no less than killing enemies on the battlefield. Besides, he's the only child in his family. Qin Xiong heard Cheng Yaojin's nonsense and couldn't help but scold him. In fact, even if he didn't talk about his identity as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, Qin Xiong didn't want Cheng Yaojin to bring Li Zixuan to the battlefield. After all, his life was saved by Li Zixuan. Moreover, because of his relationship with Han Yushi, Li Zixuan could be considered half of Qin Xiong's son-in-law. Therefore, from a personal point of view, Qin Xiong didn't want Li Zixuan to take risks on the battlefield. Besides, Qin Xiong's strength now was better than back then. This old general felt that even if there was a war, he should be the one to fight and not Li Zixuan. Second brother, I think you don't want this kid to go to the battlefield, right? Cheng Yaojin wasn't stupid. The old demon's eyes flashed and he suddenly laughed. Niu Jindai and Yuchi Gong on the side smiled but didn't say anything. At this time, Li Zixuan, who was on the fairy lamp in front of the rostrum, said affectionately, looking at your slightly childish but full of vitality and fighting spirit, I suddenly thought of something. I want to give you all and encourage you all. For the time being, let's call it Young China. When he said the last few words, Li Zixuan's voice became unusually sonorous and powerful. Feeling the seriousness in Li Zixuan's tone, everyone focused their attention on the young man in the sky. They saw Li Zixuan close his eyes slightly. After a while, he suddenly opened them. His slightly magnetic but full of power instantly spread to every corner of the field. Is a country old or young? Let's talk about old and young first. Old people often think about the past, young people often think about the future. Thinking about the past, that's why there's nostalgia. Thinking about the future, that's why there's hope. Only nostalgia, therefore, is conservative, only hope, therefore, is aggressive. Only by being conservative can the old be everlasting, only by being progressive can the old be renewed. He who thinks only of the past, that everything is as it is, therefore knows only to follow the rules. He who thinks only of the future, that everything is as it is, therefore dares to make exceptions. That's right. Li Zixuan was planning to bring the famous Ode to Young China from his previous life to the Tang dynasty. As for whether there was a China in the Tang dynasty, it was obvious that there was. The origin of the word China originated from the Zhou dynasty. Because the region of China where the Zhou dynasty was located belonged to the central region at that time, they called the kingdom they lived in China, which meant the central kingdom. But at this time, China was still very small, and it was only a geographical and cultural concept ruled by the Zhou dynasty. As the dynasties changed, the territory of China slowly expanded. During the Western Zhou dynasty, China not only included the Western Zhou dynasty's own territory, but also extended to the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River where the Western Zhou dynasty's vassal states were located. When it came to the Eastern Zhou dynasty, part of the Yangtze River basin also belonged to China. During the Qin and Han dynasties, China was about the same size as our current country. After the Han dynasty, China generally referred to the country and dynasty established by the Han dynasty. But after the ethnic minorities ruled the Central Plains, in order to gain the psychological recognition of the Han dynasty, they also established their own country as China. Later on, the Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and other dynasties, after thousands of years, in addition to using their own country's name, they all used China as the country's name, and also used China as the country's name when they were sent to foreign countries. It's just that this guy had always been speaking in vernacular, but now he suddenly started to speak in classical Chinese, which made all the students stunned. Fortunately, the sentences were relatively simple, otherwise it would have been difficult to understand. Don't think that ancient people liked to listen to classical Chinese, they usually communicated in vernacular. But there was a problem, and that was that this Ode to Young China had offended some people, especially the elderly, but Li Zixuan believed that people who could truly understand the true meaning of this article would certainly not be so superficial as to think that this article was belittling the elderly. The elderly are often worried, the young are often fond of pleasure. But because they are worried, they are discouraged, because they are fond of pleasure, they are vigorous. But because they are discouraged, they are timid, because they are vigorous, they are heroic. But because they are timid, they are complacent, because they are heroic, they are adventurous. But because they are complacent, they can destroy the world, because they are adventurous, they can create the world. The elderly are often tired of things, the young are often happy. But because they are tired of things, they often feel that all things are impossible, because they are good, they often feel that all things are possible. The elderly are like the sunset, the young are like the morning sun. The elderly are like barren cows, the young are like young tigers. The elderly are like monks, the young are like chivalrous heroes. The elderly are like dictionaries, the young are like plays. The personality of the elderly and the young are generally different. Man is inherent, and so is the country. The elderly are timid. The elderly are world-weary. The elderly don't dare to take risks. The elderly are like old cows. Hearing this, the students in the audience listened with great interest, but the faces of some of the old gentlemen from the academy turned dark. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others were better off. After all, they were well educated. Wang Ji, on the other hand, did not have such a good temper. The old guy was so angry that his face turned red. If it weren't for Su Jihong stopping him, he probably would have jumped from the rostrum directly into the celestial lamp to fight with Li Zishuan. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong did not understand, so they could only stare at each other. They were not angry at all. At this moment, Li Zishuan did not care about the feelings of Wang Ji and the others. He was recalling the article and couldn't help but indulge in it. It is the responsibility of China's youth to create a future young China. What is the point of being old and rotten? The day of parting with this world is not far away. As a youth, I am a newcomer and have fate with this world. China is a cow, a horse, a slave, and a scribe. The cruelty of cooking and whipping is something that only I, youth, can bear. If China dominates the universe and is in charge of the earth, the honor and glory of commanding Gu Pan is something that only I, youth, can enjoy. What is the point of being neighbors with ghosts when the other side is dying? If one is indifferent to it, there is nothing to be said. If I am indifferent to it, there is nothing to be said. If the young people of the country are indeed young, then our China will be the country of the future, and its progress will be immeasurable. In order to conform to the current situation of the Tang Empire, Li Zishuan removed some inappropriate parts in the original article, such as opium and so on. At this point, some of the old people present gradually realized that the purpose of Li Zishuan's speech was not to scold them at all. Although the words were disrespectful, after experiencing it, it seemed that there was no such intention. Li Zishuan was guiding and educating the young people present. Li Gang, who had dedicated his life to the cause of education, was especially excited at this moment. His body was even trembling. If not for Yen Silu supporting him, he might have fallen down. Well said. This is education. If this child was born 10 years earlier, then our Tang Empire would have produced many talents because of him. Li Gang's face was red with excitement as he muttered to himself. Chapter 690. Updated for Alliance Leader Ji Nian, February 22, on the sports field. Li Zishuan looked at the students standing below the field. What made him happy was that many of them were standing upright and listening very seriously. From their faces, it could be seen that they understood his good intentions. At this moment, Li Zishuan was both happy and satisfied. Although today's article was circulated, it was very likely that it would be used by people with ulterior motives to say that he did not respect his elders. However, as long as these students listened to him, so what if he was slandered? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan took a deep breath, because this was the climax of the article. Therefore, today's responsibility does not lie with others, but with me, the youth. Youth's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. Youth's wealth is the wealth of the country. Youth's strength is the strength of the country. Youth's independence is the independence of the country. Youth's freedom is the freedom of the country. Youth's progress is the progress of the country. When the red sun rises, it shines brightly. When the river flows out, it flows into the vast ocean. When the hidden dragon soars, its scales and claws fly. When the tiger roars, all the beasts are frightened. When the falcon tests its wings, the wind blows. When the rare flower is born, it is the first flower. When the general rises, it is the light of the sun. When the sky is blue, the earth is yellow. Even if there is an eternity, there are 8 wastelands. The future is like the sea, the future is long. At this point, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. He pointed majestically at the sky and said loudly, "My beautiful young China is not old with the heavens." Then, he pointed to the ground and roared, "My strong young China is boundless with the country." Li Zishuan thought of the sufferings that this nation would have to endure in another 1,000 years. They would be bullied by a tiny country to the point where they would wish they were dead. He thought of the restrictions and sanctions imposed by the US in the modern era. Li Zishuan was indescribably furious. He wanted this nation to flourish for a long time. He wanted the Great Tang, the dynasty that all Han people were proud of, to last for eternity. He wanted China's technology to lead the world forever. He wanted the Han people to be able to stand tall and stand at the top of the world forever. Therefore, he shouted the last 2 sentences with all his strength as a grandmaster. His voice was so loud that it resounded not only in the sports field, but also in the entire Cloud Mountain. The birds in the woods next to the academy were so frightened that they flew into the distance. The content of these 2 sentences, as well as the majestic aura of Li Zishuan's roaring, made the people in the sports field felt their blood pressure soar, and their faces and necks were red. Boom! Clap clap clap. Good. Yamacho, well said. This time, there was no need for any discussion at all. After a few breaths of silence, the crowd below the field suddenly burst into deafening cheers. At this moment, whether it was the Yanhuang College students or the unfortunate ones who failed, they all had a common language, and that was to applaud. At this moment, only by applauding with all their might could they release the excitement and hot-bloodedness that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time. Otherwise, they would really go crazy from holding it in. The atmosphere of the entire start-of-term ceremony was pushed to the highest climax because of this. Even Li Gang, who had lived for almost a lifetime and was indifferent to life and death, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at this moment. He looked at Li Zishuan and also clapped with all his might. Not to mention the other teachers in the academy, especially some of the younger ones. The kind of worship and fanaticism they had for Li Zishuan at this moment was probably comparable to the little fangirls of some modern celebrities. Good. Well said. Cheng Yaojin didn't understand the first part, but Old Cheng could still understand the last 2 sentences. Old Monster felt that Li Zishuan's 2 sentences were King domineering, so he also stood up and applauded Li Zishuan. Ha! Good. Well said. What a beautiful young China, immortal with the heavens. What a strong young China, boundless with the country. I didn't come here in vain today, ha ha ha. After a long while, the applause and cheers on the field gradually subsided. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a group of people walked from outside the field to the rostrum. The person in the lead was surprisingly Li Er. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and the other generals sitting on the rostrum hurriedly ran down and bowed 3 steps in front of Li Er. Li Zishuan was a little confused. Why did old Li come over to join in the fun at the opening ceremony? This guy had obviously forgotten that Li Er was the nominal dean of Yanhuang College. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. He had to go down and bow. The height of the fairy lamp was only about 2 stories high, about 6 to 7 meters. Li Zishuan gathered his qi on the tip of his toes and jumped down from the hanging basket. Then, he ran to Li Er and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er glanced at the fairy lamp and glared at Li Zishuan unhappily. He was probably blaming Li Zishuan for showing off such a national treasure again. My beloved subjects, you may dispense with the formalities. I'm just here to take a look. He was just here to take a look, but when the students on the field saw Li Zishuan come down and bow to Li Er, they were all dumbfounded. Among these people, who had lived for so many years, how many of them had seen the emperor with their own eyes? Now, Li Er, the emperor of Tang Empire, was actually standing in front of them. Many people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They never thought that a small opening ceremony could actually alarm such a big shot like Li Er. What did this mean? It meant that the emperor valued Yanhuang College. At this moment, the students were even more optimistic about their own future and the future of Yanhuang College. Greetings, Your Majesty. Among so many people, there was finally a smart person. A student came to his senses and bowed to Li Er. The rest of the students quickly followed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Instantly, there was another wave of greetings. Li Er didn't take it to heart. He raised his hands and said loudly, "Dispense with the formalities." Then, he felt that it wasn't right to stand on the field like this. So, he looked at Li Zishuan and then looked at the celestial lamp in the sky. He signaled Li Zishuan to send him up. He wanted to speak. After Li Zishuan understood Li Er's gaze, he couldn't help but sweat in his heart. He secretly wondered when old Li started to follow the trend. Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wouldn't say it out loud. He used all his strength to jump up. First, he jumped up to the rostrum that was only 1 story high. Then, he used the momentum to jump up to the celestial lamp. This was the benefit of having kung fu. Next, he adjusted the power of the celestial lamp so that it slowly decreased. Li Er nodded with satisfaction. In fact, today was his first time riding this thing. The work supervisor had already replicated the celestial lamp, but no one dared to let Li Er go up. They said that it was unstable. Looking at it, only Li Zishuan's celestial lamp was more reliable. Under the personal control of Li Zishuan, the celestial lamp floated up to the sky again. But this time, he could only retreat behind the scenes. Old Li had to be in the limelight in front of everyone. Chapter 691. On the celestial lamp in front of the rostrum. Li Er stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the thousands of students below. He felt the breeze blowing in his ears and was in a good mood. The students below the field saw that Li Zishuan was looking at them. These students who had just listened to Li Er's speech were already excited, but they didn't dare to make a sound at this time. They pursed their lips tightly and clenched their hands. They looked at the basket under Li Er's feet as if they were on a pilgrimage. Of course, they didn't dare to look directly at Li Er's face. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and other military leaders who were originally sitting on the rostrum didn't dare to sit there anymore. They could only go down and stand with Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Chu Suiliang who came with Li Er. Li Er looked at the students below and said, "I am the Emperor of the Tang Empire and also the Dean of Yanhuang College. Today, I see so many young talents joining Yanhuang College. I am very pleased. As the Dean of Yanhuang College, I also have something to say to you." At this moment, many people suddenly remembered that Datong Daily once said that Li Er was the Dean of Yanhuang College. The students on the field couldn't help but hold their breath. After all, this kind of opportunity to listen to the Emperor's speech was hard to come by in their lifetime. I entered school at the age of 4 and began to practice martial arts at the age of 5. No matter the cold weather or the hot weather, I have never slacked off. It was because of the accumulation of years of learning that I was able to eliminate the 18 rebellious kings in the world. Therefore, I hope that after you enter Yanhuang College, you must be vigilant and diligent. The competition here will be very fierce. The capable will advance, and the mediocre will retreat. Only those with outstanding ability will have the opportunity to be put in an important position by the imperial court. I hope that you can be the young man who frightened China with a tiger cub roaring in the valley. You can be the young man of the Tang Empire. I have always believed that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. As long as you have meritorious deeds for the Tang Empire, I will never be stingy with rewards. Therefore, during your time in Yanhuang College, you are to display your intelligence and wisdom. Let me see your talents. Do you all understand? This student understands. For His Majesty, for the great Tang, I will do my best until my death. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the people behind him immediately followed. This student understands. For His Majesty, for the great Tang, I will do my best until I die. For a moment, this was the only sound that could be heard on the sports field. This kind of roar, sonorous and powerful, with thousands of people following, made Li Er feel heroic. He thought to himself, no wonder that brat Li Zishuan was so excited just now. The feeling of standing here and looking down was indeed different. Li Zishuan, who was standing behind Li Er, innocently took the blame again. He was really wronged. Next, Li Er said a few more words to encourage the students to study hard. Then, he got off the fairy lamp and floated away. This time, the start-of-term ceremony was about to come to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Chu Suiliang naturally left with Li Er. However, before Fang Xianling left, he specially praised Li Zishuan. Li Zhanshi's ode to young China is really enlightening. This old man hasn't heard such a good article that makes one's soul tremble for a long time. The article is good, and the person is also good. You are a rare young talent in the Tang Empire. I hope my son can learn something from this Yanhuang College. When Fang Xianling turned around and left, Li Zishuan saw that he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Obviously, old Fang was very happy in his heart. Then, Li Zishuan walked up to the rostrum and began to explain the matters related to enrollment to the new students. As for why he didn't use the fairy lamp, it was mainly because this thing had been played with by him for the whole afternoon and was almost out of oil. Ahem, he didn't want to fall from the sky halfway through his speech. Well, today's start-of-term ceremony of Yanhuang College has come to an end. Next, let's invite the head teachers of each class to lead the students in your class to visit the college and familiarize themselves with the use of some of the new tools inside the college. Make sure that every student knows how to use them. In the future, don't make a fool of yourself on the night of September 15th again. It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Now that he mentioned it, more than half of the seniors all blushed. When they thought of the embarrassing scene of a bunch of naked men chopping bamboo in the bamboo forest of the college that night, they couldn't help but want to find a hole to hide in. Hey! September 15th? School hasn't started yet. Yes. School hasn't started yet. How could the college make a fool of itself? Could it be, all the students didn't know what was going on? They looked at their head teachers in front of the group with curious eyes. Some of the braver ones even whispered in the audience. After some guesses, they almost pointed out the truth of the matter. Yes, Yamacho. In order to prevent the students from continuing to guess, the 16 head teachers below the stage responded in unison. Li Zishuan nodded, then coughed twice to signal the students below to be quiet, and then said, "Since you've entered Yanhuang College, you have to abide by the rules here. No matter what family background you have outside, you only have one identity here, and that is a student of Yanhuang College. Anyone who doesn't abide by the rules will only have one outcome, and that is to be expelled from the college and never to be recruited in the future." Hearing Li Zishuan speak so seriously, all the students' faces began to become dignified. Seeing this, Li Zishuan continued with satisfaction, "Yanhuang College has a lot of rules. Later, your head teacher will give you a student handbook. Please be sure to read it carefully. All the rules mentioned in it must be strictly followed. The college will establish a student union in the future. Students with excellent grades will be elected to the student union to hold positions. The student union's function is to rectify the phenomenon of non-compliance within the college, so don't take any chances. I can recruit you today, and I can also expel you from the college in the future. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. They finally understood that entering Yanhuang College didn't mean that they could sit back and do whatever they wanted in the future. If they didn't do well, they might even be expelled from the college. Li Zishuan thought for a while and added, in addition, after today's tour of the college, you will have 2 days off. After 2 days, all of you will gather at the college. At that time, the college will organize a 1-month military training for all students. In principle, no one is allowed to take leave, so please cherish these 2 days of leave. Chapter 692. Yamacho, a rich businessman named Chao Wendong wants to see you. He said you asked him to come here. After the opening ceremony ended, the students of Yanhuang Academy were brought around by their respective homeroom teachers to tour the academy. The scholars who had failed the exam also returned home to find their mothers. Of course, after participating in such an exciting opening ceremony, most of them were even more determined to get into Yanhuang Academy. At this time, Li Zishuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was the busiest person in the academy these days. Just as he was about to return to the Yunshan courtyard to admire the flowers with his wife in his arms, Mo Zhong quickly walked over and bowed. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Mo Zhong, bring Mr. Chao to my office first. I'll be there soon. Li Zishuan hurriedly instructed when he heard that. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong responded and turned to leave. Li Zishuan said to the curious Li Gang and Yen Silu beside him, I have some things to deal with now, so I'll have to excuse myself. Gentlemen, you've worked hard these 2 days. Please go back and rest early. It was convenient for Li Gang to go back and rest because he had a villa in Yunshan. As for Yen Silu, he didn't have a villa in Yunshan, so he could only go back to his house in Chang'an. In the academy, other than Li Zishuan, only Li Gang was a professor, so the old man could get a house. As for Yen Silu, it wasn't that Li Zishuan was stingy and didn't want to give him the title of professor, but Yen Silu himself refused. According to him, the current teachers in the academy were just a temporary team. Most of them, including him, didn't have any teaching experience. If he was given the title of professor, it would be difficult to convince the others. At present, the only professor who could convince everyone was Li Gang. Therefore, in the first phase of Yunshan Villa, only 3 buildings were occupied. They were his, Li Gang's, and Yen Xiaoning's. Well, good, Yamacho, go ahead. Brother Yen and I are both in good health. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yen Silu also echoed, yes, Yamacho, don't worry. Li Zishuan nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement before walking towards Guanghua Building. Sir Li, you're here. After a while, Li Zishuan returned to the office. Chao Wendong, who had half his butt on the sofa, saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and bowed. It had been 3 months since they last met. Li Zishuan, who used to be a minister in the Imperial College, was now a third-rank crown prince. More importantly, Li Zishuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. During this period of time, Yanhuang College and engineering had been hyped so much. Today, Li Zishuan had personally attended the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. Anyone with half a brain could imagine how terrifying Li Zishuan's strength would be when Yanhuang College's foundation became stronger and he had such important resources in his hands. Therefore, when facing Li Zishuan, Chao Wendong no longer had the demeanor of a business tycoon. His words and actions were even a little flattering and fawning. Boss Chao, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I asked you to come here today to help me. Li Zishuan guffawed and pointed at the sofa opposite him. That's right, he had invited Chao Wendong to help him. Today, when it came to the military training of the students, how could there not be military training uniforms? Although this thing didn't have any effect on the military training of the students, how could Li Zishuan, who was born with OCD, tolerate such an imperfect thing? Even if it was for some reason, he had to buy a batch of military training uniforms for the students. It was just that he had been too busy recently and didn't have time to care about such trivial things. Therefore, the military training uniforms had been delayed until now. Although the Li family had a ready-made clothing store, it wasn't their main business after all. The scale of the business wasn't large, and Li Zishuan's father didn't care about the family business anymore. After thinking about it, Chao Wendong, who was the largest cloth and silk merchant in Chang'an City, probably had the means to gather more than 600 military training uniforms in a short period of time. Therefore, he sent someone to invite Chao Wendong this afternoon. "Lord Zhu, please don't make this old man feel embarrassed. It's my honor to be able to find you for something. There's no need to talk about helping or not." After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Chao Wendong waved his hand and said politely. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and muttered to himself, why did Chao Wendong's attitude change so much now? He remembered that about 3 months ago, Chao Wendong had talked to him face to face about the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Chao Wendong wasn't like this. "Boss Chao, you're too polite. Let's not beat around the bush. Today, I asked you to come because I have something to ask of you." Chao Wendong bowed and said, "Lord Zhu, please speak. As long as I can help, I will definitely help." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "I have a special style of clothing here. I wonder if Boss Chao has the means to make 700 sets of it in a short period of time." Although there were only 640 people in the academy, who could guarantee that every set of clothing would fit? It was always right to buy more. Chao Wendong asked tentatively, "I wonder if Lord Zhu can show me the style of the clothing?" After saying that, he was afraid that Li Zishuan would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "Lord Zhu, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of stealing. I just want to see if the style of the clothing is complicated so that I can make a good estimation of the time." Li Zishuan didn't care and said, "This isn't a secret. Boss Chao, you're overthinking. Here. The blueprint is here. Take a look." It was just a set of camouflage clothing. Li Zishuan didn't care if others could copy it. Moreover, he felt that even if someone copied this kind of modern-style clothing, they probably wouldn't be able to sell it. Chao Wendong took a look and was stunned. This, Lord Zhu, the clothing you want is like this?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes." "What's wrong? Is it difficult to make?" Chao Wendong wiped the sweat on his forehead and quickly said, No, it's easy. This clothing looks like it uses less fabric and it's faster to make it." Li Zishuan thought to himself. Compared to the 3 layers of clothing that the people of the Tang dynasty wear now, of course camouflage clothing uses less fabric. Then, can Boss Chao make 700 sets of these clothes in a short period of time? This was the question that Li Zishuan was most concerned about. He had the money, but he didn't have the manpower to do it. He could only look for someone else. Chao Wendong pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, 5 days. "Lord Zhu, please give me 5 days. I will use all the resources I have on hand to help Lord Zhu make 700 sets of clothes like this within 5 days. Chapter 693. Guanghua Building, Principal's Office. When Li Zishuan heard that Chao Wendong could rush out 700 sets of camouflage uniforms in 5 days, he was both surprised and happy. This was the power of connections in the business world. He smiled and said to Chao Wendong, "Haha. Boss Chao is straightforward, but don't worry. If the quality of these clothes passes, I won't treat you badly in terms of price." Chao Wendong hurriedly said, "Hey, Lord Zhu, what are you talking about? It's just a few pieces of clothing. Do you think I would use this opportunity to make a big profit from you? Since you like me and are willing to let me do this, this is more precious than any amount of money." Chao Wendong obviously knew that Li Zixuan wouldn't owe him a favor for a few pieces of clothing, so he tactfully didn't say that he wouldn't accept a single cent for these clothes. To him, if he could get in touch with Li Zixuan, it didn't matter whether he lost money or earned money. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said, "Haha. Then I'll have to trouble Boss Chao." Chao Wendong knew that Li Zixuan wanted to send him off. Logically speaking, he should tactfully say goodbye, but, ahem. Lord Zhu, after witnessing the grand opening of Yanhuang Academy today, I really yearn for this place. In this world, only an immortal like you, Lord Zhu, can create such an academy that is like an immortal palace. Boss Chao, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Li Zixuan leaned back and smiled with his eyes squinted. Chao Wendong looked embarrassed and said, "Lord Zhu, it's like this. I have a son. He's 15 this year, and I want him to come to Yanhuang College." I wonder. Before he could finish, Li Zixuan interrupted, "Boss Chao, you don't have to say any more. If you want to enter Yanhuang College, there is only one way, and that is to pass the exam. Do you know that His Royal Highness Prince of Wei and His Royal Highness Prince of Han are among the candidates this time? Even they need to take the exam. What do you think?" Chao Wendong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. "Of course, I have to take the exam. I don't have any other meaning. I just want to ask you, is Yanhuang College recruiting business students?" Li Zixuan's face looked a little better. He paused and replied, "As long as the student has a good character, has no record of breaking the law, and has good grades, of course, Yanhuang College will accept them." When Chao Wendong heard that, he bowed with a face full of joy and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kindness. When I get back today, I'll have my son prepare for Yanhuang College's exam next year. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." Li Zixuan nodded lightly, and Chao Wendong slowly left the room. "Hey! What are you two doing?" Not long after Chao Wendong left, Li Zixuan tidied up a little and then left the office to go home. When he reached the 9th floor, he saw Yan Xiaoning holding a large round ice cube in his hand and Mo Lingwei holding a smaller round ice cube. She was looking at the ice cube in her hand, as if she wanted to see through the small ice cube and observe the large ice cube in Yan Xiaoning's hand. No matter what they were doing, in Li Zixuan's eyes, they were like two idiots. This was because they were obviously grimacing from the ice cube, but they couldn't bear to let go. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but speak up. "Hey! It's Xiao Xian. What a coincidence." When Yan Xiaoning heard that, he turned his head and glanced at them, then shifted his attention back to the ice cube in his hand. Li Zixuan said unhappily, "What a coincidence. Hurry up and tell me, what are you two doing? Although the weather isn't cold now, don't you two feel that the ice cubes in your hands are cold?" Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, "Hee hee. Not at all. We're searching for the truth." "Xiao Xian, don't interrupt." Yes, yes, yes. Yamacho, don't disturb us. I'm doing something big now. Let's see if you still dare to look down on me after I succeed. Let's see if you still refuse to let me be a teacher at the academy." Mo Lingwei at the side pouted and snorted. The two of them were really like a couple singing the same tune. Okay. I won't disturb you guys. You two take your time. I want to see what you two can do today. Li Zixuan didn't expect this adulterous couple to get together so quickly. He waved his hand, indicating that he was defeated. Then, he squatted at the side and calmly watched what Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei were doing. However, after watching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. He thought that even if he asked, these two wouldn't tell him, so he changed the topic and said, "Didn't you two study how to drill wood to make fire yesterday?" "Oh, no, ice to make fire. How was it? Did you guys figure it out?" It couldn't be helped. The idea of drilling wood to make fire was too deep in Li Zixuan's mind. Sometimes, he couldn't help but blurt it out. Of course we figured it out. How can it be bad when I personally did it? Before Yan Xiaoning could answer, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but say proudly, yesterday, I only used a piece of ice to burn little Ning's clothes. How was it? Isn't it amazing? Yamacho, do you want to try it? Not trying, not trying. Li Zishuan was speechless. Who would want to try it? Isn't it just the principle of a convex lens to gather light? Do I still need a little girl like you to teach me? She even used a magnifying glass to burn clothes. These two are really talented. But who the hell is little Ning? Thinking of this, he looked at Yan Xiaoning with a strange expression and shouted, Hey! Little Ning? Yan Xiaoning was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He scolded, Get lost. Are you King trying to disgust me? Li Zishuan curled his lips and said in a strange tone, Yo yo yo. You don't feel disgusted when someone calls you that. We're such good friends, but you're disgusted? Xiaoning, I noticed that you've changed. It was rare to see a technical otaku like Yan Xiaoning who was about to get out of singlehood. Li Zishuan took this opportunity to tease him. Mo Lingwei instantly blushed. She quibbled, Yamacho, you, don't talk nonsense. I just don't feel comfortable calling him by his name, so I called him Little Ning. You can't think in that direction. Yan Xiaoning also nodded and said, Yes. We're just doing a few experiments together. We're innocent. Xiao Xian, you can't talk nonsense. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. Stupid teammate. I'm trying to find a way to help you get out of singlehood. Why are you being a hindrance? Chapter 694. Okay. I won't say anything. Both of you are innocent, okay? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with Yan Xiaoning anymore. He thought to himself, this guy is really single based on his strength. What can I do? But how long do you two plan to do this? It's going to be dark soon. Li Zishuan looked at the sky and couldn't help but ask. Mo Lingwei looked up, then threw the ice cubes in her hand to Yan Xiaoning and muttered, I'm not playing anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's really strange, yesterday's situation can't be replicated. Suddenly receiving another ice cube, Yan Xiaoning almost jumped up from the cold. When he heard Mo Lingwei say that they weren't playing today, he quickly threw away the 2 ice cubes in his hand and rubbed his frozen hands. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask curiously, yesterday's situation? What kind of situation did the two of you encounter yesterday? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you guys a little. Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously and thought for a while before saying, Yamacho, let's make it clear first. I invented this thing, you're only helping me perfect it. When the time comes, you can't steal my credit. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What credit can I steal from you? Sigh, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm going home to rest. Hey. Yamacho, don't go yet. I'll say it. Mo Lingwei was anxious. The little girl quickly rushed in front of Li Zishuan and blocked his way, then said, Yesterday, when I was demonstrating to little Ningzi how to make a fire with ice cubes, I accidentally discovered that when 2 convex ice cubes are separated by a certain distance, you can see things in the distance through them. It's just like the clairvoyance in the novels. It's really magical. Unfortunately, little Ningzi accidentally dropped the ice cubes on the ground and broke it. As a result, we can't restore the magical phenomenon from before. That's what we were doing just now. The more Li Zishuan listened, the more surprised he was. According to Mo Lingwei, the two of them might have accidentally gotten a telescope. He pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Ink Girl, The reason why you can't recover the previous miraculous phenomenon is mainly because the distance between the two ice cubes is wrong. Mo Lingwei retorted, impossible. The distance between the two protruding ice cubes yesterday is about the same as the distance we placed them today, right? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, even if your distance today is exactly the same as yesterday, it's impossible for yesterday's miraculous phenomenon to happen. Actually, Ink Girl, you've overlooked a problem from the beginning to the end. The protrusion of the ice cubes you used today might be different from the ice cubes you used yesterday. Mo Lingwei nodded. That's possible. After all, this is my first time making something like this. How can I make it exactly the same every time? But even if it's different, what's the difference? Li Zishuan smiled and pointed to the broken ice mirror on the ground. He said, of course there's an effect. Ink Girl, you used this ice cubes to start a fire yesterday. Do you know how it works? Of course. I don't know. Mo Lingwei opened her mouth and said embarrassedly, I saw this method in the handwritten notes of the Mo family's ancestor. It said that using this kind of protruding ice cubes, you can turn the sunlight into a small dot. Then the small dot is very hot and can ignite something. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He roughly knew from Mo Huai that Moz was very knowledgeable about geometric optics. He could even make a small whole image. In comparison, using a convex lens to condense light was child's play. Li Zishuan shook his head and said to Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning, who was listening with great interest, come with me. I'll tell you how to make this legendary clairvoyance. I'll also give you a task by the way. After saying that, Li Zishuan turned around and went downstairs without waiting for their agreement. Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were stunned when they heard this. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. The two looked at each other and quickly followed. Hey! Xiao Xian, do you mean that we can make a clairvoyance? Hey! Yamacho, wait! After a while, Li Zishuan came to the fourth floor. He then passed through the central office area of the Twin Towers and entered the teaching area. He randomly found a classroom and pushed the door open. Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning had already followed him. The two saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have the intention of giving a lecture, so they found 2 seats in the first row and sat down. Mo Lingwei secretly glanced at the neatly arranged tables and stools, the tall podium, and the smooth blackboard in the classroom. She felt very curious. Ink Girl, let me first explain to you the principle of making fire from ice. Li Zishuan first drew a convex lens on the blackboard, then looked at Mo Lingwei and said, the external structure of this ice is protruding outwards. Let's call this structure a convex lens for the time being, 1 classroom, 2 students, and 1 teacher. The first class of Yanhuang College quietly began. However, no one would have thought that such an inconspicuous class would open the prelude to the development of ancient optics in China. Ink Girl, do you understand the principle of a convex lens now? Li Zishuan never expected Mo Lingwei to be such a thorough person. If you told her that a convex lens converges light, she would ask you why. Well, you would draw a light path diagram and explain to her why a convex lens converges light. In the process, it would inevitably involve the problem of the refractive index of different media. In the end, she would ask what the refractive index was and how the refractive index was obtained. Therefore, this small piece of common knowledge in physics ended up taking half an hour to explain. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's previous life's major included a lot of optics, so his theoretical foundation was quite solid. Otherwise, he might really have been stumped by this little girl's questions. However, it was gratifying to see that the 2 students, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning, were very attentive. Okay, I understand. Yamacho, continue to tell us about the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei rubbed her chin and smiled at Li Zishuan. Yan Xiaoning also nodded and said, okay, I understand too. Xiao Xian, quickly continue. Although Li Zishuan was an otaku in his previous life, it didn't mean that his ability to express himself was bad. On the contrary, in serious conversations, his ability to express himself had always been very good. His thoughts were especially clear. Perhaps it was because of this that Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning could quickly follow his train of thought. Okay. Since you understand this, the next part will be very simple. Chapter 695. When the objective lens converges the distant light to a single point, the distance between the point and the eyepiece is equal to the focal length of the eyepiece. As I told you before, the light emitted from the focal point will become a parallel beam after passing through the convex lens, and the distant scenery will be formed into a magnified image. As for how magnified it is, it depends on the ratio of the focal length of the objective lens to the focal length of the eyepiece. In addition, this tool that can see distant objects clearly, I call it a telescope. In the classroom, Li Zixuan's first class in Yanhuang College was coming to an end. After an hour of lecture, he finally explained the principles of telescopes to the two people in front of him. Of course, he only explained the principles of the Kepler telescope, consisting of two convex lenses. There was also the Galileo telescope, one convex lens, one concave lens, and some reflector telescopes. Oh! I didn't know there was so much knowledge behind this small lens. I didn't expect that a telescope similar to clairvoyance could really be made. Yamacho, you're so knowledgeable. As the saying goes, knowing a person by reputation is not as good as meeting him in person. Although Mo Lingwei had heard from Mo Zhong and the others that Li Zixuan was very powerful, at that time, Mo Lingwei felt that she wasn't bad either. After all, she was like a little overlord in the Mo family. However, after listening to Li Zixuan's lecture today, she finally understood the gap between her and Li Zixuan. Although she knew a lot about the various kinds of knowledge in the Mo family, she only knew the basics and didn't know the details. Moreover, the things she knew were very diverse and varied. On the other hand, Li Zixuan seemed to have a complete knowledge system. No matter what the problem was, he could trace it back to the source and explain it clearly. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but admire him. She felt that Li Zixuan was even better than her father. When you two are free, you can take a look at the school's physics textbooks. Although the first book doesn't cover much about lens imaging, some of the basic concepts are very useful for making telescopes. Li Zixuan put down the chalk and patted the chalk dust off his hands as he smiled at the two of them. Yes. I'll take a look when I get back. Mo Lingwei replied with a smile. Yan Xiaoning hesitated for a while and said, Xiao Xian, give me a set of all the teaching materials of the academy later. I want to take a look too. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. Then he thought for a moment and said, after explaining the principle of the telescope to you, I have a task for you. Upon hearing that there was a mission, Mo Lingwei immediately sat up straight and said, Yamacho, go ahead, we're listening. The tragic Yan Xiaoning was unknowingly represented again, in this Guanghua Tower, in the middle of the central main building connecting the two towers on both sides. There is an atrium with a semicircular glass ceiling at the top. Do you know why I designed it like this? Li Zixuan propped his hands on the lectern and looked at the two in front of him as he asked. Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Lingwei thought for a while and shook her head directly. I don't know. When I first saw it, I thought that Yamacho designed this atrium with a transparent ceiling specifically for lying down and looking at the stars at night. Smack. Li Zixuan slammed the table and laughed. Ink Girl is right, this atrium is used for looking at the stars at night. Mo Lingwei was stunned. She was just casually saying it just now. According to my original idea, a large telescope should be placed in this atrium specifically for the students to look at the stars and the moon, so that they can understand what the world in the sky is like. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning both opened their mouths in shock. They got the telescope earlier because it was new and fun, but Li Zixuan wanted to use the telescope to look at the sky directly. This The ancients had always been in awe of the sky, so the two of them were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment when Li Zishuan wanted to look at the sky directly. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Actually, the view in the sky is not mysterious at all. You will understand when you see it for yourself. So the task I'm giving the two of you is to build this large telescope. If you succeed, I'm sure His Majesty will reward you generously. When the time comes, all the credit will go to you." Mo Lingwei came back to her senses. She looked at Li Zishuan for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, Yamacho taught us how to make this telescope. We can't take the credit. I also don't want His Majesty's reward." Li Zishuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mo Lingwei continue, "Although I don't want His Majesty's reward, if we really do it, I want Yamacho to promise me one thing." "How about it?" Wasn't Li Zishuan very clear about what this girl wanted? He thought for a moment and said, "I know what you want to say, Ink Girl. How about this, if you can really make this telescope, I will personally invite Ink Girl to be a special professor at Yanhuang College. You will only be responsible for research and not teaching, but you will be treated exactly the same as a professor at the academy. This is the biggest concession I can make." If he let Mo Lingwei, a girl, teach a lesson to those youths in their puberty, old man Mo would probably fight him to the death. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only let Mo Lingwei come to the academy to be in charge of scientific research. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment. Although she couldn't teach students, she could finally work at Yanhuang College. She didn't have to idle around all day, and most importantly, she could get the treatment of a professor at the academy. It was better than her father's treatment. Therefore, she nodded and said, "Okay, Yamacho, I promise you." "Hey, no, I haven't agreed to make the telescope with you." At this moment, Yan Xiaoning, who had been silent for a long time, said weakly. Li Zishuan immediately cursed in his heart. What a stupid teammate. Wasn't the reason why he gave Mo Lingwei this mission to set her up with Yan Xiaoning? Otherwise, who couldn't he find for this mission? But, sigh, this should be the legendary iron-willed straight man? Humph. Little Ning, if you don't agree, I'll go tell my father that you bullied me in the office yesterday. Mo Lingwei slammed the table, stood up, and snorted at Yan Xiaoning. Li Zishuan's eyes widened when he heard this. What did she mean? So Yan Xiaoning, this outwardly passionate man, pulled a girl to the office to do something shameful? Heh, this kid is really something. Yan Xiaoning couldn't stand Li Zishuan's meaningful gaze. He quickly stood up and explained, "Ink Girl, you can't say things like that. When did I bully you?" Humph. If I say you did, then you did. Do you think my father will believe me or you? Mo Lingwei said with her hands on her hips. Yan Xiaoning was speechless. After a while, he could only admit defeat and said, okay, I'll help you make the telescope. Hee hee. That's more like it. The little girl's face really changed quickly. Mo Lingwei laughed. Then, she saw the sky outside the window and was shocked. It's already so late. My father must be worried about me. I have to go home. But, it's getting dark, Seeing that she was obviously afraid of the dark but was too embarrassed to say it, Li Zishuan said to Yan Xiaoning, "Xiaoning, it's already so late. It's not safe for Ink Girl to be alone on the road. Why don't you send her off?" Obviously, he was creating an opportunity for his brother. However, Yan Xiaoning said gloomily, "I'm not going down the mountain. I'm going back to the courtyard later. The bed in the courtyard is more comfortable. Little Xian, you should find someone else to send her." Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He thought to himself, iron men are indeed destined to be lonely for life. This guy has been single for so many years. It makes sense. Last time, Zhang Sun wanted to matchmake Yan Xiaoning, but now it seems like it was all in vain. You really can't do anything to a single person with his own ability. Chapter 696. Chang'an, west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Chongyi Square. Chang'an's largest Taoist temple was located here, Xiandu Temple. According to the Chang'an Annals, Xiandu Temple was located in Chongyi Square. In the second year of Emperor Kaihuang, Sui dynasty moved from the old city of Chang'an to this temple and changed its name to Xiandu. In the first year of Deding, Yang Jian was abdicated by Emperor Jing of North Zhou and changed his name to Emperor Kaihuang. After that, Emperor Wen of Sui conquered Chen and united China, which had been divided for hundreds of years. At that time, the old city of Chang'an was dilapidated and narrow, and the waterways were heavily polluted. It did not match the capital of a great country. In the second year of Emperor Kaihuang, Emperor Wen of Sui started to build a new capital city, Daxing City. The location and construction of Daxing City incorporated the theory of feng shui and the concept of Zhou Yi's Gan hexagram. Daxing City was located on 6 high hills from the south to the north, symbolizing the 6 lines of the Gan hexagram. The palaces, government offices, temples, and alleys were located on these 6 lines. Xingshan Temple and Xiandu Temple were located on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue in the south of the city. Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, was born poor and was raised by a nun. After he became the prime minister of North Zhou and ascended the throne, he was very respectful of Buddhism and Taoism. Xiandu Temple became the royal Taoist temple of the Sui dynasty. On the west side of Xiandu Temple, there were 2 courtyards with green bricks and green tiles, with heavy eaves and corridors. The whole courtyard seemed to give people a sense of peace and quiet. Father, Mother, I'm back. As the sky was getting dark, a little boy in a green Taoist robe pushed open the door and shouted at the middle-aged Taoist priest and the woman who was collecting clothes. The middle-aged Taoist priest was stunned and looked at the boy. Proverb, why are you back so late? It turned out that this little boy was the second place of Yanhuang College's entrance exam, Li Yan. Obviously, the middle-aged Taoist priest was the famous Li Chunfeng in the future, and the woman beside him was his wife, Mrs. Lu. As the little boy walked into the courtyard, he said, after the opening ceremony in the afternoon, the teachers of the academy showed us around the academy and taught all the students how to use some of the new things in the academy. That's why we came back late. When Mrs. Lu heard this, she was overjoyed. So, Proverb, you were admitted to Yanhuang College? Li Yan didn't go home at noon, so it was understandable that Mrs. Lu didn't know his results. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, smiled but did not say anything. Li Zhongyu replied, yes, mother. I got in, but I only got second place. The first place is the current king of Wei. Mrs. Lu pulled her son and stroked his little head, then happily said, not bad, not bad. I've heard that Prince Wei has always been knowledgeable since he was a child. As the proverb goes, it's already not bad if you can get second place. Moreover, I've heard that even His Majesty went to Yanhuang College to participate in that opening ceremony. This proves that my son is promising. Proverb, just you wait. Mother will go and cook something delicious for you. Let's have a good celebration tonight. Yes, thank you, Mother. The little Daoist boy said in a crisp voice. Mrs. Lu pinched her son's little face and happily went into the house to prepare dinner. Li Chunfeng looked at this heartwarming scene with a hint of warmth in his eyes. He then turned around and said, Proverb, come with me to the study. Yes, Father. By the way, Father, how did you predict that I wouldn't get first place yesterday? In the study, Li Yan raised his head and asked curiously. This is a heavenly secret. Proverb, I'll tell you when your divination skills improve. Li Chunfeng did not answer. Instead, he chuckled and turned around. He paused for a moment before he asked, and asked, Proverb, how do you feel at Yanhuang College today? Li Yan pursed his lips and seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he replied, Father, although the architectural style of Yanhuang College is unique, the overall layout is in accordance with the Daoist principles of yin, yang, and 5 elements. I can see that Li Zishuan. I mean Yamacho, he put a lot of thought into the design of the college. As for the interior of the building, the stone floor is as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, and even the toilets are extremely luxurious. There's not much stench in there at all. If you want to talk about feelings, I feel that. I feel that this Yanhuang College doesn't belong to Tang Dynasty at all. It's as if it doesn't belong to the world we live in. At the end of his sentence, Li Yan furrowed his brows like a little adult. He looked conflicted and puzzled. Li Chunfeng saw this and could not help but laugh. He walked up to Li Yan and patted the back of his head. He laughed and said, "Ha! This Yanhuang College does not belong to Tang Dynasty." Li Yan looked up and asked curiously, "Father, what do you mean? Also, you said that Yamacho is the man of destiny of Taoism, what do you mean?" Li Chunfeng remained silent. After a while, he walked to the window with his back facing Li Yan and said slowly, "You're right. Great wealth depends on heaven, small wealth depends on hard work. Man proposes, but God disposes. In this world, most people's fates are predestined by the heavens. However, there will always be a type of person whose fate is not only predestined by the heavens, but can also change the fate of others. This type of person is called the destined person." Li Yan's mouth opened wide in shock. He muttered, "Father, are you saying that Yamacho can change fate? How is that possible? Before Kongming died, even the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array could not change fate. How can Yamacho do it?" The 7 stars life-prolonging lamp was also known as the 7 souls 7 orifices lamp. It was recorded in the Daoist teachings, when a person is in the womb, the 3 elements nurture him, the 9 energies distribute him, the 5 stars form his 5 organs, and the Big Dipper opens his orifices. The 7 stars descending child to protect him. It could be said that a person's 7 souls were adorned by the 7 stars and were also protected by the 7 stars. If one of the 7 stars was destroyed, the soul would not be able to gather. If all the 7 stars were destroyed, the soul would dissipate. Zhuge Liang, who was well versed in Chimen Duanjia, understood the theory behind the soul-gathering powder. Therefore, he set up the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array in hopes of gathering his dissipating soul again to extend his life. Unfortunately, the mandate of heaven could not be defied. Wei Yan's hurried footsteps caused a gust of wind that broke the array set up by Zhuge Liang, causing the 7 souls to dissipate again. Not long after that, Zhuge Liang died of an illness in the Wuzhang Plains. In the study, Li Chunfeng's expression changed. After a long while, he sighed and said, "He is the man of destiny, but also someone outside of it. Of course, he will not be bound by it. Not only that, he will also bring unexpected things and variables to the Tang Empire." At this point, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the wind and clouds outside the house suddenly changed. A storm came pouring down without any warning. Chapter 697. The sudden storm gave Li Yan a big fright. Although he matured early and his wisdom was far beyond his peers, he was still a 6-year-old child. There were some things that he would still be afraid of. Li Chunfeng stood by the window and remained silent. He did not seem to notice the rain outside. In the end, Li Yan could not stand it anymore and walked over to close the window. "Father, what's wrong?" After closing the window, Li Zhongyu looked at Li Chunfeng and asked worriedly. Li Chunfeng came back to his senses and shook his head. "I'm fine." He then turned around and sat down on the couch next to the desk. Li Zhongyu followed him and asked, "Father, how did you know that Yamacho is the destined one?" Li Chunfeng poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. He then glanced at his son and said, "I've measured Li Zishuan's birth characters and calculated that he will face 2 calamities in his life. The first calamity will be when he is 6 years old, and the second calamity will be in the first half of this year. The first calamity will be with the help of the Destined One, but the second calamity will be a death calamity. A death calamity that will definitely kill him. Li Yan was shocked. He opened his mouth and his face changed color. A death calamity that will definitely kill him? But Yamacho is now. He's still alive and well, right? Li Chunfeng finished his son's sentence and said, I was even more shocked than you at that time. So, after that, No, father. May I ask how you know Yamacho's birth characters? Li Yan asked weakly. He had recovered from the shock and remembered the loophole in Li Chunfeng's words. Li Chunfeng heard his son's question and an awkward expression appeared on his face. He paused for a moment and said. In June this year, Li Zishuan's mother calculated Li Zishuan's birth characters at Xiandu Temple. I was there too. Li Zishuan, who was enjoying the loving dinner prepared by his wife in the courtyard of Yunshan, did not realize that his personal information was accidentally leaked when his mother gave him and Han Yushi's horoscope. Moreover, it was leaked to a person who was proficient in divination. Li Yan was shocked. He did not expect his father, whom he had always admired, to do such a sneaky thing. Li Chunfeng felt his son's gaze and blushed. He coughed dryly and said. When I calculated the calamity in Li Zishuan's life, I was also very shocked. He was clearly a dead person, so how could he still be alive? After that, I wanted to see Li Zishuan with my own eyes and make a further judgment. Once, by chance, I met Li Zishuan in front of the Li residence. At that time, he should have just returned triumphantly from the Serpent Spirit Mountain. His killing intent soared to the heavens. When I looked at his face, I could only see chaos. I couldn't see his past or future. Li Zhongyu was stunned. Father, with your current cultivation, you still can't see through Mountain Elder's face. No wonder I couldn't see through him even after looking at him for so long. Li Chunfeng smiled and continued with a solemn expression. Not only that, I saw His Highness at the beginning of this year. His eyebrows were close to his life palace. The Yintang acupoint between his eyebrows was not big enough for 2 fingers to touch. His nose was crooked, his middle was short and flat, and his lips were as thin as paper. I was shocked. His Highness won't live past 30, and his position as Crown Prince is unstable. This was indeed the case. Li Qingxian colluded with Li Yuanchang, Du He, and Ho Junji to force the emperor to abdicate. His conspiracy was exposed and he was exiled to Qian province by Li Er. He died of depression at the age of 26 in Zhengguan's 19th year, 645. After hearing such a shocking statement, Li Yan was so shocked that he was completely speechless. If the conversation in this study room was overheard by someone, then their family would probably be annihilated. Li Chunfeng continued, when His Majesty summoned me to the palace a few days ago, I met His Highness the Crown Prince again. But this time, His Highness the Crown Prince had a full forehead and a high forehead. He was obviously rich and had a stable status. Not only that, there was also Duke Yi, who had a great change in his physique. Father had calculated that Duke Yi was nearing the end of his life and his body would deteriorate day by day. But not long ago, not only did he recover from his internal injuries, his strength had also improved. It was truly inconceivable. Later on, there was news that Duke Yi recovered because of Li Zishuan's medicinal wine, life-stealing blood technique, and a mysterious fist technique. Come to think of it, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang, and from Mount Longhu, the closest people to him were His Highness, Prince Wei, Duke Yi, Duke Lu, and a few others. I don't know about the others, but His Highness and Duke Yi both had a sudden change in their fate. I can't help but suspect that this has something to do with Li Zishuan. Not only can he change his own fate, but he can also change the fate of others. If he isn't a man of destiny, what else can he be? Moreover, he is a disciple of the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. Li Yan was shocked speechless by Li Chunfeng's words. He was silent for nearly half an hour before he recovered and asked, "Father, do you know Yamacho's master, Senior Lingxiu?" Li Chunfeng smiled. "Of course I know him. However, I know him. He doesn't know me." It was obvious that he wasn't an old-fashioned person. He could still make such a joke at this time. Li Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "Father, do you know if Senior Lingxiu knows divination?" Li Chunfeng thought for a while and said, "Of course. Moreover, his divination skills are far above mine." Li Yan asked curiously, "Then why didn't Senior Lingxiu predict that Yamacho would face a calamity this year?" Li Chunfeng's expression changed. He closed his eyes as if he was recalling some old memories. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "It's not that he didn't, but he didn't want to. I've heard Master say before that although spiritual Master Ling Su is proficient in divination, he doesn't believe in destiny. In his life, there are two things that he doesn't divine. One is that he doesn't divine people's marriages, and the other is that he doesn't divine the calamities of those close to him. He feels that even if it's a death calamity, there is still a chance of survival. If he tells others about the death calamity in advance, it will destroy the only chance of survival. Even though this point of view is poles apart from what I learned on Southern Mountain, it can't be said to be completely unreasonable. After all, everyone's Tao is different when it comes to cultivating the Tao." Chapter 698. It was said that Li Chunfeng's master was Yuan Tiangang, but that was not the case. In the second year of Sui Renshou, Li Chunfeng was born in Yong, Qizhou. He was smart and studious since he was young. He read a lot of books, especially astronomy, calendars, and mathematics. Li Chunfeng's father, Li Bo, was a small official in the county government during the Sui dynasty. He gave up his position and became a Taoist priest. He was quite knowledgeable and called himself Huang Guanzi. He wrote Laozi, 10 volumes of maps, and astronomical elephant prose. Li Chunfeng was known as a prodigy since he was young. Under the influence of his father, he read a lot of books, especially astronomy, geography, Taoism, and yin-yang. In the 7th year of Sui dynasty, the 9-year-old Li Chunfeng went to Mount Nantua to become a disciple of Daoist Ziyuan. In the 14th year of Sui dynasty, Li Yuan became the emperor and gave Li Shimin the title of king of Qin. In the 2nd year of Tang dynasty's emperor Wuda, the 17-year-old Li Chunfeng returned to his hometown. He was recommended by Li Er's good friend, Lu Wenjing, to become the secretary of the king of Qin's army. The legendary Taoist priest went down the mountain. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, Li Chunfeng was given the title of general officer and worked in the Imperial Historian Bureau. In the Imperial Historical Bureau, which was in charge of astronomy, geography, calendar making, and history, he fully displayed his talent and wisdom. Once he entered the Imperial Historical Bureau, he worked hard for 40 years. Proverb, actually, I didn't want you to enter the Yanhuang Academy. You've been smart since you were young and have a spiritual root. If I'm not wrong, you'll definitely inherit my mantle in the future. But now that you've gone to the Yanhuang Academy, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. In the study, Li Chunfeng looked at his son and sighed. Li Chunfeng was about to say something when he heard his mother's voice outside, husband, dinner is ready. Come out and eat. Okay, mother. Li Yan answered quickly. Li Chunfeng smiled and pulled his son out for dinner. Guanyin maid, what do you think of this essay? Lijiang Hall, West Court of the Imperial Palace. Li Er put down his brush and picked up a piece of paper from the desk. He walked to the bed and smiled at Empress Jiangsun. As soon as Your Majesty came over, Your Majesty focused on the writing desk. I've been wanting to see it for a long time. Jiangsun chuckled and took it. When she opened it, she immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! Your Majesty's calligraphy has improved again. Is that so?" "Ha!" Li Er was pleased with himself and simply sat down. Holding Empress Jiangsun's waist, he began to watch with her. Old people often think of the past, young people often think of the future. I can only think of the past. Zhang Sun smiled and then focused on the content of the text. When she saw the opening, she couldn't help but read it out softly. As he continued to read, the surprise on Zhang Sun's face became more and more intense. When she read, "A young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country, a young man's wealth is the wealth of the country, a young man's strength is the strength of the country, a young man's independence is the independence of the country, a young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country, a young man's wealth is the wealth of the country, a young man's strength is the strength of the country, a young man's independence is the independence of the country." At the end, "My beautiful young China is not old with the heavens. My young China is boundless with the country." Empress Zhangsun seemed to feel the heart-wrenching roar and earth-shaking cry of the author of the essay at that time. Her whole body trembled a little. Li Er, who was next to her, could feel the trembling of her body. "Your Majesty, this essay is too shocking. I'm a woman, but after reading this essay, I can't help but feel my blood boil." Empress Zhangsun took a few deep breaths to calm her surging heart a little. Then she looked at Li Er and said. Li Er smiled and asked, "Huh? This is not shocking. If you listen to someone reading it, then it's shocking." "Guanyin maid, guess who wrote this essay?" Empress Zhangsun's gentle eyes turned slightly, and then she smiled and said, "I guess this essay should be written by Li Zishuan, right?" Li Er was startled and asked curiously, "Guanyin maid, how do you know?" Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Looking at your Majesty's reaction, it seems that I guessed right." Then she explained, "Such a hot-blooded and angry essay, no one in the imperial court would write it. Today, your Majesty went to Yanhuang College outside the city to participate in the opening ceremony in addition to the morning court. So presumably, this essay was read by Xiao Xian at the opening ceremony, right?" After listening to Empress Zhangsuan's analysis, Li Er praised, "The Empress is still the most meticulous. It's my great fortune to have Guanyin maid, haha. Fang residence, study room. This Li Zishuan is really bold." Fang Xianling looked at the words on the desk and sighed with his hands behind his back. The content of the word fortune was the introduction to young China that Li Zishuan spoke in the afternoon. Fang Yizhi, who was next to him, nodded and said, after listening to it in the afternoon, "I also admire Li Zhe. Yamacho. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 15 years old." Fang Xianling turned around and looked at his eldest son, who was also the most reliable son among his several sons, and said, "Whether it's the civil officials or the military officials in the imperial court, our descendants can't compare to Li Zishuan. Since you were admitted to Yanhuang College this time, study hard there. If you can learn 10% of Li Zishuan's knowledge, it's also excellent. What's more, according to His Majesty's current intention, he wants to vigorously support Li Zishuan and Yanhuang College. The Fang family's current glory is all given by His Majesty, so we must always follow His Majesty." Fang Yizhi respectfully said, "I understand, Father, please rest assured." Fang Xianling nodded and said, "Well, I've always been at ease with you. But my beloved, you have to urge him to study well in the future. Don't let him hang out with Du He and King Lu all day long." Li Yuanchang, at this time, the king of Han was still Li Ku. 2 years later, Li Yuanchang was changed to king of Han by Li Er. As for Li Ku, he was changed to king of Shu. When you have time, teach him the lessons of Yanhuang Academy. If he can also be admitted to Yanhuang Academy next year, this old man will be relieved. Old Fang's thoughts were a bit like those parents in modern times who thought their children were too noisy and wanted to send their children to school to be disciplined by teachers. Fang Yizhi's face flashed a trace of helplessness. Obviously, he also had a headache about this disobedient younger brother, but in front of Fang Xianling, he couldn't say it, so he could only say, "Yes, Father, I will pay attention." At the same time, he silently mourned for Li Zishuan in his heart. He thought that if Fang Yizhi also entered Yanhuang College in the future, Li Zishuan would be the one who would have a headache. Well, that's good. But don't fall behind your studies. As your father, the Fong family will have to rely on you in the future. This old man has no other request, I just hope that you can live a peaceful life. Fang Xianling sighed, then bowed his back and left the study. Fang Yizhi looked at his father's back and inexplicably saw the sadness of a hero in his twilight years. His nose was a little sour. Chapter 699. The next day, at the Imperial College. Compared to Yanhuang College, the students here had already started school. During the break, a student at the Imperial College took the opportunity to take out today's Datong Daily. He wanted to read the novel at the back, but he was attracted by today's headline, Young China, Li Zishuan's speech at Yanhuang College's first school opening ceremony. The student couldn't help but read it. As a result, he was completely immersed in it. After spending nearly half an hour to finish reading the news, the student's heart was like a stormy sea. His chest was surging with anger. He slammed the table with all his strength and couldn't help but roar loudly, "What the hell? Ah! Good! What a good saying that a young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country, a young man's wealth is the wealth of the country, a young man's strength is the strength of the country, a young man's independence is the independence of the country." It's so well written. F***ck. Chen Xuanda, you're so wicked. Why are you shouting for no reason? You're interrupting my reading of the novel. Chen Xuanda, son of Chen Shuda, the Minister of Rights, another student next to him was shocked by the sudden attack of this powerful sound wave. He stood up and cursed angrily. The rest of the people also criticized, "That's right. Xuanda, why are you shouting for no reason? Did you scare yourself with your daydream? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." The student named Chen Xuanda wasn't angry. He picked up the newspaper excitedly and said to the student who just scolded him, "Hey, Cheng Xian, stop reading the novel. Look at today's headlines. I promise you won't regret it." Pei Chengxian, grandson of Sikong Pei Ji, Pei Chengxian said impatiently, "How can the news be better than the novel? I'd better finish reading the novel first." How could Chen Xuanda be willing? He took the newspaper and walked to Pei Chengxian's seat. He pointed at today's headlines and said, "Chengxian, stop reading the novel. Look at this, quickly." Pei Chengxian was a little annoyed by the harassment. He said helplessly, "Okay, okay, okay. Then I'll take a look first. If it's not good, then you'll have to watch it." After saying that, he lowered his head and began to read. If you want to talk about the country's old and young, please talk about the people's old and young first. Old people often think about the past, young people often think about the future. When he read the first sentence, Pei Chengxian also felt that this article was a little interesting. It was actually praising young people. It was different from the articles of many great scholars. Therefore, he continued reading. His reading speed was much faster than Chen Xuanda's. After a while, he read to the end of the article. "Heaven wears its green, and earth wears its yellow. Even if there were thousands of years, there were 8 desolates. The future was like the sea, and the days ahead were long. My beautiful young China, as old as the heavens. Our China's youth is strong, and our country is boundless." When he reached the last few paragraphs, Pei Chengxian couldn't help but read it aloud. Furthermore, his voice became louder and louder. At first, some people wanted to reprimand him, but after hearing the content of the sentence, everyone fell silent and couldn't help but continue listening. All right. What a beautiful young China, not old with the heavens. What a strong young man from China, boundless with the country. It's so well written. After Pei Chengxian finished reading, he couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. The excitement on his face was no less than Chen Xuanda's just now. His roar was also louder than Chen Xuanda's. Our China, not old with the heavens. Our China's youth is strong, and our country is boundless. What a good sentence. What a good sentence. Xian, who wrote this article? It's so well written. That's right. I've never heard of an article that makes one's blood boil. It's so exciting. The newspaper said that this was Li Sai's speech at Yanhuang College's opening ceremony yesterday. This means that this article must be written by Li Sai. Li Sai? Yanhuang College? It's actually like this? Ah. Oh my God. Is Yanhuang College still recruiting this year? I want to go to Yanhuang College. I want a tiger to roar in the valley, and all the beasts to tremble in fear. I want to be that China's youth. Sob sob, it's so well written. Previously, when Pei Qingxian was reading this article, he had been muttering it in a low voice. Although his voice was a little soft at the beginning and many students did not hear it, they heard the last few paragraphs clearly. Therefore, all of their blood surged, especially the last two sentences. It was like a fuse that ignited the hearts of all the students. Young China. This is our China, our Tang dynasty. At this moment, they could only shout excitedly to vent the excitement and passion in their hearts. There were also some students who couldn't control their eyes from reddening at the end. They were excited, moved, and impulsive. Tears flowed down their cheeks uncontrollably. I'm crying. Why am I crying? They reached out to touch their eyes and looked at the water droplets hanging from their palms in disbelief. Once upon a time, every time they listened to the teachers of the Imperial College speak, they would involuntarily feel sleepy, and the words would go in one ear and out the other. They would act as if they were listening carefully, but in reality, they were not listening at all. But now, today, this article was clearly being read by Li Zishuan to the Yanhuang College students. Why were they so excited to the point of tears when they heard it from Pei Qingxian's mouth? Under such circumstances, many students were filled with endless yearning for Yanhuang College. Or rather, they were filled with yearning for the former directorate head of the directorate, Li Zishuan. They wanted to be students under such a teacher and not listen to the boring lectures of those great scholars in the directorate every day. Our young China is so beautiful that it doesn't age with the heavens. Our young China is so strong that it has no borders with the country. A young person's ambition is the country's ambition, a young person's wealth is the country's wealth, a young person's strength is the country's strength. Roar! Yanhuang College. I want to go to Yanhuang College. I wonder if Yanhuang College is still recruiting. I heard that they're not recruiting anymore. Those who want to go can only wait until next year. Ah. That's such a pity. It's more comfortable to attend Li Sai's classes. It wasn't just the directorate. All the students in the directorate were in an uproar. Given the current popularity of Datong Daily, even if each student didn't have a copy, there would be at least one copy for 2 students on average. Although many people bought newspapers to read novels, there would always be some who saw today's headlines and then passed it to other students. Therefore, it was difficult for such an impassioned article not to go viral. Among them, there were some students who had heard the live version of the speech at Yanhuang College yesterday afternoon. They were more excited than anyone else and kept shouting. Clang, clang, clang. However, at this moment, the gongs and drums of the directorate's classes sounded. The students' momentum finally weakened. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Under the silence, an even crazier force was suppressed. Chapter 700. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened at the Hongwen Library. Beautiful young China, immortal with the heavens. Strong young China, boundless with the country. Good job, Li Xiannan. That's well said. I want to go to Yanhuang College. I heard that not only are the teachers there good, the environment is even better. It's like an immortal palace. I want to go too. I want to go too. Even if you want to go, they won't accept you. Yanhuang College only accepts students once a year. If you want to go, you'll have to wait until next year. Next year? Not only in Tang Dynasty's government-run schools, today's headlines also caused a huge reaction among the common people, especially among the young people. Good. Not only did Li Xiannan dare to speak the truth, but his words also touched my heart. How satisfying. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Fan is right. Such a beautiful article, we should drink with him. In a restaurant in Chang'an, several young men in brocade clothes were drinking and chatting merrily. No one knew who started talking about the headlines in today's newspaper. After that, everyone present seemed to have a common language, and the scene suddenly became lively. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. At first, I thought that Li Xiannan was only good at mathematics, but I didn't expect his article to be so good. Reading it makes one's blood boil. To say something inauspicious, if an enemy were to invade our Tang dynasty, I would go to the border and kill them with my sword. Brother Murong, you're a straightforward person, but I have the same thoughts as you. Forget it. With your physiques, you won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. I'm a little regretful that I didn't apply for Yanhuang College this year. I heard that Yunshan Mountain was very lively yesterday. Even His Majesty went personally. Really? I heard from my neighbor, Niu family's Dalong, that he's a student of Yanhuang College. How can it be fake? I also heard that Yanhuang College is like an immortal palace. It's so beautiful. Yes, that's right. I also visited Yanhuang College before. Sigh. Looks like I can only wait until next year's enrollment. Hey, speaking of which, will your father let you go there? I remember that Uncle Fan wanted you to become an official with the Ming Jing. TSK, what's there to disagree with? His Majesty's 3 princes are in Yanhuang College. If the 3 princes can go, why can't I? It's true. There was an undercurrent of turbulence among the young students, and it was impossible for the others not to have noticed it. Chancellor, after the students saw Li Zishuan's article on the newspaper which misled the public with his lies, they were all very agitated. Some people didn't even pay attention in class and kept talking about it. Once class was over, every classroom could hear the voices of students wanting to go to Yanhuang College. In the long run, I'm afraid there will be trouble. In the Imperial College, in Kong Yingda's office, Cui Shanyu was earnestly advising Kong Yingda. Kong Yingda frowned and said, "What lies? Professor Cui, if you want to report something, report it properly. Don't add oil to the fire." A trace of anger flashed in Cui Shanyu's eyes, but it was quickly restrained. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes, you're right. My words just now were indeed inappropriate. As for what this guy was thinking, only God knew. However, he definitely didn't have any good intentions. After all, the professors of the Imperial College had jointly recommended him to be the director of the Imperial College last time, but it was heartlessly rejected by Li Zishuan. He bore his hatred on Li Zishuan. Kong Yingda looked at him and said, "I also know that if this continues, there will be trouble. Go and inform all the schools that the Imperial College will temporarily cancel the recess for the next 2 days and let out an hour earlier. Don't give the students a chance to unite and cause trouble." At this point, Kong Yingda didn't have any good ideas. He understood that if he used high-handed methods on this group of hot-blooded students, the backlash would be even fiercer. At that time, the matter would be reported to the heavens. "Yes, Chancellor. Then I'll go now." Cui Shanyu was somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything and directly left. Kong Yingda returned to his original seat. Inadvertently, he glanced at the Datong Daily on the table. Looking at the headlines, he couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. What a good young man in China. This child has ambition. When he left the Imperial College, Brother Aaron once said that Confucianism was falling, but his new school was rising like the sun. If the Imperial College lost him, it would definitely be an immeasurable loss. Today's scene seems to be confirming Brother Aaron's prophecy. It seems that I've really made a mistake. How can the Imperial College be saved today? The other teaching assistants and professors of the Imperial College had also seen Li Zishuan's article today. Unlike Kong Yingda and Cui Shanyu, they saw Li Zishuan's unique teaching method from this article. In the past, no matter how long they, as teachers, tried to reason with the students and move them emotionally, the students would resist. Very few people could listen to what they said. They had also discussed it in private. Some people felt that it was too profound, but most people felt that this was a problem with the students themselves. They felt that students of this age were naughty by nature. This was the law of nature, and there was no way to go against it. They could only let nature take its course. When the students grew older, they would be able to listen to the principles and understand the good intentions of these teachers. However, today, these teachers of the Imperial College knew that they were wrong, very wrong. The students didn't listen. It wasn't that the students were young and insensible, but that there was a problem with the things that these teachers said. The principles they said didn't enter the hearts of the children at all. Many people couldn't accept this fact, but the scene in front of them left them speechless. Because Li Zishuan had done it. Young China had done it. Looking at the hot-blooded students of the Imperial College, there was an answer to everything. Therefore, other than a few professors who had grudges with Li Zishuan, the other teaching assistants and professors of the Imperial College, after seeing the response to Young China among the students, more or less began to reflect on themselves. They reflected on their previous teaching methods and their previous teaching attitudes. Yang Lane, Wang Yuluan's old residence. At this moment, Wang Yuluan sighed in the courtyard. Good article. Good article. I just don't know how many young people this article will stir up and how many storms it will stir. And in his hand was today's Datong Daily. Chapter 701. South of Chang'an City, Jianghu Academy. What a surprise. I didn't expect that Yamacho's speech yesterday would cause such a stir in Chang'an City today. Hong Yi, Tianhua, did you hear it when you came? Almost everyone is talking about it, and many people want to enter Yanhuang College. Liao Feichen laughed loudly at Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi as soon as he entered the door. Chen Tianhua, who was writing a novel at the stone table, couldn't help but say, "We heard about it when we came." "Why are you so excited, Feichen?" Hua Hongyi also said, "Ha. Tianhua is right. They are praising Yamacho, not you. Why are you so excited?" Liao Feichen hurriedly walked over and retorted, "You can't say that. We are all students of Yanhuang College now. Seeing that others are envious of our Yanhuang College, I feel proud and happy." Hua Hongyi was more straightforward. He curled his lips and said, "Hey. In my opinion, Feichen, you are just being vain." Chen Tianhua looked at Liao Feichen and said seriously, "Feichen, our purpose of going to Yanhuang College is to study, not to be envied by others. We must be clear about this in our hearts." Liao Feichen touched his nose embarrassedly and said in a muffled voice, "I understand all this. I can't help but feel happy when I see everyone talking about Yanhuang College. He. Hurry up and write your novel. If you don't, we won't even be able to afford food when we go to Yanhuang College." Hua Hongyi elegantly patted the dust on his sleeves and stood up. Liao Feichen's face was full of black lines. He really didn't know whether to curse or not. He sat down and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chen Tianhua and asked, "Hey, I heard from Yamacho that when we return to the academy the day after tomorrow, he will organize a 1-month group training for all the students. Tianhua, why aren't you worried?" Chen Tianhua paused and looked up. "Why should I be worried? We are not spoiled rich young masters who have never suffered hardships since we were young. It's just a training. If Wei Wang and Han Wang aren't afraid, what are we afraid of?" Speaking of Prince Wei, Liao Feichen was fortunate enough to see his true appearance at the academy yesterday. Thinking of Li Tai's appearance of 200 to 300 caddies, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. Tianhua, you are right. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. What these people didn't know was that the military training Li Zishuan was going to organize was an AOE across the entire map. He wouldn't be soft-hearted just because some people were physically weak. He would treat all students the same. Uncle Qin, I'm here to discuss the military training with you. Li Zishuan went to the Qin residence in the afternoon to find Qin Xiong. He wanted to discuss the details of the military training. In the main hall, Qin Xiong took a sip of tea and asked, Xiao Xian, do you have any ideas of your own? You can just say it in front of me. Li Zishuan shook his head. Let's not talk about me first. I don't know much about the training methods of the Tang army, so I would like to hear Uncle Qin explain it to me first. Do you want to know about cavalry or infantry? Qin Xiong asked. It was a very simple question, but Li Zishuan almost burst out laughing. It felt like some bad jokes in his previous life. Brother, do you have any films here? Yes. They are much older. Can you give me some? Then do you want cavalry or infantry? 233333, Li Zishuan shook his head and discarded the impure thoughts in his mind. He wanted to show that he was very pure. Uncle Qin, of course, infantry. Can you explain it to me? Returning to the main topic, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Qin Xiong and said in all seriousness. Yes, of course. Qin Xiong nodded. After thinking for a moment, he began to explain. In the Tang army, other than long-distance running, there are also various combat and formation training. There are 50 people in a company. Tie up the guns and flags in the camp and bring them to the left and right sides of the training ground. Untie the flags according to the number of each team and stand in formation. The distance between each team is 10 steps, and each team takes up 10 square steps. Each team is placed in the gap between each team, and they are 20 steps away from the team in front. After setting up the formation, the generals of each team go to the general's office and wait for instructions. Every team will choose a team and step forward 50 steps. After hearing the sound of the horn, all the teams spread out and stand. After the second sound, all the teams raised their guns, raised their flags, and unsheathed their swords. After the third sound, all the teams raised their guns at the same time. After the fourth sound, all the teams knelt or sat down. At the same time, they looked at the big yellow flag and listened to the sound of the drums. When the yellow flag was lowered and the drum sounded, they shouted in unison and walked to the center line. At the same time, they practiced fighting and shouted, "Kill," as they charged into the enemy formation. After the enemy retreated, they could chase for 30 steps. After knowing that the enemy had retreated, the cavalry would charge in from the back. When the pursuing enemy heard the sound of the golden flag, they would immediately stop shouting and retreat. They would hold their guns in their right arms and turn around to stand in their original positions. This was definitely not made up by him. There were detailed records in Duke Wei's Art of War. With Qin Xiong's explanation, Li Zishuan's mind gradually formed a picture of the Tang army's training. What he did not expect was that the training of the army in this era would be so strict. The formations, positions, and actions according to the sound of the horn were almost the same as modern military training. This way, to Li Zishuan, it would save him a lot of trouble. Uncle Qin, Yanhuang College's military training this time is to strengthen the students' bodies and cultivate their sense of discipline. So, can you remove the weapons in the training method you just mentioned, such as swords, bows, and spears? We will only train in formations and formations. In addition, the battle cry during training will be changed to 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you think? Li Zishuan thought about it and decided to make some changes based on the Tang army's training method to adapt to the special situation of Yanhuang College. But then again, he had no choice but to change it. If he were to completely copy the training method of this era, where would he find so many controlled weapons? His changes were basically a mix of modern military training and ancient military training. It was not only scientific and reasonable, but also easy for the people of this era to accept. Qin Xiong nodded and said, "No problem. But you have to tell me what kind of formation you want the students to practice. You better have a detailed plan." Li Zishuan replied, "I have this. I wonder if I can borrow it from Uncle Qin's family and let them demonstrate it to you?" "Great, great." Chapter 702. When Li Zishuan came out of the Qin manor, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. When he thought of the Qin manor's family generals who had just walked in neat little steps with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, making some simple changes in formation, his mind couldn't help but fly back to his previous life, the time when he was in the university military training. If they wear camouflage uniforms, they will look more pleasing to the eye. Li Zishuan muttered softly. Just now, in front of Qin Xiong, he didn't directly show off what he learned from military training in his previous life. Because he wasn't a special forces soldier in his previous life, he knew very little about formal military training. He couldn't be compared to Qin Xiong, a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. The only thing he could do was to add reasonable modern elements to the existing military training system of the Tang dynasty. If he blindly followed the military training system, it would only cause them to be unable to adapt. At this time, Li Zishuan could still hear some people discussing yesterday's article, Ode to Young China. He helplessly shook his head, feeling unhappy. If he knew that the young people in Jianghu would have such a big reaction to this article, he definitely wouldn't have let Ma Zhou put the article up. Because with the current trend of public opinion, so many students were clamoring to go to Yanhuang College. This was pushing Yanhuang College to the cusp of being on the same level as the Confucians. This was something that Li Zishuan didn't want to see. But now, he could only hope that this group of students wouldn't go too far and cause Yanhuang College to be attacked by the Confucians of Jianghu. There's actually such a thing? Ganlu Hall. Zhao Song reported in detail to Li Er about the intense reaction of the Imperial College, Hongwen Library, and the people to Ode to Young China, in the morning. After listening to it, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought for a while and said, "Then, does the Imperial College and Hongwen Library have any countermeasures?" He was the emperor of a country. Of course, he had to consider the overall situation. Although he personally supported Yanhuang College, he didn't want everyone to study engineering. If that happened, the whole country would be in chaos. Zhao Song slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial College has cancelled the students' recess in the morning." Hongwen Library followed suit and adopted the same measure. It seems that they don't want the students to talk about Li Xianji's speech during recess yesterday. After such a long period of recuperation, Zhao Song was basically recovered. However, his strength had dropped to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. It would be difficult to recover to the peak of the Grand Master realm in a short time. But then again, in his previous situation, being able to keep his life was already good enough. How could he ask for more? The current situation was already the best outcome. If that's the case, it's fine. After the storm passes, I'm sure many people will calm down. Besides, Yanhuang College won't enroll any more students this year. Even if they don't want to, they have to calm down. Li Er nodded. He was quite satisfied with the Imperial College's actions. He suddenly remembered something and said in a low voice, "The day after tomorrow is the day when the military training of Yanhuang College begins, right? Ask Chengxian and Qingke to come over." "Yes." Lord? You want me, old Pang, to train those kids?" In the front yard of the Li residence, Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over after returning from the Qin residence. After a series of instructions, Pang Feiji looked at Li Zishuan with a bitter face and complained. Li Zishuan's face became serious and said, "What's wrong? You're still a small leader of the right Marquis Guard. Why don't you dare to train a few students?" He did want Pang Feiji and the other soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard to participate in the military training. Firstly, he could train them and make them more alert. Secondly, the college was indeed lacking instructors. At first, he estimated that the first batch of students would be about 200 people. Qin Xiong alone would be enough to train them. But now, there were 640 people. He had no choice but to hire extra people. As for why Yanhuang College recruited so many people this time, it was mainly due to his selfishness. Because the lowest score of the students from the School of Mathematics was 52 points, he set the cutoff at 52 points. With this, he directly recruited more than 400 people. This was something that couldn't be helped. Back then, when the group of students from the School of Mathematics heard that he was going to set up his own academy, they wanted to join him without hesitation. Li Zishuan was very touched by their trust in him, so he hesitated for a very long time when he drew the cutoff line. On the contrary, Li Gang and the others thought that Li Zishuan recruited too few people. Actually, it was quite a lot. 600 to 2,000. This was a nearly 30% acceptance rate. Whether it was in the ancient imperial examinations or in modern top universities, this ratio was definitely not small. So Li Zishuan told Li Gang that this was the limit of his tolerance. Lord Zhu, it's not that I don't dare. It's that my brothers and I all have responsibilities. After we leave, the safety of the residents won't be guaranteed. Pang Feiji's face turned red when he heard Li Zishuan's words. He quickly explained. As for how much of this explanation was true, only he himself knew. Li Zishuan stared at this guy for a while and said, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the residents. This month, I'm going to bring my father, mother, and Lan to the Yunshan residence. There are about 15 experts above the Qi transformation realm there. Naturally, you don't have to worry about safety." As for the residents, the two elders and Lan had long wanted to take a look. However, Mrs. Li was a little cautious. She didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's private time. After all, she wanted to have a grandson soon. So, Mrs. Li and Mr. Li didn't mention the request to go to the Yunshan residence. But even if they didn't mention it, Li Zishuan also wanted to let the two elders go to the Yunshan residence to take a look at his business. Pang Feiji couldn't back down now. He could only say, "Yes, sir." Li Zishuan nodded calmly. You guys will pack up today. Including you, there's a total of 49 people, right? Since you're my personal guards, you naturally have to act like one. Tomorrow, all of you will report to Yanhuang College and receive training from the instructors. When the students come back from the holidays, all of you will take turns to be the instructors and train the students. Those who don't have a turn will form a team and train by themselves every day. I will personally train them. A few months ago, Snake King failed to assassinate Li Zishuan. Li air transferred Pang Feiji and the rest of the Right Marquis team to Li Zishuan as his personal guards. He hadn't taken them back until now. So, these people were destined to follow him in the future. Li Zishuan planned to use this opportunity to improve their military discipline. Yes, sir. Pang Feiji opened his mouth. He felt a little bitter. He didn't need to think to know that the next month would be very difficult. Go and make the arrangements. Chapter 703. The next morning. The Li residence was already bustling with activity at daybreak because the owners were moving today. However, it couldn't be said that they were moving because Madam Li, Old Man Li, and the rest were only going to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. They would return when the time came. Moreover, there were limited rooms in Cloud Mountain, so they didn't bring any maids or servants this time. They only picked some clothes and daily necessities. Old Master, we can finally see what Xian's academy is like with our own eyes. Madam Li finished washing up and came to the front yard. She smiled happily as she watched the maids load her clothes into the carriage. Li Jingma pursed his lips and said, Madam, you weren't willing to go to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. Now you're willing? Madam Li rolled her eyes at her husband and said reproachfully, Don't you know why I didn't go before? Wasn't it because I wanted to hold a grandson earlier? Now that Xian is forcing us to go, how can we not go? Li Jingma smiled and said, Heh. Madam, you're most likely thinking too much. In my opinion, Xian and the rest aren't anxious about children at all. It's useless for you to be anxious here. Madam Li reached for the soft flesh on Li Jingma's waist and pinched hard. She said angrily, I'm anxious. You're not anxious. Xian isn't your biological son. You don't want to hold a grandson? Ioyo. Your husband also wants to hold a grandson. But it's useless for your husband to be anxious. Madam, let go of me and be reasonable. The maids and servants in the distance all held back their laughter when they saw this scene. Then, they looked elsewhere. Old master, madam, the luggage is all packed. After a while, Madam Li's personal maid, Qing came over and bowed. However, the little girl's eyes seemed to be a little misty. Ah, good. Madam Li responded first. Then, she noticed that Qing's expression was not right. She had lived for most of her life and understood the crux of the matter with a little thought. Hence, she went forward and patted Qing's shoulder with a smile. Qing, I'm going to Cloud Mountain with old master this time. There's limited space there, so I didn't bring you all. Besides, aren't Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and the rest there? With them around, old master and I will have plenty of people to take care of us. You and the others should stay at home. Qing said with tears in her eyes, Master, Madam, please take good care of yourselves. Mrs. Li smiled gently and said, I will. After that, he beckoned Wang Zhong over and said, Steward Wang, I'll leave everything in this estate to you. If anyone comes to look for Master and little Xian, just tell them that we've been in Cloud Mountain recently. Wang Zhong bowed and said, Don't worry, old madam. Within this month, the entire residence will be safe and sound. Mrs. Li smiled and nodded. Then, she and Li Jingma boarded the carriage together. Pang Feiji personally drove the carriage, and the 48 marquises, oh, no, it should be the 48 personal guards, followed closely behind. The group of people majestically left Yongla Lane and headed towards the east gate of Chang'an City. Brother, why are you up so early today? In the Cloud Mountain residence, Li Zishuan had also woken up early. However, he happened to meet Lan who was entertaining herself downstairs. Yesterday, he had rushed back to Cloud Mountain overnight. To be honest, after staying here for so long, he really couldn't bear to leave. Firstly, it was because the environment here was beautiful. It lacked the hustle and bustle of Chang'an City, and it was more like an otherworldly paradise. Secondly, it was because the beds in the Cloud Mountain residence were really comfortable. Of course, when he came back last night, he couldn't help but bring the little clingy Lan over. When the little girl heard that she would be staying here for the next month, she was very excited. No matter what, she wanted to come over overnight to experience the living environment here in advance. The little girl's bedroom was arranged on the first floor. Mrs. Li and Old Man Li were arranged to be on the second floor, while he and Han Yushi were on the third floor. Lan, did you sleep well here last night? If not, I'll send you back to Chang'an today. Li Zishuan looked at his little sister and said with a smile. Of course it was comfortable. Stupid brother, Lan doesn't want to go back to Chang'an. Lan will stay here forever. Humph. Lan pouted and snorted. Fine. Little sister, you can stay here for as long as you want to. Li Zishuan smiled dotingly, then shook his head and walked to the backyard. Brother, why are you going to the backyard? Lan's eyes were sharp. She saw that Li Zishuan was going to the backyard with a sword, so she quickly chased after him and asked. Nothing much, I just want to make a little toy. What little toy? Lan wants to play too. Lan you'll know when you come and see. In the rear courtyard, the brother and sister walked to a small bamboo forest in the corner of the east wall. Li Zishuan picked for a long time before finally choosing a bamboo with a very round end. He waved his sword and lightly chopped at it, and the bamboo fell to the ground with a sound. Then, he cut it neatly and quickly, and only took the bamboo stick that was about a foot long in the middle. Brother, can this bamboo be played loudly? Lan asked at this moment. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, of course, and it can be played very loudly. He. Then brother, quickly make one for Lan. That's right, Li Zishuan wanted to make a whistle. In his opinion, how could military training not have a whistle? Moreover, he planned to develop football, basketball, and other sports in the future. No matter what, he needed a whistle. However, there was no plastic in this era, so he could only use bamboo. Fortunately, he had made many whistles with bamboo when he was young in his previous life, so he was quite experienced. The structure of this thing seemed to be quite simple, but there were still some technical difficulties. If he didn't understand it, he might not be able to make a sound. Li Zishuan cut a section of the bamboo. One end of the section was left in a closed state, and the other end was cut open to be used as a blowhole. At a position half an inch away from the blowhole, he made a 45-degree opening. When many people reached this point, they probably couldn't wait to blow. In fact, at this time, if they blew hard, there would be a sound. However, this wasn't a real whistle, but a kind of sound similar to the whistling of the wind. The sound was still very weak. In order to make the sound louder, he just needed to add a block at the blowhole. Half of the block had to be empty, there was no doubt about this, right? If it was all blocked, how could he blow? After the block was added, he could continue to adjust it until he liked the sound. Okay, Lan, give it a try. Li Zishuan adjusted it for a long time. After making the sound sharper, he handed it to Lan, and said. He. Thank you, brother. Lan, got a new toy, and her mouth was sweet. Li Zishuan smiled and continued to make the second, third, and fourth whistles. Chapter 704. Master, Madam, we're here. Around 7 in the morning, Pang Feiji brought a group of horses and carriages to the Yunshan residence. Madame Li and Li Jingma jumped down from the carriage. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi, who were in the room, had long heard the commotion and walked out. Father, Mother, you're here. Han Yushi went up to support Madame Li and smiled. I'm here. You don't have to support me. This house is quite unique. Yushi, are you used to living here? Madame Li smiled and patted Han Yushi's hand. Mother. This place is quite good. I won't be uncomfortable. Let me show you in Father's room. Han Yushi laughed softly. Madame Li agreed. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left the two men and went into the house. Ahem. Father, come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan coughed and said. Li Jingma looked around and replied, no need. You go ahead. I'll take a look around. I'll go to the in-laws' house later. Oh, that's fine. Li Zishuan nodded and changed his expression. He shouted to Pang Feiji and the rest, Feiji, take them and follow me to the academy now. Pang Feiji's body trembled. He immediately bowed and said, yes. Lord Ju. Then, he turned around and shouted, line up. Yesterday evening, the personal guards already knew what they were going to face. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. They raised their spirits to 120% and quickly lined up with their heads held high. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and shouted, good. Let's go. No one is allowed to fall behind. With that, he mounted his horse and took the lead to gallop forward. Pang Feiji and the bodyguards were stunned. What did that mean? You're riding in front and letting us chase after you. You don't want us to fall behind? You really know how to play. However, there was no time for them to hesitate. Li Zishuan sent another message. Those who fall behind are not allowed to eat lunch. If the formation is messed up, everyone will be punished to run 10 miles. Quick! Let's go! Pang Feiji's heart trembled as he shouted. He finally understood that the military training that Li Zishuan had told him about yesterday had already begun. All the guards answered loudly and followed Li Zishuan neatly to Yanhuang College in formation, leaving a trail of dust on the ground and Li Jingma, who was covered in dust. Bah! Bah! These little bastards! You didn't even tell me when you ran away. Li Jingma, who had eaten a mouthful of dust, said angrily from behind. Not bad. Looks like you guys still have some foundation. Your lunch is safe. Li Zishuan rode his horse to the entrance of Yanhuang College. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he looked at the guards behind him who were panting heavily but still in a neat formation. Pang Feiji and the rest heaved a sigh of relief and bowed together. Thank you, sir. Li Zishuan waved his hand and did not say anything. Then, he led the guards to the sports field of the college. Qin Xiong was waiting there. Li Zishuan greeted him with a smile. Uncle Qin, I'll leave them all to you. You can train them as much as you want, regardless of life or death. The guards, who were still grateful, almost fell to their knees when they heard Li Zishuan's words. What did he mean by, regardless of life or death? He was trying to kill them. However, the person in front of them was the founding general of the country, Qin Xiong. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say it out loud. I know what to do. Qin Xiong replied calmly. Then, he looked at the small army formed by the 49 guards. Although these people were not as fierce and murderous as before, he could not help but recall the glorious days of the past. I haven't led soldiers for more than a year, right? Qin Xiong sighed silently in his heart. Then, he calmed himself down and spoke to the soldiers in front of him. You are all from the right Marquis Guard, one of the 16 guards of the Tang Empire. I don't think I need to repeat the rules of the military, right? In the next month, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. As instructors, you must set an example and strictly follow the military rules. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for being merciless. Do you all understand? The second half of Qin Xiong's words were cold. All the guards felt a chill in their hearts and shouted in unison, yes, sir. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was the reason why he insisted on having Qin Xiong come over to be the instructor. Qin Xiong's prestige was grand, and no one in the military dared to provoke him. Among the young students, no one dared to provoke him. At the very least, not even Li Tai and Li Ku dared to do so. Thus, he was simply a stabilizing force. With him around, there would be fewer troublemakers in the entire military training process. Li Zishuan smiled and then handed the stage to Qin Xiong. He turned around and went to the rostrum to watch Pang Feiji and the others train. First of all, I'll teach you some new military commands. Everyone must remember the key points of each command. The first one is to stand at attention. Watch carefully. When I shout to stand at attention, everyone must keep your heels close together, your toes slightly apart, your legs straight, your abdomen slightly tucked in, your chest naturally puffed out, your upper body straight, and your upper body straight, slightly leaning forward. On the field, Qin Xiong explained some of the basic movements during military training to everyone while personally demonstrating. His self-address had also changed from old man to this general, which meant that from now on, this place had become a military camp. Actually, at this time, the standing posture of a soldier was very standard. It was very close to the standing posture of a modern soldier. However, there was no one in the Tang dynasty who had a professional name for the official standing posture. Therefore, Li Zishuan taught Qin Xiong some modern basic movements such as attention, at ease, straddle, turn left or right, look left or right, and so on. As for formation training, Li Zishuan did not know much about it. He planned to let Qin Xiong follow the military formations of the Tang dynasty. As long as the students could follow the rules and maintain order, it would be fine. Speaking of which, during the Ming dynasty, there were already military commands such as stand at attention and at ease. According to records, when Qi Jiguang was fighting against the Japanese in the south, he sent soldiers to guard the coast at night. If they found any enemy, they would immediately call the police. However, at night, they could not distinguish between friend and foe. What could they do? Qi Jiguang had set the commands. The soldiers on guard all carried bamboo whistles. If they found anyone, they would immediately raise their guns and shout, "Whistle up." This meant that the whistle was about to sound. If the person was one of their own, they would immediately stop walking and shout, "Stand at attention." This meant that they would immediately stand at attention. If they did not do this, they would be thought of as pirates and the whistle would really sound. In order to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with this set of commands, Qi Jiguang constantly made them practice these two movements. Later, after a few changes, whistle up and stand at attention became the official commands used in the military. It was still used in the modern era, but there were some changes in the meaning and pronunciation of the commands. And now, Li Zishuan had made these commands appear 800 years earlier. It could be considered a contribution to the Chinese. Chapter 705. Attention. Swish. At ease. Swish. Turn to the right. Bam. Start running. Bam. 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 At noon, on the sports field of Yanhuang College, there was a group of soldiers wearing black and red robes. Under the command of an old general, they were constantly changing formations or running on the sports field with neat steps. The scorching sun made them look like they had just been fished out of the water. Even so, no one dared to complain because they were soldiers of the Tang Empire, and the person leading them was Duke Yi, Qin Xiong. The physical fitness and ability of the Tang dynasty soldiers are not bad. Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the rostrum to enjoy the cool air, looked at the scene below and could not help but sigh. It was the first time these people had participated in this form of military training, but none of them fell behind halfway. The training results were also very good. After a short 4 hours of training, they could do all kinds of movements neatly and uniformly. When they started running, their steps were also quite neat. Although there were occasional flaws, the flaws did not obscure the beauty. After all, to be able to do this in such a short time was already very good. This was also because Li Zishuan had transmigrated to the Tang Empire. If he had transmigrated to the southern Song dynasty or the end of the Ming dynasty, it would probably be difficult for him to find such a strong army even if he searched the entire country. 121, 121, 121, 121, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yesterday afternoon, Qin Xiong was a little not used to shouting this kind of slogan, and it was not coherent when he shouted it. Well, it could not be said that it was not coherent, but the rhythm was not right. This kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 slogan was originally to let the trainees find the right rhythm, but at the beginning, Qin Xiong could not shout the rhythm, and the Qin manners guards naturally could not follow the rhythm. However, Qin Xiong was a person, and it did not take long for him to familiarize himself with the rhythm of shouting slogans. Stop. Bam. 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 With Qin Xiong's loud roar, this personal guard slowed down by 4 steps and instantly stopped. Looking at their formation again, every row and column was still perfectly straight. Huff huff. Actually, Pang Feiji and the others were not as relaxed as Li Zishuan thought. Anyone who had gone through more than 4 hours of high-intensity training and had to maintain a high level of concentration would not be relaxed. If it were not for the unwillingness to admit defeat in their bones, some of them would have fallen behind. Turn left. Get into formation. Qin Xiong roared. The so-called phalanx was the most basic formation in the era of cold weapons. A large square formation was made up of small square formations. This was called, containing a formation within a formation. Sun Bin believed that a square formation should be thin in the middle and thick in the middle. This meant that there were fewer soldiers in the center of the square formation and more soldiers in the surroundings. There were few troops in the middle, so they could bluff. With more troops around them, they could better defend against the enemy's attacks. A square formation was a more balanced formation for both offense and defense. The commander and the others were deployed at the rear of the phalanx. The two wings were weak and suitable for attacking. During the Battle of Jingxing, Han Xian used a square formation and was surrounded by water on 3 sides. This prevented the soldiers from escaping and the enemy from surrounding them. He used 30,000 old and weak to crush 200,000 enemy troops. Shua. The personal guards all took small steps and scattered in all directions. In a few breaths of time, the 49 soldiers had already formed a neat 7x7 square formation. Each of them stood upright on the field like pine trees, not moving at all. They stood like a pine tree, sat like a bell, and moved like the wind. This was the demeanor of a strong army. Li Zishuan saw that the time was about right, so he came down from the platform and said, "Uncle Qin, let's stop here for the morning. You've been tired all morning, go and rest." Qin Xiong did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed because Pang Feiji's team was a regular army of the Tang Empire. Comparatively speaking, they were more elite than the family generals of the Qin mansion. Of course, it was more comfortable to lead them. Therefore, he wiped his sweat and laughed heartily. "Kiki. I'm not tired. However, it's already noon, so I'll come back in the afternoon." "Ah. Little Xian, your guards are all not bad." After saying that, Qin Xiong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and left. Li Zishuan stood in front of the square formation and looked at Pang Feiji and the rest who were standing on the field. After a while, he said, "Did you all hear that? General Qin praised you for your good performance today. Are you all very happy now?" Pang Feiji was stunned, then he laughed embarrassedly. "Hee, it's okay, hee." The others also let out a burst of laughter, feeling somewhat proud in their hearts. However, they did not expect Li Zishuan to suddenly shout. "You're happy with this little result? This is not even close. You're all soldiers and the instructors of the academy. You must have high standards and strict requirements for yourselves. Alright, your training in the afternoon will be doubled. Dismissed, go to the canteen to eat now. Everyone must gather here in the afternoon." Pang Feiji and the rest were stunned. This was AF** King Trap. What? Hurry up and go. For the afternoon training, whoever is late will have their training increased by 4 times. Li Zishuan said in an indifferent tone. Let's go eat, let's go eat." After hearing that, Pang Feiji did not dare to hesitate. He quickly wiped his sweat and waved at the guards behind him. The team of 49 people immediately scattered and rushed to the academy's canteen. Li Zishuan laughed evilly and said to himself, "Heh. If I don't give you guys something, how will I know where your limits are?" After saying that, he shook his head and prepared to go back to the courtyard to eat. His family was waiting for him there. Lord Ju. Please wait." Suddenly, Pang Feiji's voice came from behind again. Li Zishuan was puzzled. He turned around and waited for Pang Feiji to come over. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Huff, huff. Pang Feiji took 2 deep breaths and then said embarrassedly, Lord Zhu, my brothers asked me to ask you if we need to pay to eat in the academy's canteen? Li Zishuan was stunned. Of course we need to pay. Don't tell me you guys want to eat for free? Pang Feiji quickly waved his hand and said, cough, cough, no, no. If that's the case, can we eat at the foot of the mountain? It was not Pang Feiji's fault for asking so many questions. It was just that these burly men had a shocking appetite. If they wanted to eat their fill in the academy's canteen, it would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said exasperatedly, no way. Don't you need time to go up and down the mountain? Moreover, you guys are getting double the salary for this month as instructors in the academy. How can you not even afford to eat? Pang Feiji's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Heh. There's such a good thing. Thank you, Lord Zhu. I'll go tell my brothers now." Then, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 706. Heh. That's all there is to it. After Pang Feiji left, a chuckle suddenly came from the sports field. Although the sound was very soft, Li Zishuan still heard it. He looked towards the source of the sound. It was actually the little fatty, Li Tai. Qingke? Kid, you can't wait to come to the military training? Li Zishuan revealed a devilish smile as he walked over and asked. Li Tai immediately had a bad premonition. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, of course not. I came over today to settle down in the dormitory. I heard a lot of noise here, so I came over to take a look. Yanhuang College was closed off on the days when students were in class. However, on the days off, it was open. People outside could come in, and people inside could leave. Therefore, many students took advantage of the 2 days off to move their blankets, clothes, and some daily necessities into the dormitory that was previously allocated to them. However, most people had already finished moving yesterday. Li Tai was not in a hurry. He only ordered the servants in the Wang mansion to help him move his luggage today. However, if it was just moving his luggage, there was no need for him to do it personally. There were plenty of people who were willing to do it for him. However, this guy was quite well informed. He heard that all of Li Zishuan's personal guards had left the city this morning. Li Tai thought that these people must have come to Yanhuang College. Moreover, they must have something to do with the military training tomorrow. In order to find out more about the enemy in advance, the little fatty condescended to come over personally. He just happened to see the second half of the process of Qin Xiong training Pang Feiji and the others. In his eyes, it was just walking, standing, and running. There were no difficult movements at all. Therefore, he felt that it was just so. If I didn't hear wrongly, Qingke, you just said that this training is just so? Li Zishuan didn't believe Li Tai's nonsense. He changed the topic and asked directly. When Li Tai saw the mysterious smile on Li Zishuan's face, he immediately recalled what had happened to Pang Feiji and the others. Afraid of being tricked by Li Zishuan, little fatty hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, little Xian, you must have heard wrongly. Yes, you heard wrongly. I never said that. If he really admitted it, what if Li Zishuan did the same thing to Pang Feiji and the others and doubled his training load? Who could he reason with then? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and looked at the time. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Li Tai and waved his hand. All right. If he didn't say anything, then so be it. In any case, I will never be able to wake up a person who is pretending to be confused. I'll go back to eat first. Qingke, help yourself. After saying that, he left in a huff. Never be able to wake up a person who is pretending to be confused? Li Tai was embarrassed by Li Zishuan's words. However, he was familiar with Li Zishuan and was used to it. Naturally, he was thick-skinned. He hurriedly chased after Li Zishuan and said, Hey! Little Xian, wait, I haven't eaten either. I'll go to your house and disturb you. Whatever. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and replied. He thought that prisoners on death row would usually have a good meal before their execution. For Li Tai, tomorrow. The two situations were similar. Dad, Mom, wife, you can all eat here. Qing Ke is not an outsider. It was supposed to be a heartwarming family dinner, but because of Li Tai's arrival, it became a little unnatural. Seeing that his parents and wife did not want to eat at the table, Li Zishuan hurriedly tried to persuade them. At the same time, he was also planning to add some food to the little fatty during military training in the future. Cough cough, no, it should be to help the little fatty lose a few kilograms of weight. Yes, yes, yes. Come and sit down, all of you. I'm not the Prince of Wei now, I'm just a student of Yanhuang College. Please don't be shy. Li Tai felt an inexplicable chill from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly stood up and said that. Logically speaking, he would only have so many concerns in front of Li Zishuan. If he was in someone else's house, wouldn't he be like a little tyrant? After a few rejections, and with the fearless little cutie Lan, interrupting, everyone finally sat down and started eating. However, this time, the two elders ate unnaturally. Ha! Xiao Xian, your family's food is so delicious. After lunch, Li Tai was half lying on Li Zishuan's armchair and said with a satisfied face. Li Zishuan said unhappily, nonsense. Your teacher's wife cooked it herself, how can it not be delicious? Of course, of course. It's a pity that your teacher's wife doesn't have a sister or something, otherwise. Li Tai, who was too comfortable, was a little distracted, so much so that he said some things that he should not say. Otherwise what? You brat, you're pretty careful. Even if your teacher's wife has a sister at home, it has nothing to do with you. Have you forgotten the ethical principles? Li Zishuan glared and scolded angrily. In the end, he couldn't help but knock Li Tai's fat head. If Han Yushi really had a sister, then if Li Tai really got his way, wouldn't he become his brother-in-law? From teacher and student to brother-in-law, the little fatty wanted to rebel. Ouch! Don't. Pain. I was just saying it casually. Little Xian, did you take it seriously? I'm just envious that you married a good wife. Li Tai hurriedly pushed Li Zishuan's hand away and shouted. In fact, at this time, he also knew that he had just said something wrong, so he quickly flattered the latter sentence to make up for it. However, it couldn't be completely counted as flattery. To Li Tai, Li Zishuan was indeed envious of Li Zishuan for marrying such a good-looking wife who could cook delicious food. Han Yushi, who was eavesdropping on the second floor, couldn't help but smile. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "Hey. I think you need to be taught a lesson. Looks like I'll have to take good care of you during the military training tomorrow." The two words, take care, were very emphasized. Obviously, it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Li Tai was not a fool. He also knew this. Thus, he quickly said, "Hey. Little Xian, don't. You don't have to be so petty, right? And you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. You can't use your position to avenge private grudges." Li Zishuan ignored the little fatty. He waved his hand and walked out of the door. As he walked, he said, "I remember someone saying that Yanhuang College's military training is just like this. Hey. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go to the college to supervise their military training." Li Tai. Chapter 707. September 23rd, the first year of Zhengguan, sunny. Early in the morning, the first batch of students from the Yanhuang Academy arrived. Under the guidance of the class teachers, more than 600 students were arranged into 32 columns according to their classes. In front of each class, there was a soldier in a neat uniform standing upright. In this weather and in addition to the high-intensity training, they could only wear these thin robes. If they wore armor, wouldn't they die from the heat? Yamacho, all the students are here. No one is late. Behind the rostrum, Mo Zhong ran over and reported to Li Zishuan in a low voice. Okay, I know. Li Zishuan nodded, then stood up and walked to the rostrum. Looking at the energetic faces below, he was silent for a moment and then said loudly, "From today onwards, you are members of Yanhuang College. The country will be strong if the young are strong. Whether others believe it or not, I always believe that you carry the future of the Tang Empire on your shoulders for hundreds of years. Since you came to Yanhuang College, you must have a heart for heaven and earth, a life for the people, and contribute to the continuation and prosperity of the descendants of Yanhuang." The more than 600 students below couldn't help but raise their heads and straighten their backs, as if they really had a heavy burden on their shoulders. Li Tai and Li Qingxian were the same. As members of the royal family, although they knew that Li Zishuan's words were just a means to gather people's hearts, they still couldn't help but be fascinated. It was as if Li Zishuan's words had some kind of magic. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his heart suffer, his muscles and bones toil, and his skin starve. If you want to become a pillar of the Tang Empire and carry the future of the Tang Empire, you must go through this month of military training. Not only do you have to go through it, I hope that you can do it perfectly. Because you are His Majesty's disciples, you are also my students, Li Zishuan's students, and you are also a part of Yanhuang College. Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence? Li Zishuan's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he began to roar. We have confidence. The students replied in unison. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Your voice was too low, I didn't hear it. Please tell me, do you have the confidence to do it perfectly this month?" These were just small tricks that the instructors and leaders in his previous life were tired of playing. But now, especially for this group of students in their prime, these tricks were very effective. Yes. Believe. Heart. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, there was an earth-shattering roar from below the rostrum. This sound wave reverberated through the cloud mountain and went straight to the clouds. Li Gang, who was standing in front of the students with his hands clasped behind his back, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The Confucian school taught people to be modest, but Li Zishuan was now stimulating the wolf in the depths of the students' hearts. He didn't know if this kind of teaching method was good or bad for these students, so he could only wait and see. Li Zishuan certainly didn't understand Li Gang's complicated thoughts. At this moment, he felt that the students below the stage were in high spirits. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good. They all say that gentlemen are modest and gentle, but let me tell you, my Yanhuang College doesn't need such gentlemen. From now on, regardless of whether it is military training or learning, I hope that all of you will always maintain this high level of enthusiasm. Like a pack of wolves, you will madly train and madly absorb knowledge. One day, when all of you become pillars of the Great Tang, you will be the gentlemen that the Yanhuang Academy needs." The students instantly quieted down. They had never heard of Li Zishuan's strange theory of being a gentleman before, but among them, most of them seemed to have felt it in their hearts. Their cheeks were flushed, and they looked excited, as if Li Zishuan's words had touched the bottom of their hearts. Country, only when you have a country can you have a home. I let you participate in the military training just to let you have a good physique to cope with the future studies. I don't expect you to go to the battlefield. However, if one day, the iron hooves of the non-humankind trample our mountains and rivers, I hope that this 1 month of military training can make you have the courage to pick up your swords and sabers to protect your wives and families, instead of bending your backs and becoming the hunting dogs of the non-humankind who slaughters our descendants in the hands of the non-humankind. This is the purpose of Yanhuang College's military training for the freshmen. Not only this year, but also the next one, and the one after that. As long as Yanhuang College still exists in the world, the military training system will always exist. I hope that this spirit will be passed down from generation to generation. As long as Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. At this time, it had only been a little over 100 years since the 5 barbarians' rebellion. Li Zishuan's last 16 words were like a cry of blood, awakening the Han feelings in the hearts of all the students. It reminded them of the heavy pain that the foreign race had brought to the Han people during the 5 barbarians' rebellion. And now, the northern Turks were eyeing them covetously. Last year, they had even sent troops to Jianghu. Therefore, all the students' eyes turned red, and they all shouted in unison, "Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family won't be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family won't be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family won't be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished." The roars shook the sky, as if they wanted to break the sky and shake the earth. On the cloud mountain, thousands of birds flew together, and hundreds of beasts were frightened. In the end, the teachers of the college and the guards of the Li family also joined in and shouted together. At this time, the sun had just risen. The seemingly weak morning sun emitted thousands of rays of golden light, shining on the backs of the people on the field. It shone directly on Li Zishuan and Qin Qiong on the rostrum. Looking at this magnificent scene and listening to the deafening cheers, Qin Qiong couldn't help but tear up. Perhaps these young people would really be able to carry the fate of Tang dynasty like Li Zishuan said. The students shouted more than 10 times. At this time, Li Zishuan gestured with his hand, and they finally quieted down. However, at this time, their faces were already red, as if they had just finished arguing with someone. Scholars also had guts, and once their guts were aroused, even a 7-foot warrior couldn't compare to them. Very good. That's all I want to say to you. In the next month, the instructors in front of you will also be your teachers. You will do whatever they say, and you are not allowed to disobey. Don't talk to me about your identities outside. Here, you only have one identity, and that is Yanhuang College's students. A month later, the college will hold a competition to determine the results of the military training. I will be waiting for you here. Alright, now, let's welcome the chief instructor of Yanhuang College's military training, General Qin Qiong, to give you a speech. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Li Zishuan extended his hand and invited Qin Qiong to stand in the middle of the rostrum. He then retreated to the back. Clap, clap, clap. With the experience at the opening ceremony, the students didn't have any resistance to applauding now. Moreover, Qin Qiong's identity alone was worthy of their applause. Qin Qiong pursed his lips. Li Zishuan's words just now still made his heart very excited at this moment. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "This old man only hopes that you can all become the pillars of the country and be able to follow orders in the future military training. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. This old man will be strict with the army, and I hope that you can all abide by the military training rules." Finally, at this point, Qin Qiong paused for a moment, and then said loudly with full energy, "As long as Yanhuang is alive, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes, hot blood will never be extinguished. Roar! As long as Yanhuang is alive, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes, hot blood will never be extinguished." The students' excited hearts had already calmed down a little, but with Qin Qiong's provocation, how could these young people in puberty who like to be hot-blooded still hold back? One by one, they began to wail and howl again. Li Zishuan was speechless and secretly sweating. He didn't expect Qin Qiong to be so mischievous in the end. Was he happy to be mischievous? Well, looking at old Qin's flushed face at this moment, he must be very happy. Chapter 708. Looking at the students' high spirits and enthusiasm, one could tell that Li Zishuan's mobilization meeting was very successful. It had to be said that this guy was still very good at feeding the students chicken soup for the soul. After the assembly, the 16 classes all split up for training. The students of the first grade class were all former students of the mathematics school. Among them, there were many second-generation officials, and there were even some second-generation officials. For example, Li Tai, and now there was Li Qingqian. They could be said to be the most awesome class in Yanhuang College. Li Ku was assigned to class 2. Other than the former students of the mathematics school, the rest of the students were assigned to classes according to their grades. Naturally, no one was willing to be their instructor in the face of such an awesome class. Although an instructor was like a teacher, who knew if they would be molested if they offended this group of rich second generations? Not to mention that Li Zishuan offered double the salary, even if it was 10 times, no one would be willing to do it. There was no other way. Qin Xiong, as the chief instructor of the military training, could only personally take on this heavy responsibility. With his relationship with Li Tai's family, he naturally did not fear Li Tai, Li Qingqian, or anyone else. Thus, the little fatty's bitter days came. The so-called standing at attention is like this old man right now, with your heels close together and the tips of your feet spread outwards. The gap is just enough to accommodate your fists, your legs are straight, your lower abdomen is slightly tucked in, your chest is naturally puffed out, your upper body is straight and slightly tilted forward, your shoulders are flat and slightly spread back, your arms are naturally hanging down, your fingers are naturally closed and slightly bent, the tip of your thumb is attached to the second joint of your index finger, your head is straight, your neck is straight, your mouth is closed, your lower jaw is slightly tucked in, and your eyes are level. As the first movement to learn during military training, it was actually not easy to do it well, so Qin Xiong was personally demonstrating it to the students of Class 1. Li Zishuan thought it was quite interesting, so he went down to patrol. Raise your head. Can't you see me? Seeing Wang Meng lowering his head as if he was counting ants, Li Zishuan immediately struck his head. Of course, he didn't use his hand. Wang Meng probably hadn't washed his hair for a long time, but the scabbard. This guy was using the scabbard as a ruler. Ouch! Wang Meng took a solid hit and grimaced in pain. However, Li Zishuan held his sword and had a murderous look on his face. Wang Meng didn't dare to retort and could only raise his head as he was told. Only then did the rest of the students realize that Li Zishuan was here to pick a fight. They all braced themselves to avoid being beaten up like Wang Meng. Close your legs. The space between your legs is big enough to fit Wang Meng's head. Sun Zifen, who was concentrating on imitating Qin Xiong's actions, was also hit. Pfft! Many students almost couldn't hold back their laughter. What did she mean by the space between her legs could fit Wang Meng's head? This analogy was a little wretched. Wang Meng, who had been shot even though he was lying down, was on the verge of tears. He thought to himself, "Mister, if you want to talk about other people, then talk about other people. Why do you have to use me as an analogy? And this analogy is so dirty." If he could, Wang Meng really wanted to tell Li Zishuan, "I'm really F***ed up. Yamacho, I've already tried my best. This is as far as I can go." As the person involved, Sun Zifen felt even more bitter than Wang Meng. He said to Li Zishuan gloomily, "There's such a thing?" Li Zishuan widened his eyes. Then, he squatted down in disbelief and used his hands to force Sun Zifen's knees inwards. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch! My legs are going to break. Yamacho, please spare me. Sun Zifen felt as if his bones were going to break as he hurriedly cried out. "All right. Looks like you're really born. You can just stand there like this." Li Zishuan stood up speechlessly and said. Only then did he remember that he had probably encountered the legendary O-shaped leg. He really didn't notice it normally. Sun Zifen looked at Li Zishuan pitifully with a F***ket up expression on his face. It was easy to imagine how gloomy he was in his heart. Feeling Sun Zifen's gaze, Li Zishuan felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. He couldn't be blamed for this. Who knew that Sun Zifen actually had O-shaped legs? However, the awkwardness only lasted for a moment. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and then went to patrol other places as if nothing had happened. Qingqian, your 5 fingers need to be close together. The tip of your thumb needs to be on the second joint of your index finger, and your middle finger needs to be on the seam of your pants. Li Zishuan saw that Qingqian's hand didn't seem to be in the right position, so he spoke out of habit. Seam? Li Qingqian was a little confused. It's here. Li Zishuan only just realized that the pants they were wearing now didn't have seams. In order to hide his awkwardness, he hurriedly used his scabbard to point to a position and then immediately slipped away. At the same time, he thought to himself, I hope Chao Wendong can quickly finish that batch of camouflage uniforms. Otherwise, I'll never get used to looking at them. Walking towards the back of the group, Li Zishuan suddenly encountered a huge monster. He couldn't help but say, pull in your belly. What did General Qin teach you? Qin, your belly is almost touching Cheng Chumo in the front row. Why aren't you pulling in a little? Li Tai was about to curse out of habit, but he thought about it. If he really cursed out in such a public place, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't let him off easily. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a muffled voice, my belly is only this big, and it's already pulled in. You can't blame me for this, right? The shoulders of the others trembled. It was obvious that they were having a hard time holding it in. Li Zishuan poked Li Tai's belly with his scabbard. After feeling the amazing elasticity on it, he said with a smile, is that so? Then do you want me to pull in a little for you? Correct your posture. How could Li Tai dare to let Li Zishuan do it? Sun Zifan's example is a living example of a good example. He quickly shook his head and said, no need, no need. I'll do it myself. After saying that, the little fatty took a deep breath, and then his belly indeed shrank inwards. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, isn't this quite simple? It's just so. When you stand in military posture later, you have to continue to maintain this posture. Oh, no, your back needs to be straightened a little more. As he said that, he patted Li Tai's spine with his scabbard. Li Tai listened on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing. When he heard Li Zishuan say, that's all there is to it, he really wanted to jump up and seal a certain someone's mouth. Wasn't that the same sentence he had said about the military training yesterday? But now that he had experienced it personally, Li Tai really wanted to ask himself, is it really just so? The academy was so dark, the little fatty wanted to go back to the prince's mansion. Chapter 709. Straighten your back, maintain a standing posture, lean forward slightly, and shift your center of gravity to the tip of your toes. I'll give you 5 breaths of time to adjust. After that, everyone must stand in place and stand in a military posture for 30 minutes. Whoever moves will be given another 15 minutes. Okay, everyone, get ready. On the field, the students of all classes had basically started the military posture segment. In Class 1, Qin Xiong had his hands behind his back and was giving orders to the students in a stern voice. At this moment, there was no trace of kindness on his face. There was only harshness and iron-bloodedness. At this moment, he was a ruthless and merciless general who dominated the battlefield, and the students were his soldiers. In the face of his orders, they could only obey. As for Li Zishuan, no one knew which class he had gone to patrol at this moment, or perhaps he had gone somewhere to cool off. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's orders, the students quickly adjusted their postures. After more than 2 hours of training in the morning, they had long known that Qin Xiong would definitely not go easy on them. The only thing they could do was to try their best to find suitable movements during training to reduce their pain. Stop. The countdown begins. After about 5 breaths of time, Qin Xiong roared loudly. The students who were adjusting their postures or taking the opportunity to secretly rest quickly stood up straight and stood in place with their heads held high and chests out, motionless. After Qin Xiong gave the order, he began to patrol the field. Smack. Cheng Chumo, keep your hands close. Don't be lazy. Suddenly, Qin Xiong's merciless reprimand rang out in the crowd. Obviously, Cheng Chumo was playing tricks and slacking off again. Qin Huayu, straighten your back and be more spirited. If you continue like this, I'll punish you to stand for another 30 minutes. Reality proved that when Qin Xiong was really strict, he would not show any mercy. Even his own son would also receive a storm-like reprimand if he did not do well. Under such circumstances, everyone began to become serious. Even the little fatty Li Tai tried his best to shrink his big belly, clenched his teeth, and stood upright on the field. Time passed slowly, and so did the students' endurance. If it was only for a short period of time, he believed that 90% of the students here could do it, and they could do it very well. However, Qin Xiong wanted them to maintain this posture for half an hour, and they couldn't move in the middle. Other than Cheng Chumo, who had a foundation in martial arts, no one could do it. Midsummer had passed, and the weather in Chang'an City had turned cold a few days ago. This made the people who had experienced the hot weather for more than 3 months think that they could finally live a cool life. However, the weather in these 2 days began to heat up again. It was a kind of stuffy heat that pressed on people's hearts, making them restless. As the saying goes, the early Liqiu is chilly, the late Liqiu is hot. Folk believed that the beginning of autumn was related to whether the weather was cool or hot, but meteorology had no conclusive conclusion on this. The sultry weather of heat death was also commonly known as the autumn tiger. At this moment, the students of Yanhuang College had a taste of Tiger Qiu's bitterness. It turns out that standing in military posture is so tiring. This prince has miscalculated. If I had known, I would have put some kapok in my shoes. F***ck, this prince feels like he can't take it anymore. How much longer do I have to stand? In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tai's legs began to tremble slightly. His clothes were completely soaked, as if he had just been fished out of the water. When he saw Pang Feiji and the others training yesterday, he thought that this military training was just running and standing. It didn't seem difficult at all. However, after personally experiencing it today, he realized that he couldn't even stand properly, let alone run in the future. At this moment, he finally understood the difficulty of military training. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It couldn't be helped. This couldn't be blamed on his weak willpower. It was because he was too fat. His legs had to support twice the weight of others, and this kind of hot weather was the most fatal for a fat person. Li Tai really wanted to faint from happiness at this moment. Yes, that's right. The little fatty felt that fainting was the greatest happiness. Li Tai, stand properly. If you dare to move, you will stand in military posture alone for another quarter of an hour later. Qin Xiong's eyes were like torches. He immediately saw that Li Tai's legs were trembling slightly. He immediately shouted. Li Tai's heart trembled. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to stand in military posture for another quarter of an hour. He hurriedly used all his strength to prevent his legs from trembling. He didn't know how long he could last, but as long as he could, he would. At this moment, he really wanted to beat the person who invented military posture to death. Wasn't this torture? Qin Xiong's voice was loud. Not only did the students from Class 1 hear it, even the students from Class 2 who were not far away heard it. Everyone saw that the Academy's top scorer, the current emperor's most beloved prince, had been reprimanded. How could they dare to take any chances? Qin Xiong meant what he said. At this moment, he was really using the attitude of an army to govern them. Therefore, even though many people's legs were already starting to ache, they still didn't dare to slack off. They all gritted their teeth and bitterly held on. "Qingke, you have to hold on by yourself. This is not the palace. Father and mother can't help you, and I can't help you either. Hold on, Qingke." Standing in the front row, Li Qingxian was sweating profusely. At this moment, he was very worried that Li Tai couldn't hold on and would be punished by Qin Xiong. He knew that since Qin Xiong said it, he would definitely do it. He wanted to help Li Tai, but he couldn't do anything. He could only silently encourage Li Tai in his heart. Imperial Palace. After the morning court, Li Er went straight to the Lijiang Hall in the West Court. Because of the hot weather, he couldn't work at all. He could only go to Empress Jiangxuan's place to talk for a while to relieve his boredom. When he arrived at the Lijiang Hall, he found that Empress Jiangxun and concubine Yang were both sitting in the hall worriedly. Their eyebrows were all knitted together. Oh! What has made the Empress and concubine so worried? Li Er strode in and asked with a smile. Empress Jiangxun and concubine Yang were both shocked. They hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Er indicated that they didn't need to be so courteous. Then, he repeated the question just now. The two of them looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, it was Empress Jiangxun who spoke up. "Your Majesty, my sister and I are worried about Qingqian, Qingke, and Ku. We thought that the weather would cool down after autumn, but we didn't expect that it would become hot again recently. I just sent someone to the imperial astronomer and learned that it will be the same for the next few days. However, Qingqian and the others still have military training. What should we do? If they get heatstroke, then." Chapter 710. A mother's love was innate. Facts had proven that even though Empress Jiangxun was the mother of a country, she was not exempt from this. She would also worry about her son. Concubine Yang was the same. Li Er was startled, then said, "I remember that Li Zishuan once said that a sword's edge is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This military training might be a very good training for Qingke, Qingqian, and Ku. Besides, Li Zishuan is very prudent in his actions. He definitely won't let Qingqian and the others get heatstroke. Empress and concubine Yang, don't worry." Although Li Er couldn't bear to see his three sons train hard under the hot sun, as an emperor who was about to take over the world, he understood the meaning behind military training very well. Therefore, he could only comfort Empress Jiangxun and concubine Yang in front of him. "My sister and I are not unreasonable people. We know that Yanhuang College's military training this time is very beneficial to Qingqian and the others, but we still can't help but worry." Empress Jiangxun stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said worriedly. Li Er hugged the two beauties and said with a smile, "Don't worry. When I have time in 2 days, I will bring the Empress and concubine Yang to Yanhuang College to see with your own eyes. At that time, you will be at ease." The two were overjoyed and quickly broke free from Li Er's embrace. They bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yanhuang College, on the sports field. Half an hour passed, but Li Tai felt as long as 100 years. Right now, he was completely relying on his will to support himself. A will that was unwilling to be punished for increasing the time. The little fatty felt that his 2 legs no longer belonged to him. Just as his head was dizzy and he was about to faint, Qin Xiong's voice sounded beside him. "Okay. Time's up. Everyone, rest where you are, but you are not allowed to sit down. Sit down after 7 minutes, otherwise, this general will punish him to stand in military posture for another 30 minutes. When many students heard that they could rest, they hurriedly bent their legs and prepared to sit down, but when they heard the second half of Qin Xiong's sentence, they were all scared out of their wits and quickly stood up. Li Tai was the most unlucky. Half of his body was already about to fall, but at this moment, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he forcefully changed the direction of his 200 kilograms of fat and stood up again. It had to be said that the little fatty's desire to live was very strong. F***ck. I almost fell for it. If you don't want to sit, then so be it. It's good to stand and move your legs. As long as you don't stand in military posture, I'll do anything you want me to. Although he was still standing, Li Tai felt 100 times happier than before. Li Qingqian, who was in the front row, heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned his head and saw that Li Tai was about to sit down, his heart was in his throat. If he really sat down, he felt that with Li Tai's current state, he would definitely faint from exhaustion. Okay, you can sit down and rest now. I'll give you 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, this general will teach you how to turn on the spot. After a while, Qin Xiong instructed loudly. All the students fell to the ground as if they had been pardoned. Some were sitting, some were lying on their backs, and some were half lying. In short, they were in all kinds of strange shapes and were swaying left and right. What no one noticed was that Qin Xiong, who had been strict the entire morning, actually had a hint of a smile on his face. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Xiong woke everyone up on time. Then, they began training to turn left and right. Compared to standing in a military posture, this was quite easy because they didn't need to maintain a posture and not move. Clang, 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 clang. After about half an hour of training, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard everywhere in the academy. The exhausted students suddenly felt refreshed and all of them looked at their instructors with eager eyes. When they were visiting the academy, the teachers not only introduced them to the usage of the new items in the academy, but also explained the meaning of the gongs and drums. Now, they knew that school was about to end. This nightmarish morning was finally coming to an end. The instructors of the various classes also stopped training at this moment. They all looked at the position of the first class. They had to listen to the chief instructor, Qin Xiong. Thus, the students of the 16 classes all looked at Qin Xiong. Some of them even had a hint of pleading in their eyes. This morning's training was really too torturous. It was only now that they understood that the chicken soup for the soul that Li Zishuan gave everyone in the morning was poisonous. Poisonous chicken soup. Feeling the eager gazes of more than 600 people, Qin Xiong paused, then waved his hand and said loudly, "School is over, eat. All students must gather here at 1:30 p.m. Latecomers must run 10 laps around the sports field. Oh. Time to eat. Finally, we can rest." Although Qin Xiong was shouting fiercely at the back, these students only cared about having a good time now. Who had the time to care about whether they would live or die in 2 hours? As soon as Qin Xiong finished speaking, the students of the 16 classes immediately burst into cheers. Then, one by one, they burst out of nowhere and all rushed towards the canteen. After training for the whole morning, they were all starving. Li Zishuan appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Qin Xiong. He smirked and said, "These kids are still too young. Do they really think that the nightmare is over? Hee. This is just the beginning." Huff. Speaking of the hungriest people, Li Tai could definitely be counted as one of them. He had a large body, and his training had consumed a large amount of energy. His appetite was even larger. At this moment, he felt that he could eat an entire cow. Oh, if he couldn't eat a cow, then he could eat a pig. He wanted to eat as soon as possible, so he could only run forward. Otherwise, he would have to line up with an empty stomach and watch others eat. That would be terrible. When he thought of the delicious chicken and dongpa meat in the canteen, Li Tai felt that even if he was tired from running now, it was worth it. Quick! Give me 5 plates of chicken, 5 plates of dongpa meat, and 5 bowls of rice. Li Tai ran to the cafeteria while gasping for breath. He went straight to the most expensive food window and ordered the middle-aged man who was in charge of the food. Thinking that he would be able to eat delicious food soon, Li Tai was almost drooling. Yamacho has a rule that all students in the academy have a uniform meal this month. There are only 2 vegetarian dishes and a bowl of mung bean soup every day. There is enough rice. Student, do you want more? The middle-aged man was fat and had big ears. He bent down and said to Li Tai. Li Tai, who was looking forward to the delicious food, was stunned. He felt that the entire academy was full of malice, especially from Li Zishuan. They wanted him to buy something that he couldn't buy even if he had money. Damn! You win. Li Tai gritted his teeth and said word by word. What did you say? Hey, are you going to eat or not? There are still people lining up behind you. The middle-aged man urged. Eat. Give me 2 plates of vegetables and 5 bowls of rice. Li Tai said fiercely as if the person in front of him had a deep hatred for him. Chapter 7:11. Yanhuang College, Cafeteria. Qingke, why are you eating so much? And there are only 2 servings of vegetables, Li Qingxian arrived late. By the time he arrived, there were more than 10 people at each window in the cafeteria. He finally managed to get a meal, and then he saw Li Tai eating with his head down by the window. He walked over, but when he saw that there were 5 bowls of rice on the table, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Oh, it's Big Brother. Sit. When Li Tai heard this, he raised his head and saw that it was Li Qingxian. As he ate, he pointed to the chair opposite him and gestured for Li Qingxian to sit down. Then he replied vaguely, do you think I want to? I'm starving. I've never felt so hungry before. Oh, it just so happens that Big Brother's appetite has always been small. Why don't you give me a dish? Although the little fatty used a negotiating tone, his actions didn't seem like he was negotiating with anyone. Before he finished speaking, his claws had already reached for Li Qingxian's bowl. Li Qingxian's forehead was full of black lines. He originally wanted to come over to care for Li Tai, but he didn't expect to lose a bowl of food before he even said a word. Fortunately, he was well-mannered, or he would have cursed a long time ago. Qingke, you eat. I'm not very hungry. Since what was done couldn't be undone, Li Qingxian could only accept his fate. He couldn't go and snatch the food back, right? How shameful would that be? Hey! Big Brother, Tai. You're all here. At this moment, Li Ku also walked over with a plate of food and sat down. He greeted them. Ku, are you tired this morning? Can you still bear it? As the elder brother, Li Qingxian naturally had to care for his younger brother. Replying to Big Brother, I have a foundation in martial arts, so the morning training was nothing to me. I'm not very tired. Big Brother, how are you? Li Ku put down the plate and replied. Li Qingxian nodded and said, I can still bear it, but Qingke looks a little. How about I send someone to send a letter to father and ask him to help Qingke be exempted from this military training? Oh, no. Although Li Tai didn't want military training, he was a rational person. He knew that Li Er wouldn't help him in this matter, so he quickly shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, Big Brother, but there's no need. I can still persevere. Once I'm full, I won't be afraid of General Qin's training. After saying that, he looked at Li Ku and said, Ku, you just said that you have a foundation in martial arts and that you're not tired even after training for an entire morning. So I'm sure you're not very hungry now, right? How about you share this dish with me? The little fatty's eyes were fixed on the 2 bowls of food in front of Li Ku. His meaning was obvious. How could Li Ku not understand? He smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this considered lifting a rock to smash his own foot? Tai, if you're not full, you can take my share. Li Ku forced out a smile as he said. Although he had a foundation in martial arts, he was also hungry after being tired all morning. Although there were only 2 dishes of vegetables, when he thought about the fact that he still had to continue training in the afternoon, he still had to eat vegetables. It was better than having no vegetables, right? Ko, you're very kind. After we leave the academy during the holidays, I'll definitely repay you tenfold. Hearing this, Li Tai was overjoyed. He quickly picked a bowl of vegetables and brought it over, then laughed loudly. Qingke, didn't you dislike vegetables in the past? Li Qingxian covered his face. He felt that the royal family's face was about to be completely thrown away by Li Tai. The dignified king of Wei had actually fallen to the point of begging everywhere. If this were to spread out, there would definitely be many righteous people jumping out to accuse Li Tai of being disrespectful. F***ck. Isn't it all because of Xiao Xian? It would have been better if Li Qingxian didn't ask. Once he mentioned Li Tai, he immediately jumped up and said, I think he's deliberately targeting us. This cafeteria used to have gnawing chicken, dongpa meat, and so on. But after the military training, there's nothing left. There's only vegetables. What can I do? Xiao Xian must be using his position to avenge private grudges. He's thinking of ways to torture us. When the holidays are over, I'll definitely report him to father and say that he's abusing students. Li Qingxian couldn't help but lean back and cover the food in his bowl with his hand. Because Li Tai was too agitated when he said these words, some rice grains sprayed over. Qingke, Xiao Xian is also doing this for us, smack. I haven't seen you for a while, and you're talking bad about me again. Just as Li Qingxian was about to speak up for Li Zishuan, he saw a hand coming towards the back of Li Tai's head. Then came Li Zishuan's angry voice and Li Tai's coughing from choking on his food. Li Zishuan placed the plate of food on the table next to Li Tai. Behind him was Pang Feiji. The 2 of them just happened to sit next to Li Tai and Li Qingxian. There was only an aisle between them. Then, Li Zishuan said in an unfriendly tone, you're insulting your teacher in public. If Her Majesty and the courtiers find out, do you think they'll help you or me? And you still have the time to gossip about me at a time like this? Looks like the training this morning wasn't heavy enough. Li Tai had just been hit so hard that he couldn't speak. Now that he heard Li Zishuan's slightly threatening words, his face turned green. He hurriedly said, Xiao Xian. Not Yamacho. Your Excellency Yamacho, what you just heard is not Tai's true words. Please don't take it seriously. Pfft. Li Ku almost burst out laughing. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Li Zishuan, however, didn't fall for the little fatty's trick. He shook his head and said, what you said is what you said. Would anyone force you to say something against your will? Li Tai was speechless. Li Qingxian hurriedly came out to smooth things over and said, Xiao Xian, Qingke was just saying that. She didn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart. He came to Yanhuang College as a country's crown prince to supervise the studies. Naturally, he could directly call Li Zishuan by his nickname. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, okay, I'll give Qingxian some face today and won't pursue this matter. In fact, he was just scaring Li Tai. He didn't have any intention of delving into the matter. Hee. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Tai chuckled and then continued to bury his head in eating. The 4 servings of vegetables were quickly swept clean by him. There was only half a bowl of rice left. Li Zishuan frowned. He thought that since the cafeteria didn't serve meat, Li Tai could lose weight. But now, it didn't seem feasible. After all, it was mentioned in biology that excess sugar in the human body would be converted into fat. So eating too much rice would also make one gain weight, right? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at Li Tai maliciously. Who knew that Li Tai was also looking at him? His eyes were full of greed. Chapter 7:12. That. Yamacho, can you give me a bowl of food? Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan. To be precise, he was looking at Li Zishuan's bowl. Right now, he only knew how to eat. He didn't look like a noble prince at all. Li Zishuan didn't expect the little fatty to be so cruel to himself for food. In this situation, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he drove the little fatty crazy. I'll give you half a bowl. You ate the food of 4 people, and you still have the nerve to ask for more? After that, Li Zishuan picked up some food with his chopsticks and threw it into Li Tai's bowl. This little display of skill made everyone's eyes pop out. Li Ku gave a thumbs up and said, "Yamacho, you have good control. This strength is just right." Li Zishuan smiled slightly and lowered his head to eat. To be honest, although there was no meat in the academy's cafeteria today, the vegetarian dishes were pretty good. Otherwise, Li Tai wouldn't have eaten 4 bowls in a row. Hunger was one reason, but the vegetables were also good. Qin, don't be greedy. The academy is already doing you a favor. You should know that according to Uncle Qin, he wants to train you like an army. Ask Feiji if the food in the army camp is better than the food in Yanhuang College. After lunch, Li Zishuan stood up and looked at Li Tai meaningfully. Without waiting for Li Tai to ask, Pang Feiji quickly said, "Of course not. Your Highnesses may not know, but although the academy only has vegetables to eat now, the taste is more than 10 times better than the food in the army camp. The oil is also much better than the food in the army camp." Li Qingxian suddenly said, "I see. It seems that we have all misunderstood." Li Tai was stunned and scratched his head. "I see. Hee, thank you, Yamacho. Come on. I don't want you to thank me, Qin. You might start scolding me again after I leave." Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, "You guys should go to the classroom and rest for a while. Don't be late for the afternoon training. I'm leaving now." After that, he waved his hand and walked towards the gate of the academy. He had to go back and take a nap at noon. He had lunch in the academy cafeteria just to listen to the students' reactions. "You guys go to the dormitory first. I'm going back to the dormitory." After Li Zishuan left, Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly said something and ran away. Sigh. Qin. The military training is starting soon. Why are you going to the dormitory now? The teaching building of Yanhuang College was very close to the sports field, but the student dormitory was very far away from the sports field. There was only half an hour left before the military training began in the afternoon. The students chose to take a nap in the classroom instead of going back to the dormitory, so Li Qingxian shouted. Nothing. Big brother, Ku, you guys go back to the classroom first. I definitely won't be late in the afternoon. The little fatty's intermittent response came from the front. Li Qingxian had no choice but to take Li Ku back to Guanghua building. In the afternoon, almost half an hour. Most of the students came to the sports field in advance. After all, no one wanted to be punished for being late. Oh no, why isn't Qin here yet? Everyone else gathered in 2s and 3s to talk and laugh. Only Li Qingxian was like a little wife who was eagerly waiting for her husband to come home. He kept tiptoeing to look at the back of the group, looking very anxious. Big brother, is Tai not here yet? Li Ku walked over from class 2 and asked. Sigh. He's not here yet. Qin is really too much. It's just a short time and she insisted on going back to the dormitory, but she still hasn't come back. Don't be late. Otherwise, you'll definitely be punished. Li Qingxian said with a worried face. Sigh. He's here. Big brother, Tai is here. Just as Li Qingxian was sighing, Li Tai suddenly shouted excitedly. Li Qingxian took a closer look and saw Li Tai running over here. Behind him was a muscular person. It was Qin Xiong. Li Ku hurriedly returned to his class, and Li Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that Li Tai's timing was really accurate. He just made it before Qin Xiong. Huff, huff. Hey! Big brother, I'm back. Li Tai returned to class 1 and then came over to greet Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian nodded and said, it's good that you're back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Li Tai seemed to have become taller. Very good. No one is late. Military training will begin now. Everyone will stand in military posture for half an hour. Like before, you will have 5 breaths to adjust your posture. Start preparing. After a while, Qin Xiong came to the front of the team. He glanced at the students of class 1 and said in a deep voice. Li Qingxian looked back worriedly at Li Tai before starting to prepare. However, he was destined to be worried for nothing because the little fatty's face was full of relaxation at this moment. He was completely different from the person in the morning. Everyone stop. The time starts now. After a while, Qin Xiong shouted loudly. The students all perked up and stood in military posture with their heads held high. Qin Xiong began to enter the team to patrol as usual. Not bad, not bad. Qin Ke, continue to maintain it. When he passed by Li Tai's position, Qin Xiong noticed that something was different. At this moment, Li Tai's legs were straight and not as loose as they were in the morning. Thus, he praised him with relief. Yes. General Qin. The little fatty shouted loudly, full of vigor. The students were puzzled. Was this still that Li Tai who couldn't even stand properly in the morning? Or was Li Tai's current state just forcing himself? They weren't the only ones who thought so. Qin Xiong also thought so. However, what happened next made everyone doubt life. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tai didn't show any fatigue on his face and was still very relaxed. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tai didn't stagger and was still motionless. After half an hour, Li Tai only pursed his lips and didn't show any signs of collapse. Qin Xiong stared suspiciously at Li Tai for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. He could only return to the front of the team and say loudly, "Okay, everyone rest where you are. The rules are the same as in the morning. Here, I'll focus on praising Li Tai. He has improved a lot." The students of class 1 immediately cast their gazes on Li Tai. The little fatty smiled as he raised his head and thought to himself, "You're so arrogant. Hee hee. Fortunately, this king was quick-witted and stuffed cotton in my shoes during the lunch break. This way, standing in military posture will be much easier." It had to be said that the little fatty was really the king of points. Chapter 713. Qin Ke, you're good. The amount of training in the afternoon wasn't any less than in the morning, but you look much more relaxed now. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the free break, Li Qingxian came to Li Tai's side and said happily. He had been worried that Li Tai wouldn't be able to hold on and faint midway, but now Li Tai's face was only a little red and his body was sweating a lot. He still looked very energetic, which made Li Qingxian heave a sigh of relief. The little fatty, who was obsessed with cleanliness before, couldn't be particular about it now. Seeing him lying on the grass, not only did he not dislike it, but he was also extremely satisfied. After hearing Li Qingxian's words, Li Tai smiled proudly and said, "Hee hee, thanks to Big Brother, now I'm not afraid of standing in military posture at all." Li Qingxian didn't care about his image as a crown prince and sat down beside Li Tai, then asked in a low voice, "Qin Ke, do you have some secret to standing in military posture? Can you tell me about it?" With his understanding of Li Tai, how could he not know that there was something fishy about it? The reason why he didn't show it was completely to cooperate with Li Tai's acting. But standing in military posture was also a big challenge for Li Qingxian, so he really wanted to know the secret of Li Tai's sudden ease in standing in military posture. Li Tai thought for a while and said, "I'll tell you when we go back to the dorm tonight. Even if I tell you now, you can't do it. But Big Brother, don't tell anyone else." Otherwise, if Dookie knows, he'll definitely increase the training volume again. If it was in the past, Li Tai would definitely not share this kind of thing with Li Qingqian. But after hanging out with Li Zixuan for so long, he found that his interest wasn't in palace politics. And this time, Li Qingqian came to Yanhuang College to accompany him in military training, which made him have a much better impression of this big brother that he didn't like before. Seeing that Li Tai agreed, Li Qingqian smiled and hurriedly said, "Qing Ke, don't worry, big brother definitely won't tell anyone." "But shouldn't we tell little Ku?" Li Tai shook his head and said, "No need, no need. Xiaoku's foundation in martial arts is even better than Cho Ox's. Why would he need to use these unorthodox methods? Who knows, with more training, his martial arts might even improve." Li Tai thought about it and also felt that what Li Tai said made sense. He nodded and said, I got it." "Hey! What are you two talking about? What is it that you can't let others know?" When the two of them were talking about the main topic, suddenly, Cheng Chimo's head popped out from behind them, giving the two of them a fright. "Damn it! Ugly bull, do you know that you can scare someone to death?" Li Tai reacted and was furious. He flipped over and was about to fight Cheng Chimo to the death. Sigh. "Qing Ke, you haven't told me what you were discussing." "Discuss your sister. I just want to beat someone up right now." Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of gongs and drums, the students who had been tortured for the whole day heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Xiong didn't make things difficult for them and decisively announced that school was dismissed. Compared to noon, there was more time at night. Li Tai leisurely went to have dinner with Li Qingqian, Li Ku, and Cheng Chimo before returning to the dormitory. Yanhuang College's dormitory was usually 6 people to a dormitory. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and Sun Zifan stayed in the same dormitory. "Qing Ke, let's go. Let's go to the bathhouse and then we can rest." Back in the dormitory, Li Qingqian said to Li Tai, who was sitting on the bed. The little fatty had a strong physique, so of course, he slept on the bottom bunk. Otherwise, he would definitely flip over. At this moment, he leaned against the wall and waved. "Big brother, go ahead. I'll just take a bath in the dormitory." "Huh. Qing Ke, you're afraid of being naked with everyone, aren't you?" Cheng Chimo, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. "Cheng Chimo, you're bullshitting. I'm just tired and don't want to go to the bathhouse." Li Tai seemed to have been poked in his sore spot. He straightened his body and scolded angrily. He. Is that so? Then, Qing Ke, if you're not afraid, why don't you come to the bathhouse with us to take a bath now?" Cheng Chimo said with a smile. Li Qingqian saw Li Tai's embarrassed face and hurriedly helped him out. Cough, cough. "Cho Nyo, if Qing Ke doesn't want to go, then forget it. Let's go first. Baolin, Huayu, Zifan, let's go." No. I'm not going either. You guys go ahead." Sun Zifan also shouted. When he thought of so many people standing together to take a bath naked, he panicked a little. In the end, he was still not used to this kind of public bathhouse that had never appeared in the Tang Empire before. Cheng Chimo immediately laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Looks like it's not just Qing Ke who's afraid. Zifan, you're also afraid. TSK, could it be that all fatties are afraid of being naked in front of others?" At this point, Cheng Chimo's eyes and expression suddenly became extremely wretched. Scram! The two fatties let out angry roars at the same time, so loud that it hurt the eardrums of others. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Cheng Chimo hurriedly pulled Qin Huayu and Yuqi Baolin and fled. Li Qingqian thought for a moment and said, "Qing Ke, Zifan, you guys can't be like this in the long run. It's fine if the weather is hot now, but what will you guys do when the weather turns cold?" Although they could take a bath in the academy's dormitory, they could only take a cold bath. That was why Li Qingxian advised them to take a cold bath. Li Tai and Sun Zifan looked at each other and then said in unison, "Then we'll take a bath when we're back during the holidays." Li Qingxian immediately retreated and turned to leave. Then, the two fatties in the dormitory, one big and one small, stared at each other. After a while, Li Tai said, "I'll take a bath first." "Zifan, you're not allowed to peek." Sun Zifan made a disgusted vomiting gesture and said, "Qingke, you're really narcissistic. Only a ghost would want to peek at you. But you have to hurry, or they'll be back in a while." "Yes, of course." Li Tai didn't take it to heart. He hurriedly picked up a change of clothes and rushed into the inner cubicle. Then, he didn't forget to close the inner door. "Hey! Qingke, hurry up. If you delay any longer, Mumo and the others will have to come back." Not long after Li Tai went in, Sun Zifan began to impatiently rush him from outside. "Damn! What's with the rush? How long has it been? It's been so long. Qingke, if you delay any longer, I'll rush in." Sun Zifan threatened. Li Tai, who was inside, panicked and shouted, "Damn, don't you dare. Wait a little longer, I'll be done soon." With that, he sped up, wiped himself carelessly, put on his clothes, and ran out in a hurry. "Hey! I'm finally out. It's my turn." Sun Zifan slipped in nimbly. Chapter 7:14. After about 15 minutes, Li Qingxian walked in from outside and saw Li Tai already lying on the bed. "Big brother, you're back." Li Tai opened his eyes and greeted him. Then, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He had exercised a lot today, so he was very tired. "Okay." Li Qingxian responded, then put the clothes he changed out of under the bed. He heard the sound of water in the room and guessed that Sun Zifan was still inside. So, he bent down and whispered to Li Tai. "Qingke, before Chu Mo and the others come back, quickly tell me the secret of standing in military posture." Li Tai patted his head when he heard that. Only then did he remember what he promised Li Qingxian during the day. He pulled the quilt over and said to Li Qingxian, "Here. Big brother, look, the secret is in here." Li Qingxian took a closer look and saw that the corner of the quilt was cracked, and that place was actually empty. He was a little confused and asked, "Qingke, where is the quilt core in this part of the quilt?" Li Tai laughed and said, "It's all in my shoes. With this thing, when standing in military posture, the soles of my feet will be much easier. Anyway, the weather is hot now, so I don't need a quilt." Li Qingxian suddenly understood, but at the same time, he was very speechless. Late at night, 1:45. Yanhuang College, which had been noisy all day, finally returned to silence. Oh, it could not be said that there was no sound at all, because there were still sounds of snoring in the student dormitory. Obviously, the students were very tired tonight. Many of them had never been so tired since they were born, so naturally, they slept soundly. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, there was a sudden and sharp sound in front of the student dormitory door. It sounded like the cry of an ape-eagle at night, but also like the scream of a ghost. The first to wake up was naturally the military training instructor, led by Pang Feiji. "Lord Zhu, why are you here?" In order to facilitate the military training, Li Zishuan's team of personal guard stayed in the student dormitory at night. "Feiji, take the brothers and inform the dormitories one by one. Get all the students to gather. Whoever doesn't show up in 15 minutes will be punished by running 10 laps." Li Zishuan did not answer Pang Feiji's question. Instead, he ordered in a deep voice. Lord Zhu, why did you ask them to gather?" Pang Feiji was dumbfounded. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not figure out why Li Zishuan had asked everyone to gather. "What are you talking about? This is a military order. Don't tell me you want to run laps in the field too?" Li Zishuan roared. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait for a moment, Lord Zhu. I'll go now. Pang Feiji shuddered and immediately woke up. He quickly turned around and called for the rest of the guards to rush into the dormitory and wake the students up. Their shouts immediately rang out in the dormitory corridor. All students, come out and gather immediately. Those who don't arrive in a quarter of an hour will be punished with 10 laps. All students, come out and gather immediately. Those who don't arrive in a quarter of an hour will be punished with 10 laps. Li Zishuan continued to blow the bamboo whistle outside, and the quiet Yanhuang Academy suddenly became noisy. Even the teacher's dormitory not far away lit up at this moment. What? Gathering everyone at this time? Are you kidding me? That's right. I'm so sleepy. We've all taken off our clothes. How are we supposed to gather? Hey! Alright, stop wasting time. If you don't go down, you'll be punished with running. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Alright, hurry up and get up. Jishuan, stop sleeping. At first, the students subconsciously resisted. However, when they thought about the harsh military training instructors during the day, they began to accept reality and quickly got up to put on their clothes. F***CK. Who the F***CK is making noise in the middle of the night? Are they immoral? Li Tai was furious when he was woken up. He had been sleeping comfortably. He had never been so comfortable before. However, he was woken up by someone. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Qingke, don't say any more. Hurry up and get up, or you'll be punished later. Li Qingxian wished he could cover Li Tai's mouth. If the instructors outside heard what he said, there would definitely be new problems. After a long time, Li Tai finally bid farewell to the bed and ran out with Li Qingxian and the others. In the end, the little fatty still didn't want to be punished with running laps. Class 1 is here, Class 2 is here. In front of the dormitory, there was a crowd of people. The students were all looking for their classes. Li Tai saw Li Zishuan with a bamboo tube stuffed in his mouth and standing in front of the crowd. He immediately gritted his teeth in hatred. Clearly, he understood that tonight's gathering at night was instigated by Li Zishuan. Beep, beep, beep. Time's up. Instructors of each class, do a head count. After a while, Li Zishuan blew the bamboo whistle and ordered. The crowd immediately quieted down. Only the instructors were walking around in the middle. After a while, the instructors began to reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 1 is here. No one is late. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 2 is here. No one is late. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 16 is here. No one is late. After a series of reports, Li Zishuan found that none of the more than 600 students were late. He nodded and then said in a deep voice, tonight's sudden gathering was just a small experiment I did to test your ability to respond to crisis situations. Very good, no one is late. In the future, this kind of experiment will occur irregularly, and the time given to you to prepare will also be reduced by half. So next time, if you don't want to be late and be punished, you have to gather immediately after hearing my whistle. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Although they were unwilling to agree, the military training during the day still made many people subconsciously obey the order. Louder, do you still want to sleep at night? Li Zishuan roared sternly. Yes, sir. The students yelled at the top of their lungs. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, well, okay, everyone is dismissed. Go back to the dormitory to rest. Dismissed? The students were a little confused. You called us to gather in the middle of the night just to say a few words? Isn't this a joke? Li Tai glared at Li Zishuan with fire in his eyes. At this moment, the little fatty really wished that his eyes could kill. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Li Zishuan, he would definitely go up and fight it out with Li Zishuan right now. Let's go. Qing Ke. Go back to sleep quickly. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. Afraid that Li Tai would do something stupid, Li Qingxian quickly came over and pulled him back and said. The two brothers followed the army of students and walked back to the dormitory. Li Zishuan, who was a little mischievous, patted his butt and turned around to go home and sleep. What he didn't expect was that there was also a surprise attack thousands of miles away on the sea tonight. Chapter 7:15. In the middle of the vast sea, a nameless island that had been lonely for countless years welcomed a large group of guests tonight. Your Highness, there's a small island up ahead. Should we approach it? In the southern direction of the small island, there was an unusually large fleet of ships. There were at least 1,000 of them. Their sails fluttered in the wind, whistling as they faced the sea breeze. On the deck of the largest ship at the front of the fleet, a soldier bowed to a middle-aged man. Let's approach it first. Have the 6 soldiers rest on the island for the night. At the same time, send someone up to see if there's any fresh water or fresh fruit. The middle-aged man was none other than Li Shaogong, and this fleet was the Great Tang fleet that had sailed south for more than 4 months. In truth, this fleet had begun to return 10 some days ago, and the closer it got to the Great Tang, the faster it moved. Everyone couldn't suppress their homesickness, and after drifting for so long, quite a few people in the fleet had fallen ill. Most of them were dizziness and vomiting. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still a major problem if dragged on for too long. Thus, in the last few days, the fleet had begun to sail at night under the moonlight. As they entered the inland waters, they would often encounter small islands. Li Shaogong would also order his soldiers to collect fresh water and fruit from these islands. With more than 4 months of experience at sea, he was well aware of the importance of these things. They could save lives at sea. As for whether or not there was fresh water on these islands, it was naturally possible. On some larger islands, there would be precipitation, whether in the form of rain or snow, that would form ponds. However, not all large islands had such ponds. This was a matter of probability. Yes. Your Highness. The soldier bowed and then climbed onto the mast to signal the fleet behind him. The massive fleet began to slowly approach the island. But to everyone's surprise, not far behind the fleet, there were 30-some small boats following. Boss, they have so many people. Why are we following them? Of course, they weren't speaking in Chinese. On the leading boat, a sloppy man asked the scar-faced man in front of him. The scar-faced man spat and viciously said, "Bah. So what if they have more people? Once they're asleep on the shore, we'll steal a few of their merchant ships and strike it rich. After following us for so many days, we can't let our brothers work for nothing." The sloppy man looked at the fleet in front of him and swallowed his saliva in fear. He said weakly, "Boss, this seems to be a caravan from the Great Tang. If we make a move and anger the Great Tang Emperor, how can we be a match for them?" Baka. The scar-faced man slapped the sloppy man's head, and then he heard him angrily say, "Coward. Even if the Great Tang Emperor has a magnificent army, what can he do to us if we hide in the sea? Tell the brothers to buck up and listen to my instructions later. After we finish this job, we can go back to eat and drink and look for beautiful girls." Hi. The sloppy man saw that Scarface was angry and quickly went to inform the rest of the crew. Scarface stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the big ships in front of him. With a greedy face, he muttered to himself, "With these big ships, who on this sea can be a match for me, Nakamura Kawayudo? Ha ha ha. Your Highness, there is a lot of fresh water and coconuts on the island. There is also a cave. Do you want to go in and rest for a night?" After the fleet docked, Li Shaogong first sent a group of people to the island to check. After a while, a soldier came to report. "Send the 6 soldiers ashore to rest first. Then, let the envoys follow me into the cave." Li Shaogong thought for a while and said. This time, he not only brought back a full ship of goods but also the envoys from the Nanyang countries. Compared to when he went, the size of their fleet was now a little bigger. Yes. Your Highness. The soldier quickly went to pass the order. Then, he heard Li Shaogong say, "Wait. Pass down the order. There must be at least 4 guards on each ship and at least 10 guards on the big ships." In this vast dark night, Li Shaogong had to be careful. He did not want any accidents to happen when they were so close to the Great Tang border. "Yes. Your Highness." Seeing that Li Shaogong had nothing else to say, the soldier went to make the arrangements. Li Shaogong jumped off the big ship and took a small wooden boat ashore. "Oh. Finally, I can step on the ground." After a while, a few people with dark skin and different clothes came up. Obviously, they were envoys from other countries. One of them had a big beard and a big mole on his cheek. He stood on the island and sighed happily. After all, sailing the ocean was not a small challenge for many people. Only those who had drifted on the sea could feel how happy it was to stand on the ground. "Your Highness, how long will it take to reach the Great Tang Empire?" The bearded man sighed for a while, then caught up with Li Shaogong and asked. Naturally, someone translated for Li Shaogong. After listening, Li Shaogong said, "Envoy, don't worry. In less than half a month, the fleet will reach the capital Chang'an." The bearded man immediately said happily, "Ah. Great. I can finally see the Celestial Empire. Did you see that? The army ashore, their big ships can't get close to the shore. Our chance is here." At the rear of the fleet, Scarface said excitedly to his men. He. Boss is wise." The sloppy man was bitter in his heart, but his mouth was full of praise. "Go. Leave a small number of people to watch the ships. The rest of you, follow me to dive onto their big ships. Be nimble." Coincidentally, at this moment, a dark cloud covered the moon in the sky. Seeing this, Scarface immediately ordered. "Yes, boss." After a while, under Scarface's lead, more than 100 men in black took off their clothes, quietly went into the water, and swam toward the few big ships at the back of the Great Tang fleet. "We should be able to reach Chang'an in a few days. I wonder how and Yaya are doing." On a large merchant ship, there were 4 soldiers yawning and 7 or 8 civilian workers, including Meng Wenhao's father. Meng Wenhao's father looked at the bonfire on the island, but his heart drifted back to Chang'an thousands of miles away. Under the moonlight, a few black shadows silently climbed up the ship's ladder and quietly climbed onto the deck. Puchi. The 4 black shadows raised their swords at the same time, and the 4 soldiers on the ship immediately fell to the ground. The leader made a gesture, and they approached the other side of the deck. Chapter 7:16. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, the black figure was only 3 steps away from Father Meng. Achoo! The sea breeze at night was quite cold. Father Meng couldn't help but sneeze. He turned around instinctively and saw the black figure holding a scimitar behind him. Enemy attack. Someone is trying to steal the ship. Father Meng's eyes widened, and he roared at the top of his lungs without a second thought. "Father Meng. Baka. Damn it." The man in black was the pirate leader this time, Nakamura Kawayu. He cursed and swung his scimitar at Father Meng's head. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the ships nearby noticed the commotion. The soldiers on the ships blew their horns, and the silent night suddenly became noisy. Clang! In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Father Meng's strong desire to survive made his body burst forth with great potential. With a roll, he actually dodged the pirate leader's sure-kill attack. "Yuliang, be careful. I'm here to help you." 2 crew members in the cabin heard the commotion and immediately ran out and shouted. "Baka! Kill all of them, set this ship on fire, and then drive into their main fleet." Nakamura Kawayu's eyes were red as he shouted. Hi! At this time, more than a dozen black figures came up from the water. Some of them raised the anchor and pulled the sails, some set the ship on fire, and others swung their scimitars at the crew. The pirates on the other ships were doing the same thing. Woo woo woo. Ship after ship, like a relay race, the bleak sound of the horn finally reached the island. Wu Di, what happened? Li Xiaogong, who was resting against the stone wall in the cave, immediately stood up and shouted outside. Reporting. Your Highness, the rear of the fleet is under attack. They seem to be pirates, and we don't know how many of them there are. They sneaked onto our ship and tried to kill us. After they were exposed, they tried to set the fleet on fire. Our brothers have gone to help. A young soldier ran into the cave and reported loudly. Li Xiaogong's expression suddenly changed. He bellowed, preposterous. Which scoundrel dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of Great Tang? Come with me and catch them all in one fell swoop. Understood. Sigh. Your Highness, do you need the help of our Zhenla Kingdom's warriors? Our Piao country's warriors are also at your disposal. Fu Nan country is willing to lend a hand to your Highness. At this moment, the envoys in the cave all stood up and said. In truth, they had long ago witnessed the power of the Tang fleet, and they had hoped to run into a few pirates so that they could show off in front of Li Xiaogong. But this fleet was simply too large. Let alone pirates, even many countries had not dared to provoke this fleet. Now that they had finally run into pirates, these emissaries were not afraid. On the contrary, they were all excited. Because they could finally show off and win Li Xiaogong's favor. There was no doubt that the Great Tang Navy at this time was just this powerful. Compared to the Han Dynasty, the maritime Silk Road during the Sui and Tang dynasties was obviously more developed. Of course, there was an interesting phenomenon from the historical materials at this time. The Sui and Tang dynasties did not attach as much importance to the sea as the Song dynasty. The reason was that the Tang dynasty was very powerful at that time. Its western border had reached Central Asia and West Asia. Its Silk Road was very smooth on land. The maritime Silk Road was relatively less important, but its naval power was still very strong. The Tang dynasty dominated the entire East Asia at that time. Of course, there were other maritime powers in East Asia, such as Japan. According to the historical records, the Tang dynasty won a series of naval battles at Baizuan River. Later, Japanese scholars researched this matter. They believed that the reason for Japan's defeat at that time was that China's shipbuilding technology was far ahead of other Asian countries. At that time, China's ships were sewn with rosin and the number of iron nails were far more than Japan's. When the ships of the two sides collided in the naval battle, the Japanese ships fell apart, while the Tang dynasty ships were sturdy and did not fall apart. Therefore, the Tang dynasty had an advantage in naval battles. Therefore, the Tang dynasty was worthy of being the overlord of the sea in Asia and monopolized the trade of the entire region. Therefore, Li Zexuan, who had transmigrated, was not in a hurry to build more advanced ships because there was no need for it. At this moment, after hearing the request of the envoys, Li Xiaogong flicked his sleeves and said, "Envoys, please take a seat here. There's no need to trouble you with mere thieves." After saying that, he led the soldiers out of the cave. What's going on? Yuliang, who are they? On the big ship at the back of the fleet, an old man who was sleeping in the cabin walked out when he heard the commotion. When he saw the two sides fighting on the deck, he was stunned. Boss Feng. Run. They're pirates. Father Meng's back was slashed by a knife. When he saw the old man in luxurious clothes, he immediately shouted. It turned out that this old man was Father Meng's boss, the rich businessman in Chang'an, Feng Zhihua. Pirates? Feng Zhihua's eyes were filled with horror. Then, he shouted, "Yuliang, hang in there. The prince and the others will be here soon. Baka. Kill them all. Set them on fire. Nakamura Yu did not understand what Feng Zhihua and Meng Yuliang were talking about. When he saw many ships approaching, he shouted anxiously. At this point, it was obvious that the plan to steal the ships would not succeed. However, he wanted to set the fleet on fire to take revenge on the Tang people. Hi! Several silhouettes rushed into the cabin and soon took out oil lamps. Boom! The deck was set ablaze, and then one of the silhouettes took control of the sails, allowing the fire ship to crash into the Tang fleet. At the same time, the battle on Father Meng's side was about to end. At this moment, there were more than 10 knife wounds on his body. The other crew members had all collapsed, and he was the only one left struggling to hold on. Go to hell. Nakamura Yu did not expect the person in front of him to be so tenacious. However, no matter how tenacious a person was, he was destined to not be able to withstand his sharp knife. With a roar, he charged toward Father Meng with his knife. Yuliang. Feng Zhihua saw it clearly and could not help but cry out in grief. Father Meng looked at the cold light that was flying toward him. He knew that he could not escape this time. At this moment, he thought of his wife, daughter, and son, as well as this cargo ship that carried the hope of his entire family. 2 streams of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 7:17. Die. Nakamura Yu saw the despair and sorrow on Father Meng's face from mid-air, and a bloodthirsty thrill rose in his heart. This person in front of him had ruined his plans, and now, he could finally cut him in half. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the wind, and the moon revealed its beautiful face. The bright moonlight poured down, and the sword in Nakamura Yu's hand reflected a beam of light. It shone on Father Meng's face, making his face look extremely pale. Yuliang. Feng Zhihua's heart was filled with grief. He knew a little about Meng Yuliang's family background, and now, the pillar of this family of 4 was going to die on his ship. This made him feel extremely guilty. Farewell. How're, Yaya, Yulan. Meng Yuliang painfully thought as he felt the wind from the sword on his forehead. He didn't want to die, but he tried his best. Humph. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment of life and death, a cold snort sounded in the night without warning. 3 arrows suddenly shot from the side of the ship. The arrows were like flowing lights, and the intense friction between the arrowhead and the air made 3 explosive sounds. Upon closer inspection, the bodies of these 3 arrows were actually made of fine iron. Clang! 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 The 3 iron arrows were like meteors, carrying a huge amount of energy, and shot on the blade of Nakamura Yu's sword one after another. The sword that was originally moving forward was suddenly stopped in mid-air by these 3 arrows, and a series of clanging sounds were heard, and each sound was louder than the last. Nakamura Yu was suddenly hit by a huge force, and he couldn't help but slow down. When the 3rd arrow hit the blade, he could no longer control his body, and his whole body was directly shaken and sent flying. Pfft! Nakamura Yu knelt on the deck with one knee. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a crazy demon. Suddenly, he felt his chi and blood surging, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 arrows, just 3 arrows, and they were only on the blade. The impact from the sword alone was enough to make him spit out blood. The power of these 3 arrows was obvious. Master. Nakamura Yu instantly understood that he had met a master that he had never met in his life. Without hesitation, he turned around and jumped into the sea. Retreat. Before he fell into the water, he remembered the rest of the people on the ship, so he shouted loudly. Humph. You want to run? Whoosh. A bone-chilling voice came from the night sky, followed by another sharp arrow, aiming straight for Nakakawa Yudo's back. Pfft. Ah. This was the sound of an arrow piercing into flesh, followed by Nakamura Yu's miserable cry. From the moment he raised his blade to kill Meng Yuliang to the moment he was hit by the arrow and fell into the water, it took less than 10 breaths of time. At this moment, hearing his screams, the rest of the pirates on the ship immediately reacted and were scared out of their wits. Hurry up and run. Boss is injured, and the Tang Empire's army is chasing us. Don't kill me. The pirates on the deck immediately fled in all directions. They wanted to jump into the sea to escape, but they heard the voice of the person from before coming from the side of the ship. Ha! These bastards still want to run? Release the arrows. Leave no one alive. Look carefully and shoot. Don't accidentally hurt the people on the boat. Yes, Island Master. There were dozens of people shouting in unison, and they were actually speaking Chinese. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, arrows rained down on the pirates on the ship. Pft, pft, pft. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 pirates fell one after another. Lying on the deck, Meng Yuliang finally had the time to turn over and look in the direction of the sound just now. He saw that there were actually more than 10 ships about 50 steps away from the merchant ship. The leading ship was only slightly smaller than the merchant ship he was on. He saw dozens of strong men standing on it. The leader was a burly man close to 7 feet tall with a face full of beard. As for his appearance, Meng Yuliang couldn't see it clearly because he was too far away. This isn't the imperial court's army. Meng Yuliang was shocked because he saw that these people were wearing tattered clothes and looked even more like bandits than the group of people just now. Meng Yuliang, who had just escaped from the tiger's den, felt as though he had fallen into the wolf's den at this moment. However, the other ships were already approaching. Before this group of bandits next to him arrived, the imperial court's army should also be able to arrive. This is bad. This is bad. Meng Yuliang suddenly caught a glimpse of the blazing fire on the ship. He used all his strength to prop up his body and shouted at Feng Zhihua, who was beside him in a daze, "Boss Feng, quick! Quick! Quickly help me change the course, we can't let this fire ship crash into the fleet." After saying that, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and then staggered toward the sails of the merchant ship. The sails that used to be effortless now required him to pull with all his strength. Because he used too much strength, the wound on his back instantly split open, and his already bright red undershirt was now bleeding. "Yuliang, hold on, this old man will help you control the rudder." At this moment, Feng Zhihua had already recovered from his shock. He saw that Father Meng was covered in blood, but he was still controlling the sails. He hurriedly bypassed the fire and rushed to the rudder. After all, the sails only provided the ship with power and controlled the sailing ship's speed. The rudder determined the direction of the merchant ship. This required at least 2 people to cooperate with each other to make this fire ship turn around and leave the main fleet as soon as possible. "Prince, it's not good. The merchant ship in front is on fire, and it's rushing here at full speed." Li Shaogong took a dozen of his personal guards to a large ship at the back of the fleet in a small boat. After a while, he heard the soldiers on the mast's observation deck anxiously shouting. Li Shaogong was shocked. He hurriedly went to the stern of the ship and saw a burning merchant ship about 100 feet in front of him. "Prince, this subordinate will escort you to retreat." The general next to him was shocked and quickly bowed with cupped fists. It was only a distance of 100 feet, there was no time to raise the anchor and turn around. Not to mention that they had nowhere to turn because there were endless ships of all sizes behind them. If it weren't for this reason, Li Shaogong wouldn't have come here in a small boat. Retreat? Retreat to where? If this prince retreats, what will happen to this large fleet? During the 3 kingdoms, Zhuge Liang burned many camps. Today, a few petty thieves want to imitate Zhuge Liang? This prince will not be like Cao Cao. Come, order the ships at the back to turn around and form a line to block the fire ship. Li Shaogong ordered with a pale face. "Prince! You can't!" The young general shouted. "Bastard! This is a military order. You dare to disobey?" Li Shaogong said coldly as he pulled out the long sword at his waist and placed it on the general's neck. Report. Prince. There are survivors on the merchant ship in front. They seem to be the crew on the ship. They are turning the ship around, and the fire ship has begun to deviate from the course. And there are more than a dozen sailboats beside them. They are not our people. Chapter 7:18. At this critical moment, Li Shaogong had never thought of running away, nor could he run. 20,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians, and several thousand ships. If such a massive force was burned down by a small band of pirates, Li Shaogong would forever be nailed to the great Tang's pillar of shame, and his descendants would never be able to rise again. The first reaction of Li Shaogong, who was quite experienced in battle, was to turn the merchant ships at the back 90 degrees and form a line to form a strong defense. Then, he ordered the other fleets to move away and increase the distance between them. At the cost of sacrificing a few merchant ships, the survival of the entire fleet could be achieved. But this would also put Li Shaogong in danger, because the merchant ship he was standing on was in the back row. Just when Li Shaogong was preparing to make a decisive decision, a messenger came down from the observation deck and ran up to Li Shaogong to report. Li Shaogong was taken aback. He looked at the deputy general with a sword at his neck and asked, "Whose ship does that merchant ship belong to?" The young general clasped his fist and said, "Your Highness, that ship belongs to the wealthy merchant of the capital, Feng Zhihua. The ships next to it also belong to him." Feng Zhihua, Li Shaogong softly muttered, and then his expression flickered as he asked, "Is the Meng Yuliang that this king asked you to keep an eye on that ship?" "Your Highness, he is indeed on that ship." Li Shaogong's brow furrowed. At this time, he saw that the fire ship had already begun to turn to the right. At this rate, it would definitely not be able to hit the main fleet, so he decisively ordered, "Immediately turn the ship around and sail to our right to rescue the crew." "Yes, Your Highness." A few moments later, Li Shaogong's ship had raised its anchor and was making straight for Feng Zhihua's merchant ship. The distance between them was less than 1,000 feet, and the merchant ship was also turning, so its straight-line speed was greatly reduced. Thus, Li Shaogong's ship was able to quickly catch up. At this time, the fire on the merchant ship was about to spread to the mast and rudder. "Hurry and have the people on the ship jump in. Find a few soldiers who are good at swimming to save them." At this moment, the two ships were moving side by side, and the distance between them was only about 30 to 40 feet. Li Shaogong squinted his eyes and saw that the bloody man controlling the sails was Meng Yuliang. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly ordered. This time, Li Zishuan had helped a lot. Only those who had drifted on the sea would know the dangers of the sea. Previously, Li Zishuan had made a lot of preparations for the fleet to go south. Compasses, sea charts, and navigation precautions had saved many lives. Of course, Li Shaogong was very grateful. Before he left, Li Zishuan had personally asked him to take good care of Meng Wenhao's father, Meng Yuliang. Although he was suspected of abusing his position for personal gain, Li Shaogong was really willing to do so. If Meng Yuliang really died tonight, then he, Li Shaogong, would owe him an even bigger favor. "Yes, Your Highness." A soldier immediately cupped his fist and accepted the order. Then, the soldiers on the ship shouted in unison, "Listen to the crew on the other side. His Highness orders you to quickly jump off the ship. We will save you." "Listen to the crew on the other side. His Highness orders you to quickly jump off the ship. We will save you." Feng Zhihua and Meng Yuliang, who were completely focused on controlling the ship, were overjoyed when they heard the commotion. "Yuliang. Those are His Highness' men. And His Highness is also here. His Highness has personally brought people to save us. We're saved," Feng Zhihua said with tears streaming down his face. From the moment he had turned the ship around, he had never thought that he would survive. He believed that he would be buried in the sea like this merchant ship, but he had no regrets. He did not wish for his ship to destroy the entire fleet, because he was a man of the great Tang. A Tang citizen could not harm another Tang citizen. Not even in death. Now that he saw Li Shaogong personally coming to rescue him as a prince, this kind of surprise made Feng Zhihua's heart surge and he was indescribably excited. Qi La. That's right. We're saved. Boss Feng, you don't know how to swim. Grab this shirt and I'll jump into the sea with you. The angle of the sail had already been set to the maximum, so there was no need for anyone to control it. After a period of rest, Meng Yuliang had already recovered a little of his strength. He took off his blood-stained clothes, and with a ripping sound, tore it into a long strip of cloth. After tying the two pieces together, he walked over and handed it to Feng Zhihua. Feng Zhihua said worriedly, "But Yuliang, you've suffered such serious injuries. How can this old man have the face to drag you down? You go by yourself." This old man, this old man. Meng Yuliang did not say anything and directly tied one end of the cloth to Feng Zhihua's arm. He said with difficulty, "Boss Feng, before you left, you gave my family a large sum of money and gave my family's children and wife a good life. As long as I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you out of here alive. Jump quickly. If you don't jump, the fire will reach us." Feng Zhihua hurriedly tore off the cloth and said, "No, no, no. Yuliang, if you bring this old man along, I'll only be a burden to you." Ah. When Father Meng saw that the mast was about to topple over due to the fire, he immediately grabbed Feng Zhihua and jumped into the sea. Of course, he jumped in the direction of Li Shaogong and the others. Ah! Above the sea, there was a heart-wrenching scream. One must know that Father Meng had been slashed more than a dozen times, and many of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Now that he was soaked in seawater, there was a burning pain in his wounds. This was really sprinkling salt on his wounds. The pain was more than 100 times more intense than when he was slashed just now. Even a tough man like Meng Yuliang could not help but cry out in pain. "Hurry! Swim over to save them. They can't hold on for much longer." When Li Shaogong heard this heart-wrenching scream, he immediately leaned against the side of the ship and shouted at the soldiers in the water. Ah! What a good man who values friendship and righteousness. I, Zhang Zhongjian, will lend you a hand. At this moment, a burly man flew onto the fire ship from nowhere. Then, he borrowed the force of the ship and came to where Father Meng was. He lifted the two of them with one hand and flew toward the ship where Li Shaogong was. The moment Father Meng jumped into the sea, 1,000 miles away, in student dormitory 007 of Yanhuang College. Ah! Meng Wenhao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up, clutched his chest, and let out a scream. The other students in the dormitory were instantly awakened. Wenhao! Wenhao, what's wrong with you? Wang Meng was about to curse at someone for disturbing his sleep when he suddenly felt that something was wrong with Meng Wenhao's voice. Hence, he quickly got up and ran over to ask. Blood was thicker than water. Father and son were connected by heart. Even thousands of miles away could not separate them from each other. Chapter 7:19. Protect His Highness. Under the moonlight, the burly man was like a great rock spreading its wings, carrying Meng Yuliang and Feng Zhihua, the two chicks, and aggressively flying towards the big ship Li Shaogong was on. The soldiers on the ship were shocked, and quickly raised their sabers to protect Li Shaogong. Get out of the way. Li Shaogong pushed aside the soldiers in front of him with one hand. After the burly man landed on the ship, he ordered, "Men. Send them back to the island for treatment first. Wu Di, take some men to see if there are any survivors on the other ships. Also, find out where these pirates came from." At this moment, Meng Yuliang's face was even paler than a sheet of paper. His facial features were all scrunched up in pain. Feng Zhihua's condition was not much better. At this moment, he was bent over and vomiting. It was obvious that he had been forced to drink a lot of seawater. Yes. His Highness. Wu Di, the head of the guards, looked at the burly man and cupped his fists. Meng Yuliang thanks His Highness. Thank you, benefactor. Just as the soldiers were about to carry them away, Meng Yuliang propped himself up with difficulty and kowtowed to Li Shaogong and the burly man. He had just recognized this burly man as the one who had shot the arrow and saved him. The funny thing was that he had thought that the burly man and the others were another group of pirates. No need to be so polite. Quickly go and treat your injuries. Li Shaogong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Ha! You're called Meng Yuliang? You're a real man. You don't need to thank me. It was only a small matter for me to save you. Quickly go and treat your injuries. The burly man laughed heartily without a care in the world. There were soldiers who carried them to the other ships and sailed towards the island. Zhang Zhongjian? You are Zhang Zhongjian? After Meng Yuliang and Feng Zhihua were carried away, Li Shaogong asked with narrowed eyes. As a member of the military, he had naturally heard of Zhang Zhongjian's name, but he had never seen him in person. Ha! I am Zhang Zhongjian. Your Highness does not know this one, but this one knows Your Highness. Yes, this robust man was Zhang Zhongjian, and his nickname was the Bearded Guest. Together with Li Jing and Hong Funu, they were called the Fengchen Three Heroes. He was originally the son of Zhang Jiling, the richest man in Yangzhou. When he was born, his father despised him for being ugly and wanted to kill him. He was rescued and became a Kunlun slave. After he succeeded, he wanted to raise an army to conquer the world. When he saw Li Shimin, he was ashamed that his bearing was not as good as Li Shimin's. He firmly believed that the world would belong to Li Shimin. He was interested in Hong Fu. After knowing that Hong Fu had married Li Jing, the three of them became brother and sister. He gave all of his family's property to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world. He left quietly and later became the ruler of the 72 islands in the Great Tang's Southeast Sea. The Bearded Guest's ending was not a tragedy. It was said that he personally led an army of 100,000 into the country of Fuyu, killed its master, and proclaimed himself king. The rest of his life was carefree and happy. Later generations believed that the country of Bio was located thousands of miles southeast of our country. To a large extent, it was either the Philippines or Thailand. Brother Zhongjian, why are you here so late at night? Hearing Zhang Zhongjian's admission, Li Shaogong's face flashed with a hint of seriousness. The bearded guest's small display of skill was enough to prove that his skill should be above the peak of the Zhongshe realm. It was very likely that he had already touched the threshold of the Great Grandmaster realm. Why? Is Your Highness suspecting that I have ulterior motives? If I say that I came here by coincidence, would Your Highness believe me? Faced with Li Shaogong's interrogation, the bearded guest was not afraid at all. He was the king of this sea region. There was no one here that could make him afraid. Li Shaogong suddenly smiled and said, "This prince was just casually asking. Since Zhong Jian said that you came here by coincidence, then why should this prince believe you?" The bearded guest looked deeply at Li Shaogong and then laughed heartily. "Ha! Your Highness is also a straightforward person. I have something to ask Your Highness. Is it convenient for you to do so? Please speak." The bearded guest thought for a moment before saying, "Are Medicine Master and Hong Fu doing well?" Hearing this, Li Shaogong smiled and said, "They are doing well. Medicine Master is now the Minister of War and is highly regarded by His Majesty. How could he not be doing well? As for Hong Fu, if Medicine Master is doing well, she will definitely be doing well too. It's just that this prince heard that they have been inquiring about you, Zhong Jian. If they knew that you were here, Medicine Master and Hong Fu would definitely put aside their work and rush over to see you." Actually, disregarding everything else, Li Shaogong and Li Jing's personal relationship had always been very good. Later generations said that Li Xiaogong's title as the second meritorious official in the Lingyan Pavilion was undeserved because all of his achievements were won by Li Jing. Li Xiaogong had experienced many great battles, such as eliminating Xiao Xian and capturing Fu Gongfeng. He was the commander while Li Jing was the subordinate. Let's not comment on the truth first. However, Li Jing was willing to be a supporting character at that time, which showed that their relationship was very good. Those who said that Li Xiaogong stole Li Jing's achievements were even more excessive. Looking at the Zhengguan dynasty, Li Xiaogong was a humble person. He did not take credit for himself, did not do anything, and did not seize power. In the imperial family, his character was one of the best. How could he steal a subordinate's achievements? Thus, Li Xiaogong had a very clear understanding of Li Jing's family situation. A hint of warmth flashed across the bearded man's boorish appearance. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed. I'll have to trouble your highness to inform Medicine Master and Hong Fu that they don't need to look for me anymore. When the time comes, they will naturally meet again. Now that the world is at peace, as long as they live their own lives, I, as their big brother, will be satisfied. Zhongjian, why do you have to do this? Li Xiaogong couldn't help but want to persuade him, but the bearded man interrupted him. Your Highness, there's no need to persuade me. This one has already made up my mind. This vast sea is where I, Zhongjian, should go. Roaming the four seas and being free and unfettered is this Zhang's lifelong wish. Li Xiaogong pursed his lips and did not speak. At this moment, the leader of the personal guards, Wu Di, came up to the deck and bowed. Reporting. Your Highness, the crew of Feng Jihua's other merchant ships are all dead. Not only that, we also lost 28 brothers, all of them killed with a single strike. The air on the deck suddenly froze. Li Xiaogong's face was ashen as he asked, Did you find out where these bandits came from? Wu Di waved his hand. Bring them up. A group of guards carried 5 corpses over. Wu Di bowed and said, Your Highness, based on the hair ornaments, clothing, and weapons of these pirates, this subordinate speculates that they're probably from Wa. Bastards. A tiny country dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of my great Tang? Li Xiaogong's eyes widened, his eyebrows stood up, and veins bulged on his face as he furiously roared. The bearded man interjected, Your Highness, according to this one's knowledge, these people are just pirates roaming the seas. Given the current strength of Wa, they would never dare to provoke the great Tang. The leader of these pirates is called Nakamakawayu, and he has some reputation in these waters. This one has always wanted to get rid of him, and when I received the news the day before yesterday, I followed him here. I didn't expect to run into your Highness.